Welcome back to the Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is currently the 29th of May 2026. We return once again on a Friday afternoon. I trust y'all are well. This is going to be a fun one. This is actually the first time we've done something exactly like this, which is, I don't want to say finish the campaign, but we are playing the same deck 2 streams in a row, which, gosh, I don't know, maybe. But I've actually been really enjoying this deck. This is, of course, the Ironheart Justice deck. And normally at the top of the video, we do a bit of a breakdown and explain the deck decision and all the cards in it and kind of the strategy of how we should be playing it. But we won't, because we did that in the last video and there's timestamps. So if you want to jump back for last Sunday, where we played this deck into the first 2 parts of this very difficult campaign, Galaxy's Most Wanted, probably inarguably the hardest box, but so proud of you, homie. Yeah, I'm a top. This one's for you. It's not a leadership deck. It's still the same Justice deck, but I want, like, it's been a minute since I played against Expert Ronan, let alone Nebula, so we'll find out together whether this is a good idea or not. Hey, Lucas, are you excited for Jessica Jones? Yeah, very much so. So FFG put out an article to talk about one of the upcoming heroes, one that's not in the new deluxe box, but one of the 4 heroes in the wave after it, and it's Jessica Jones. And I know I mentioned this because they said this in one of their last streams, is that FFG, the designers, are like, we're really happy about Jessica Jones because she plays very differently. She's kind of weird. And so they dropped the article yesterday talking about Jessica Jones, and yeah, she is a really weird, very interesting design. And it's so funny because she actually reminds me a lot of Ironheart. Her shtick is actually kind of Ironheart light, where she's like collecting these counters, and these counters can just win the game the same way that you can just dump like 14 counters off of your third version and just like blow up the villain. It's different, it's more nuanced, it's more thwart coded, but like I think every card we've seen in that pack has been just nonsense. Like, again, very, very nonsense. I don't know, I'm a bit worried about the power level of it, but what we're going to do is after we play against the collector 2, which is not the hardest collector, I think we got through the hardest part of that, knock on wood, we're going to go look at the that article. We're going to do a read through, we're going to look at all the cards, talk about our opinions. I think we're going to talk about some of the cards. There was like 1 or 2 cards from Daredevil we haven't talked about, and then we'll go back to dealing with Nebula, and we'll be going back to hopefully dealing with Ronan. We're going to be streaming for about 4.5 hours. Maybe we can do all of that and more. I'm not 100% sure. We kind of have a hard out around 5 o'clock, so I really hope we can get through everything. There's very likely that Nebula and Ronan, we won't be able to one-shot the way that we've been one-shotting most things so far, because they are unfair and there's a huge amount of variance. Ronan can just attack you 3 times. That will kill you. I just looked at Ronan's attack stat. It's printed 4. Like, I don't know what's going on, and he has a hammer. It's wild. Hey, Dr. Doke. Hello. How's it going? I'm still not used to seeing you stream so often. Me neither. We've been streaming, what is it now? Like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Tuesday. I think we streamed every day this week besides Monday. Saturday, tomorrow morning, I might be streaming Arkham Horror. Sunday, we're back. I think Fridays has been like really nice for this stream, but at the end of the day, there's a chance that in terms of the YouTube algorithm, we should probably spread out the 2 stream days so that this VOD doesn't get swallowed by the Sunday VOD that just comes out 48 hours later. So I don't know. There's going to be some learning pains there, but we have to figure out how that works for sure. Hey, Kenya, how's it going? Glad I'm able to catch a stream. I hear your thoughts on the article. I think some of the Justice cards sound pretty fun. Yeah, there's some, like, they showed off a lot of cards. Like, it feels like they showed off way more cards than they normally do. I'm expecting 1 or 2 reprints, and I think there's like some really solid reprints that could make sense in this Justice deck. So that's gonna be good. She seems to be a solo dream. Yeah, she seems Christian. How's it going, by the way? She seems to be really good for that. Do you still need to take days off? I don't know, Lucy, I probably do. Like, for health-wise? I don't know. This is the problem about like running your own business or whatever, is that like anytime that you're not working, you feel like you can be working. I got 2 hours yesterday to play the new James Bond game, which shout out to Steam Share. My brother bought it and it's really nice. I just want to play more of that, but like we have no time. I need to get a video out for the Metropolitan Grid next week. Like just a lot of stuff to do. Also, for those who don't know, as of June 2nd, which is just next week, it looks like there's going to be a whole bunch of spoiler cards. It might be the rest of the cards, the player cards in the upcoming box, which is only coming out in July. They were distributed to Marvel Champions community members, not myself. I don't have any spoilers, but as of come June 2nd, I think a lot of different content creators are going to be dropping all of the cards. So if you want to stay away from that, I guess you can, but people will know. Maybe it's only all the aspect cards, maybe it's only all the hero cards, but I know there's a big drop on the 2nd, which is like probably a Tuesday, I think, or maybe a Monday. Hey Scott, happy days. Nothing better than some Marvel Champions to paper over the cracks of my lack of social life on a Friday night. Hey man, I hear you. I'm no different on a Friday night. This weekend, my partner is cat sitting for my sister, so I'm just gonna be at home with our own cat, Nanico, and so we're gonna be doing some streaming and hanging out. Got to get an FFG's good books to see how many preview seasons you can do in 1 year. Real talk, like I don't know if I should be saying this publicly, but I worry that like there's a chance that our association with Netrunner makes it a difficult spot for FFG to like endorse this channel. I don't know if there's some reality to that, but like I have not heard anything from any of the FFG community people. Again, it's like I think the FFG community team might only be one person and they're working on multiple things. So like it's really difficult. I've reached out once, I didn't get a response, and like I don't know. I worry about that because maybe this channel, like, I would love to get a spoiler. Of course I would. I want to participate. I'm like always so excited to share my excitement about this game. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're in a weird spot from the path we come down. Bias towards street level superheroes. So excited for Daredevil stuff. Me too. I'm like really down to street level thuggery. Like the whole galactic, fight Thanos with, people who can fly through space. I don't care about that. But show me like Spider-Man punching someone. Show me like, Nick Cage stopping a car chase. Like I'm into that stuff for sure. Hey Takuya, how's it going? Thanks for streaming. Of course. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I think we can just get to it. We normally do our deck dive, but we don't have to because we know what we're doing here. We've already seen this deck. We played it before. Shout out to the password is the password, who's the person who made this deck. We made some small changes, and it's very likely for the next two scenarios we'll have to make even more smaller changes, just because like we're playing expert on some of the harder scenarios. We can't mess around. So some of the cuter cards we might want to take out of our deck. Like unfortunately, Hawkeye might not be there. We might instead go and put in like a Nick Fury, right? Like just the good stuff. Hey Christian, thanks so much. That's some Swedish kroner, I'm pretty sure. So glad you stream. It fits for your viewers and do really enjoy your content. Thank you so much. That's a super thanks. I think it's what they're called on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Very, very cool. Thank you. Curiously, why is FFG cool with NSG doing Netrunner stuff? It's weird. It's like they can't publicly endorse it, but at the end of the day, like just having more people interested in Netrunner is good because FFG has made Netrunner, and at some point, like I don't know, they might continue to do stuff in that kind of space. It's a weird thing because like I think technically people have to protect their IP. Now the thing is with Netrunner, the IP discussion about Netrunner is like so complicated when it comes to it. Like Android Netrunner, the real big FFG part of Android Netrunner is the Android universe. So a lot of the names and the places and the people, mind you, Netrunner was a card game that existed in the 90s, which was put out by Richard Garfield and Wizards of the Coast technically at that time. But even then at that point, it was borrowing a lot of things from the Cyberpunk RPG system, which was put out by Talsorian Games, if I'm not mistaken. That was Mike Pondsmith. And so like they had to make a contract with, Cyberpunk. Then when Wizards of the Coast stopped making Netrunner and then Netrunner got picked up, became Android Netrunner, borrowing the world from the Android board game that FFG put out. That became a thing in 2012. And so now there's like a license you have to agree with Wizards of the Coast for the Netrunner card game. You have to have some sort of license with Pondsmith's Talsorian Games for the sort of cyberpunk stuff that are just referenced in terms of some of the terminology. So it's really, really complicated. Now, when it comes to NSG legally, I have no idea. They obviously have done this for a while now. They've been making Netrunner longer than FFG ever did. They've been doing a great job. Both of them did. But it's like now they make something that's compatible with Netrunner. It's not called Android Netrunner anymore. They're moving away. They don't use any of the the names and characters. I'm assuming that you can't protect card game mechanics. So this is technically just a fan project. So it should be good. They're also a nonprofit, which I do think changes a fair bit about this. But like I don't know. Like if somebody wants to put a squeeze on legally, I think the legal battles are really not great. Are you watching Spider Noir? No, I'm not. I don't know that was on. I don't pay for Amazon stuff, so I'm not sure how I'm meant to watch that. The only danger at this point is Android setting, based on my understanding, yes. Which is like technically NSG doesn't publish anything in the Android setting, but their own setting. Please ignore the higher fictional amount. Yeah. Like it's yeah. I have no doubt like everyone who's involved in these things know what they're doing. I don't exactly because I'm not part of No Signal Games. I'm just a guy who enjoys the game. But yeah, obviously like they've had these conversations to understand what they can and can't do. It's just like it's a hard thing. So like this is a big thing. When I made Netrunner content back in the day, when FFG made Netrunner back in the day, most of my content was on a website called Jinteki.net. And Jinteki.net was a fan-made website. It was a platform in which you could go online and play Netrunner. Now the problem is some of these like fan build platforms where you can technically play the game for free and never buy cards, there are certain card game companies that actually go down and hunt these things down and shut them down. Even though if you ask me, they're obviously very good for the game. Like I think this happened to Lorcana maybe a year and a half ago, where like the big community website where people were playing Lorcana online was shut down by the Ravensburger or Disney people. I'm not sure who. And like that sucks because you're just shutting down the one place where so many people participate in your game, metas develop. It's like it's the place that people can play the game more more of the time where they can't play in person. And it's obviously huge to make your game as accessible as possible and encourage the competitive scene and organized play and all that sort of stuff. But they have to shut it down because at the end of the day, having a website that has like, you know, your Disney images on it and people are technically playing the game without spending money, like legally seems like a problem, let alone you have to protect your IP. Jinteki.net was a similar idea. It was a website that was made by the community where you could play Netrunner. You still can today without spending any money, technically, as much as also modernly you can play Netrunner without spending money because you can proxy cards. You can just print them out and NSG doesn't care. Of course they don't. And so like FFG probably back in the day wasn't allowed to like, or didn't want to talk about my channel or with me back in the day because most of my content was on this website that they had to like, you know, they knew was there. They just couldn't address it. They had no intention of shutting it down from my understanding. But they would just be like, okay, this is here. It's probably good for the game. Definitely good for the game. But like, we cannot address it because as soon as we say that we know it's there, we're kind of expected by, you know, shareholders or whatever to maybe, you know, push it down, push it over. It's all like really annoying. But yeah, it's always been a weird spot because back in the day, like the Netrunner content I made was technically against what FFG could support. Maybe that one video you did on the Marvel Champions Online Simulator is hurting you? Nah, no shot. There's a lot of content creators who make stuff on that that like get support from FFG, so I don't 100% know. There's a chance that like I'm just a new channel and they don't know. But yeah, anyways, FFG, what's up? Hopefully you're doing well. I'd love to do some spoiler stuff, that's for sure. It's even more complicated because the only thing Artalsorian would have in the terms of Netrunner, because the game mechanics can't be copywritten. Yeah, they just have some of the nouns and like some of the word stuff. Like the term Netrunner is an Artalsorian name. And that's why the word Netrunner shows up in Cyberpunk, because it is a cyberpunk term, right? Hey, Andy, how's it going? Friday Survives finishing up. Yeah, we are. And it's sounding like perhaps I missed Jessica Jones discussion. Regardless, what's good? No, we're going to be talking about Jessica Jones once we finish Collector. We've been only streaming for about 20 minutes and 10 minutes because of the countdown. So you're in a good spot for sure. Hey, good morning, Jonathan. How's it going? All right, cool. That's mostly it. I'm not a lawyer. I don't 100% know, but yeah. Anyways, spoilers are coming next week. So if you want to see some more cards, they're just around the corner. And I do think like every 2 weeks or so, we probably are going to be seeing the next character in the wave. So maybe we'll see Luke Cage in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks on a Thursday on the FFG website, which is pretty cool. Okay, so this is the Collector. It's called Escape the Museum. Let's see if this works. Yeah, nice. Okay, so it's Escape the Museum. So we're going to be playing the Missing Milano. So I guess we should look at this really quickly. This is our campaign guide. So we did technically get locked into the Collector. We did escape the Collector. We only lost one card that will be kept in the collection for this scenario because of the campaign rules. I think that's totally acceptable. We upgraded our deck. We did upgrade some thwarting cannons or something. We have one what's called market dollar to spend in the near future, so we're going to hold on to that. We'll use that in the next time we upgrade. And then there's this little comic here where the power goes out and we're now on this like daring escape from the museum. And this is a really fun scenario because it's one of the scenarios structured more like Lord of the Rings, where the main scheme comes in with a bunch of threat and you have to remove all the threat to advance to the next main scheme. So you're not like, you're just trying to get out, which is fun. And this one's really exciting too, because the more you get out, the worse things get. There's incidental damage. Eventually get the Milano, you have to fly away. It seems like an anti-heist. It does seem like a, you know, escape, a breakout. So in terms of the setup, the campaign setup, we technically do after the main setup, but I mean, we're here and it's not going to impact anything. So we have a campaign side scheme called There's No Escape. Notably, we're playing on expert, but we're not using any of the expert campaign stuff because it's already hard enough. So we're just playing the standard campaign rules, but we're playing with the expert difficulty of the villain and the expert encounter cards on top of standard 3. We have to remove every card of ours that was in the collection. So we're not going to have a skilled investigator, which is a shame. It's a good card. We have to shuffle the Badoon Headhunter in on the hunt because we have one check mark next to the Badoon Headhunter's name, and that's it. We should look at the victory a bit here, and so we can get 1 unit for each player if we win. We get a number of units to each player to equal to the values of the victory display up to 3. So 3 is what we're aiming for. I think there's 1 already on that side scheme that's on the table. Notably, for every 2 galactic artifacts recorded, we get 1 more unit, and the galactic artifacts all have victory 0. So if we hunt down 2 of them, they kind of like they have victory 0.5, right? Also, that's mostly it for units. The thing is, though, on the next campaign setup, based off of which artifacts are already in the display, you have to start with some downsides. So they're technically worth 0.5 XP, but actually some of this text is not worth the 0.5 XP if you ask me. Specifically, the Hujadarian Monarch Egg places 1 evasion counter on Nebula ship. I don't want that to happen. Evasion counters are like the worst part of the next scenario, and it's kind of like the Collector, where you have to keep them down or you lose the game, but you only have the ability to remove 1 or 2 evasion counters every turn. So any turn that there's like 3 evasion counters, like you're already cooked. Like you can never catch up unless you get an off turn 2 turns down the line. So it's like, That sucks. So the Hujadarian one is the worst one. It probably has like Crisis or Hazard, like we have to clear it, but we don't want to. So let's see if that kind of like butts heads against us. The term Netrunner was a bit of a mess. It was always our Telsorian, but Wizards, for the purpose of card games, and Wizards let their trademark lapse, and Telsorian applied to extended trademark. Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, it's weird. It's like Arkham with clues. Yeah, kind of like Arkham with clues, except you have to remove the clues instead of gaining the clues. But yeah, that thing is this advances once you hit a certain clue threshold, which is cool. All right, the Missing Milano. So we're playing with the Collector B1 because we're playing on Expert. We're using all the recommended because we usually do. So we're going to be setting aside the ship commands. So the Milano will be showing up once we rescue our ship. We're going to be playing with Menagerie Medley, which is a pretty mean encounter set. I think we only got to see one card from that set last time we played, but it has a whole bunch of Confuse and Quick Strike and yeah, a bunch of boost icons that just say put this thing into play, which then it means it activates against you. So good luck. The setup is to put the Library Labyrinth environment into play and set the ship command modular aside out of play. I guess I should have brought this up. That didn't work. That button is meant to pull up the encounter cards, so it's frozen right now. So maybe it'll sneak up on us in a minute. Let's talk about the library. Actually, now do none of these pedals work? No, they still work. Okay, that's fine. So the Library Labyrinth, this is our environment that we can always access. It says this way. As a hero action, we can give ourselves a face down encounter card once per round to remove 5 threat from the main scheme. That's not bad. Like if you win, you might as well, as much as I do think this disappears, but that's always a nice button that you can just remove 5 threat in a pinch if you need to. That's mostly it. We flip this over. There's 3 of these. Again, this starts with, and then we have to remove the threat. So it's slightly different than you might be used to. So it starts with 7, and if it hits 11, we lose, and it only gets 1 a turn. But as soon as turn 1, if we don't clear any off of this, we could lose. So in theory, we could always just hit the Library Labyrinth button and just like kind of pop off. We have a lot of advantages or reasons in our deck to clear the last threat off of a thing. And the problem is if we clear the last threat off of that, well, it's gone. And then we go to the next one, which is going to have its own problems. Force Intercept, when the last threat is removed from this, you have to go to the next stage 2A. I love how it says you win by advancing, so you don't think it's a bad thing. And then that's kind of it. Let's look at the Collector. So this is our villain, only has 10 health, and it's one of those villains that you can kind of defeat over and over again. Collector's scheme is plus X, where X is equal to the main scheme of the current stage number. So it's technically 3 and 3. So I'm going to put some dice there because I will definitely forget. And that's only going to get worse and worse. Now, the one way that we can deal with that is that if you defeat Collector, you remove 3 threat from the main scheme, which is a bit mid for sure. Shout out to Batroc. But when you flip this over on the backside is this Collector, which I'm not sure how I stored this in the thing. This is Collector Escape the Museum B2. Yeah, it looks like this. So he has infinite health, so there's no point attacking him, just like Hela. Cannot be defeated, but only schemes for 2 and attacks for 2. So technically loses a fair bit of stats the later on you are. When the round ends, flip this card, then set Collector's hit points back. So basically he turns kind of to slime. Still attacks pretty hard, kind of a bit different than Hela, but that's the idea of what the scenario is about. I'll be back up a 1-on-1 with my boss instead of committing time theft. Good luck out there. Cool. That's mostly it. Again, our hero, we are technically Ironheart version 1, so it's only a matter of time. We want to get those 6 progress counters to upgrade ourselves as quickly as possible. And when we have those progress counters, we'll become much more powerful. That's usually how it goes. Shout out to Jessica Jones doing our stuff. 14 threat on the table turn 1 is pretty wild, but I don't know if we're going to have to hit the Library Labyrinth immediately. We might not have to. We might be able to just set up. All right. You know what this deck is? We have 2 upgrades in our deck. Both of them are upgrades that are really cheap. They give us some like ongoing threat or some damage protection, and they get better once we find the Milano. I think once we advance this, we find the Milano. Mind you, the scheme is called the Missing Milano. And then from that point, I think there's 2 more schemes we have to blitz through. One of them is in the hangar, and then the other one is like us escaping with the Milano itself. Cool. That's no good. One more time. I'll shuffle the counter deck. I've done it off camera, but I'll just shuffle it for the camera for sure. How's everyone doing today? How's the weekend? It's that day of the week. It's a Friday. It's been nice to be able to stream as much as we have. So hopefully you've been enjoying it half as much as I have. All right. Coffee, and we're off. All right, here we go. 6 cards. First card, Face the Past. We always keep this card. We have so many cards in our deck. I think we have 4 cards in our deck now that draw 3 cards. This one does, and it just grabs us Lucia von Bardas, who is our nemesis. She's not that bad. She only has 4 health. So if we can one-shot her, we have 3 cards in our deck called, I think, Photon Beam that just does 4 damage and destroys her, and we get 2 progress counters. So this card is just amazing. We can attack Collector, but we don't have a huge incentive to attack Collector. It's not like a really good return on investment. In fact, usually what we want to do is we want to just get Collector down to like 1 or 2 health. And then once we get to a later stage where Collector starts hitting for like 5 attack or scheming for 5, then we just advance Collector. But there's no good reason to destroy Collector when he's on, you know, the first main scheme. It's just not a very good use of our time. All right, Sonic Rifle. Our deck has, I think, only 2 confused cards. This is one of them. It's a bit expensive for turn 1, but it's nice to have it confused to be able to jump down. That's for sure. We probably won't keep this. Chance Encounter. So this we can attach to a side scheme. So we can attach it to There Is No Escape. Oh, actually, we've got to show the text on There Is No Escape, but this is one of the campaign cards. We're only doing the standard one. So it just says when defeated, we have to deal damage to each player. That doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense with this current setup of the encounter. But once we get deeper, we're going to be taking a fair bit of indirect damage. So this actually does, excuse me, add up a wee bit. Chance Encounter is like not a bad card, that's for sure. A shout out to the last episode of the winning hand, but it just grabs a card from our deck as long as we clear this. But 7 maybe is a lot to clear this, so I'll also put this in the maybe category. Oh, we drew 2 cards at once. Strength is good. Second Chance Encounter is definitely a no. We have no reason of having 2 of them. There's only 1 per side scheme. And we have a Clear the Area, which is also like maybe not useless. We only have 1 thwart stat. So the idea is if we pull a side scheme, if we draw into a one way or another, which is our way to grab a side scheme, most of the side schemes have 3 to 5 threat, which means Clear the Area is like maybe useful, but I think we're just going to mulligan into allies. We want to find Moon Girl. We want to find Ingenuity. So we'll just get rid of all of these. As much as this could get Moon Girl, it's just, I don't know if we're going to be able to clear a side scheme. We also do need to find a way to defeat Lucia with Face the Past. So we'll just mulligan for it. Sector Scan. All right, this card will probably never play. I don't understand it in the kit. It doesn't do anything. It costs us 2 resources. Eventually it'll be free, but even then I don't love it. Profex, that's good. That's a Confuse, that's a chump block, and that is a jump down in the future. So a bit expensive, but we have strength and more card draw. Stroke of Genius is phenomenal. We also want to be finding our alter ego card that gives us 1 progress a turn. That's another card we want to mulligan for. And at least we have the Flyover, which that one is the threat one. So not perfect. So the best case scenario is we draw with Face the Past. We draw into a card like one way or another, which we have 3 in our deck that allows us to grab a side scheme. Because once we grab our side scheme, we can clear off it with Flyover probably and be in a good spot. So weird hand. Face the Past is definitely where we're starting here. We can always, importantly in alter ego, spend a mental resource to add 1 counter to us. I'm not comfortable enough with our hand to do that. Like so far our hand, we want to spend the resources, we want to spend more resources. So like, I'm not going to just do that right away. It might be right too. Like technically progress counters are one of the most valuable resources we ever have. And if we don't use this once per round, we're technically could be like 1 turn short, but I'm just going to not and say like, there's a lot of stuff to deal with. So that's fine. So we'll flip up. Now, Face the Past readies us after we play it, so we probably want to use one of our stats. Unfortunately, our stats are not particularly good. Funny enough, we could have done Library Labyrinth and then clear the area to clear the missing Milano, but flipping this as soon as possible is probably not our priority. Like, we just want to get this low and not clear it, because the sooner this goes up, the collector stats go up, and I think the game just gets harder and harder. So, like, we don't need to rush this down. We just want to make sure it's not as close to completing as possible. So I guess we'll just thwart for 2. Or sorry, for 1. Down to 6, and we'll play Face the Past, and I'll play it there to remember that we can't attack the villain this turn. So we go grab our nemesis. It's Lucia von Bardas. She doesn't really have text if she dies here, because she just has 4 health, and at the end of the villain phase, she takes a toughness. She also gets higher stats when she's tough, so that's fine. Then we can ready ourselves, draw 3 cards. First, 1 way, that's perfect, that's what we wanted. Turn the Tide, that's some damage to Lucia, so we can definitely knock her out. Energy, okay. So we're gonna play 1 way or another. We can search the deck for a side scheme and draw 3 cards. We're always going to play this. And this is what I mean. We've already drawn 6 extra cards, and we might continue to draw more. So search and counter deck for a side scheme. Let's see what we have. We know that we have all of these like victory ones. These victory ones are the ones like the Hujadari and Egg we don't want to add. This one's actually very, very bad for us. They all have good upsides. Like this one readies you. We have the Philosopher's Stone. I must have shuffled this better than that. It says when defeated, the player defeated this draws 2 cards. When we add this, that's technically half an experience, and these all have 5 VP. Let's see if there's any side schemes that are from the main set. I don't think they are. I think they're only these relics. So I think one of these says if we finish it, we can play our next card, reducing its cost by 3, which means we can play a really good Professor X. That seems good. We can thwart for 1. We can fly over for 3. So we're going to need 1 more thwarting to deal with any of these because they all have 5 threat. We could just draw into something that works. But I think the one that reduces the cost by 3 seems like the best one. So I'm going to grab the crystal ball. I didn't remember the mapping of which one we take, what it's going to do for the next campaign, because in theory, all of these that we add to the victory display has a benefit for Nebula, which sucks. Hey, Mela, how's it going? Finished a game of MC, got 2 Arachnobatics to proc on a stun and confused enemy. That's like an absurd amount of damage, right? I think each of them is like a 1 for 7. Maybe it's a 1 for 6. It's been a minute since I played Miles. I played Miles on Heroic this year and had a great time. Like, that was a really fun deck to play in Heroic. It was like exactly the right power level. All right, so Crystal Ball comes in. Has 5 threat. Has an acceleration, which is not the worst one. We can kind of leave that for a bit. But when we clear this, we get a really cheap card. Cool. Then the rest of the one way or another fires, which says we draw 3 cards. Fly over is threat removal. That's good. We can use that. Clear the area is perfect. Well, not perfect. It's okay. And then we get Brawn, which Brawn is probably what we're going to play with the Crystal Ball. All right. Our hand is still really good. Now, the issue with clear the area and fly over is they have a competing condition. They both want to clear the scheme. Clear the area draws a card and removes 2 threat, while fly over gives us 2 progress counters, which is much more important than drawing a card. So I'm assuming we're just going to clear the area and then... Actually, maybe we just play Brawn. I could see us playing Brawn, using Brawn to thwart for 2. We still don't have our Photon Beam, so like defeating Lucia is a bit tricky. We can do 3 damage and attack for 2, so we have it guaranteed. But I'm actually pretty sure we're going to play Brawn with these 2 doubles because the doubles don't line up incredibly well with our hand. And then we can use Brawn to thwart for 2. We can fly over to clear it, and then we'll be able to use Brawn to generate a resource. Brawn is like really expensive, but is a resource generator, which is nice. And also thwarts for 2, which is fine. That's like really what the scenario is asking us to do. So I think we will start there. We're going to spend 2 doubles for Brawn. Comes in with only 3 health. Played very little MC recently, but a great time with Hercules the other day. I can see how he can get quite repetitive, but is currently pretty casual player with electrifying. He's a character that I want to get back to because I know he's a lot of fun and I know he can play every aspect reasonably well. I worry that every time I build a Hercules deck, like all of the cards that I added to the deck are not going to see as much consistent play as just like reading yourself over and over again. And that worries me. But I know there's a lot of people that like Hercules is their favorite modern hero. And I understand why. It's probably a bit more interesting in multiplayer because like you can't just like get caught behind the Hydra on turn 1 and just kind of have to scoop, which I know I have done that once or twice. As much as like maybe the table is annoyed that you're not, you know, technically carrying your weight and then eventually you overwhelm the whole table. But Herc is like a really interesting design. All right, Brawn. Brawn will thwart for 2 off of this. And then we're going to exhaust Brawn to generate a resource. And then we're going to use Stroke of Genius. This will give us a card draw and a progress counter. So we're at our first progress counter. We technically do draw the card right now. I mean, that's fine. We can play an Endurance on this turn. And we'll play a Flyover, which is probably the only Flyover we can do here that makes sense. So we'll remove 3 progress. And when it clears the last threat from a scheme, we place 2 more progress. So we're on 3 of 6 progress, and we cleared the crystal ball. Now, when you clear the crystal ball, it says the player who defeated this goes into victory display, gives us half of a victory, may play a card from their hand, reducing its cost by 3. So we're just going to dump down a Professor X for free, which is quite nice. When check comes into play, we can confuse or stun what's it called? A minion. We're going to just go ahead and confuse the collector so we can jump down in a pinch, and now we can block with Prof. With Prof, actually, we can maybe clear There Is No Escape. Maybe we can. Maybe. No, I think we have to defeat Lucia. So I think now we have to play Turn the Tide. Turn the Tide says after your hero thwarts, an event is our hero will do 3 damage. So Lucia goes down to 1. Okay, so we can fly over. Like 4 cards in our hand is a bit ugly because we can't play all of them. We could play Clear the Area and Endurance, which is the best, but like playing Flyover, even if it just gets 1 counter, is probably worth it. Prof can thwart for 3, bringing this down to 4. We could thwart for 1, and then we could clear the area or Flyover. Clear the area could draw a card, and then we could play the Flyover. I don't know. It sucks that we are 1 damage short of Lucia, so I think we have to attack for 2 into Lucia. So we'll just knock out Lucia, so she's gone. I cannot get into Herc at all. Hey, Mr. Self-Destruct, but I know a lot of people love him. Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of people really, really like him, and like that's cool. I'm into that. Prof will thwart for 3. Dropping this to 4. Mind you, we could clear this by just grabbing an encounter card, but again, we want to kind of stay on this one for a while. And so this hand is slightly ugly. I think we'll just remove 2 threat and play Endurance. Keeping Flyover to next turn is also like an option, but then we waste a whole bunch of resources this hand. So in hindsight, we could have put a thing on her when we were in Alter Ego and Riri, but I don't think we can. So we'll just clear the area for 2 threat. We'll just keep this low. And then we'll just play an Endurance, which just gives us +3 health, which is like not bad. We're on 13 health now. And Collector hits surprisingly hard. Okay, that's it. We'll pass. We'll draw only 4 cards. That is a downside. Our hero text, that's why we want to upgrade as much as possible. There's a chance keeping, this is the last flyover, which is upsetting. But we'll draw. I can totally see him getting very samey, but at some times meal, it's been great. Exactly. Oh man, that's the card that we needed. We drew 1 card too few because this is the one that knocks out Lucia von Bardis, and then we could have done way more thwarting. Tony Stark AI, fantastic. Just gives us a bit of consistency. It's a card draw card. There's the next photon beam. We have 3 of them, and then we have our propulsion jets, which is also quite nice. We do want to find our setups, our Milano upgrades sooner than later because we'll be drawing the Milano sooner than later. But this card is worth playing, and Tony Stark is worth playing. So unfortunately, we can't play all of these cards unless Tony Stark exactly hits our last double, which is not very likely. Or in theory, could hit one of our Stroke of Geniuses. All right, this goes to 3. Face the Past is out of the game. The Collector's going to attack us, has 3 attack. We might as well just put Prof in the way, so we will. So 3, 4, 5, 6, huge boost off of the Beyonder's Blazer. Those cards are still hard to get rid of, but they're a bit less annoying when they don't end up in a collection. And then we draw 1 encounter card. Okay, this is the bad one, right? At least we drew this not as a boost, where you just kind of get 2 for 1. So when revealed, you're confused. So we are just confused. And this thing has 4 health, which at least that's perfect that we drew a 4 health minion. We have to be pretty happy about that. Hey, morning zombie, how's it going? So we can knock this thing out. We actually can get 6 counters this turn, but it means we have to throw out Tony Stark AI. So, oh no, we have Brawn. We actually can play 2 cards, sort of. I want to play this. I want to play this. I want to play this. That's the issue. This costs too much. So of course, Brawn can do something. And we can also knock, oh, not that one, sorry. But we can knock out the Ghost, no problem. So for sure, we probably do Brawn and, I mean, Propulsion Jets is really good. But maybe we do Tony Stark AI, which is going to be better. We could play 2 for Tony Stark AI. Tony Stark AI gets us a card. That card plus Brawn plays Photon Beam. That's probably the most efficient way to use our hand. And then we can just jump down for more hand size because we'll be short. We won't upgrade this turn unless we draw the Stroke of Genius, which would be pretty sick. But it's a shame not to play this upgrade. We can grab it back later. We do have that card that costs 3 that says like, go grab a card from your, I don't know if it's only your deck or your discard pile. But I think playing Tony Stark AI is a bit better because we don't have a lot of resource generators. So we'll play this. Then we'll exhaust it to look at the top 2. So 1 way or an Ingenuity. Bummer. This card's really good too. I guess we'll just take the 1 way and we'll throw out the Ingenuity. Ingenuity we can only play in Alter Ego, but obviously that's very, very good. All right, so Brawn doesn't have a real big reason to do much. So Brawn will just thwart for 2 off of this. We'll exhaust Brawn to play Photon Beam. Photon Beam is the perfect card. It does 4 damage. And when defeats, we get 2 progress counters. So we're at 5 of 6. We don't really have to do much. So we're just going to waste the Confuse. In theory, we could attack for 2, but I don't have a big reason to do that. And then we'll just jump down. And then that's it. We'll pass. We could block with Brawn here. So like, the only big reason to jump down here is we get 2 more hand. And I think 2 more hand is actually pretty valuable because you see how good the hand would be if we had 2 more resources, like most hands are, it turns out. Losing the Ingenuity means that we don't have, we have less of a reason to jump down. I guess I'll just put that there. It's a bit more easy. Okay. We draw up 6. First, Champion's Mobile Bunker. I do think my guess is the more difficult the scenarios go, the more likely we are to cut this card because it's nice. It does give you consistency, but it doesn't seem anywhere near as powerful as like some of the other cards you can play in the slot. Okay, Photon Beam. So if we can draw another, like a Shark would be nice. I think it's Quick Strike. We would dodge it, but 4 damage is good. Wiccan. Okay, cheap ally. Grant Ward, the cheapest ally. Stroke of Genius. So we're guaranteed to be able to advance ourselves, which is good because it's a free ready as well. And we get the last double. So maybe we can play the bunker here. I don't know. Most of these cards are actually totally playable. All right, just this goes to 4. We get rid of the Confused. 1 encounter card. Nailed it. So unfortunately, we are stunned or confused 1 more time, but we definitely wanted a 4 health enemy. And this is a 4 health enemy. So when revealed, you are confused. Great. Got him. Okay. So we're going to use the Tony Stark AI first. We're going to look at 2. Armor Plating and New and Improved. We're always going to take Armor Plating and not New Improved. Armor Plating just says we would dodge 1 damage a turn. It doesn't even have to be from an attack. It's when an identity would take any amount of damage, dodge 1 of them by exhausting this, and eventually dodge 2 of them, which is really nice. The question is if we use our text on our alter ego, which is to spend a mental just to get a progress counter. This turn, we have the ability to get 1, 2, 3 progress counters, no problem. Photon Beam will play with Genius. I think Brawn will actually take a chump block. We can't really use Brawn's text anymore. So that's going to deal with a lot. So this is this. That puts us on 7. This puts us on 8. We want to play the armor plating. We want to play Grant Ward, but I think we'll probably play Wiccan and then pass. Oh no, we'll have another card with Stroke of Genius. So we could probably play multiple things. So we want to use the Stroke of Genius on something sooner than later, but maybe actually it's right to just use the Stroke of Genius to give ourselves 2 counters and draw a card. Because if we draw a card with this, we'll have 1 more card in our hand. We're going to play this for free. We can play Grant Ward, Wiccan. Like, that's probably it. So I don't actually think we need to play another card. I think we will just use Riri's text. So Alter Ego. We're going to spend a mental resource. So we're going to spend Strength of Genius, and it says after you spend this card, give yourself a charge and draw a card. Oh, that's a good card. That's Photon Blasters. So that's just like 2 damage every turn, plus 2 health. So that actually will change what we're playing this turn. That's okay. Okay, that's fine. We have nothing else to do in Alter Ego here, so we'll flip up. Okay, we'll just exhaust ourselves to get rid of the Confuse. When we do our text to increase our version, we do just get a free ready, which is really quite nice. So that's 6 progress counters for sure. There's no reason not to do this, so we'll go ahead and just do the Photon Beam. This is our last one. So 4 damage to 2 Psionic Ghosts has been fantastic. So that's 4 damage to the Ghost. That'll put us on 8 counters. I usually don't like counting in base 6, but funny enough for Ironheart, counting in base 6 actually makes way more sense. So I guess we will. Okay, so we're going to definitely play the armor plating because it's just like good enough. We might not need it, so actually it might not be necessary, but just that's going to save a lot of damage. And so for this hand, I guess we're going to play our Photon Blasters. We lost our last upgrade like this, but we'll take this sooner than later. We're up at 15 health. We can just exhaust this, and it just does... Well, we'll exhaust it in a second because it's about to do more damage. And then we'll play Grant Ward. You were at 5, should get 1 from AE, 1 from Stroke. You should be at 7? I did the math wrong. 6. I was at 5. It should go to 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we should be up at 9. You're right. Yeah, this is wrong. Because we were at 5. Stroke plus Ironheart brings us to 7. Defeating that brings us up to 9. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we should be at 9, which is quite a nice change. Let's just spend these. Yeah, good catch. I don't know why I messed it up. I think when I was like trading down the dice, I forgot. Or maybe I did the stroke and not the actual Riri text. So we're going to remove 6 progress counters. We're going to upgrade ourselves, which is the kind of doofier suit, and we get a ready. So this is the next Ironheart. Biggest thing about her, our Thord goes up, but our hand size goes up, and that's obviously one of the most important things in this whole game. So that's great. That means now we can use Propulsion Blasters. So like obviously ordering there would have been bad. So that with the Propulsion Photon Blasters, we're going to exhaust this just to do 2 damage to the villain. So bring down to 8. Brawn will block. Grant Ward can't block. We can thwart or attack. We could advance this. I don't want to advance this with no cards in hand because I think the next side is like kind of, there's a lot going on. Dropping this down to 3 is pretty relevant because when it's on 3, we can clear that easily with one of our what's it called? Our aerial flyovers. So that's good. And I think we'll just use Grant Ward to do this for 2. You have to remember for Grant Ward, if we reveal Treachery, which is a big reason we don't want to do Labyrinth Lunacy while Grant Ward's on the table, but that should be good. All right, first good cycle, pretty good. Holy smoke, are you doing the whole campaign? Yeah, clutch, I want to. I want to see how bad Ronan is meant to be. I've played against Nebula before, and Nebula is just like very high variance in solo. Like I've just got stomped in 2 turns, and then there's some turns where some games where she just doesn't draw techniques, and you beat it with your aggression, what's it called deck, War Machine deck, and it's like totally fine. Yeah, this is a good scenario. I like the scenario a fair bit. Like it gives you ways to like deal with things. You can control the pacing. Like any scenario that gives you multiple things you can deal with. And this is always the thing, right? Like talking about Apocalypse, talking about Hela. It's like we can flip this, we can use this, we can choose when to advance this, we can clear side schemes. Like, I don't know, it's great. It's really, really good. Hercules defeating the Hydra with Counterpunch and proccing Change of Fortune and competing the labor in villain phase is silly. Can you do that much damage to the Hydra? It's really nice when you complete the labor in what's it called, in the villain phase, because then you can actually do 2 in a turn technically because of the once per phase thing. It's really quite good. I appreciate that a lot. All right, new and improved. So now we can pick 2 of these options. So it's only search your deck, so we're not gonna have that many options, but getting a ready and a tough might actually make sense when the collector has bigger stats. I don't often play this early. Clear the area. We have sort of set that up. One way, so we can set that up. We have no more thwarting cards in our deck, though. Moon Girl, so we're trying to look for all the mentals. Look at our hand is all mentals, so this will draw a lot, let alone we need mentals for Grant Ward. And we do have a 5 hand size, so we do have a cheap Wasp. She's been okay. It's like, of course, any 2-cost ally is pretty good. Like, the floor is super low, but her text hasn't really mattered. She's fine. I honestly don't know if Wiccan is better. Wiccan might be better. This goes to 3. Collector's attacking for 3 in a card. Brawn is just going to block for us. 3, 4, and a boost. Give the villain an additional boost icon. This is one of the campaign cards because we defeated the Headhunter once. So that's good that someone's in the way. Drawing near will do 3, 4, 5, 6 damage to Brawn. Brawn's knocked. 1 encounter card. We have to watch out it's not a treachery. It is, and it's a bad one too. So Evil Alliance puts 3 counters on Pursued by the Past. Once that gets its 4th counter, we have to go get Lucia von Bardos. And now that's on 3. That's the worst time because, well, it does mean if we draw like a Pursuit, what's it called? The advance equivalent, we won't get schemed on, but it means if we get that boost during the encounter phase or during the villain's activation, the thing will spawn and then attack us, which is pretty bad. We're just going to cancel Grant Ward's bad text. Hey, VT, just tuned in. First thing I hear, look at my hand. It's all mental. Could have guessed by that alone. Yeah. Look at this sweet, sweet Moon Girl. I mean, yeah, it's only 2 resource Moon Girl. We did draw Wasp, didn't we? Huh, that's fine. How you doing? Oh, hey, Nanocode Cat. Also nice to join us. You don't one-shot the Hydra, but leave it on low enough HP, and then you just keep blocking it every turn, I guess? I think Ronan is tougher in multiplayer when he's 100 health, and putting on the scheme at 10 a shot is tough. I'm not sure what that scheme is because I don't play too much Ronan, but like Ronan can just attack the same person 3 times in a row. And when you play multiplayer, you can have allies, let alone other heroes. But yeah, when you're solo, that's kind of all you have. Okay, so this hand is not amazing. We can always advance this. We can clear the area with Grant Ward and ourselves. Mind you, we should be at 2 thwart. But playing Moon Girl is good. It's just we lost one of our mental resources to Grant. I guess we're going to start with Tony. Our deck is 4 cards. So we're going to use Tony Stark AI here and try and look for a mental resource. So we have our Hyper Thrusters, which is a good card we should probably put on the table. And we have Hawkeye, who's not a mental. So we'll just solve that real quick. Hyper Thrusters is one of our campaign cards, which allows us to remove a threat from each scheme, which is very good, and then another one from the main scheme once the Milano shows up, which will be there in a second. Very, very powerful card, and actually sets up a pretty guaranteed clear the area off of There's No Escape. There's No Escape says deal 1 damage to each player, and armor plating is still ready, so like that's actually totally free. When Identity would take any amount of damage. Pretty good. So that means I think we just do a low value Moon Girl, but then we get rid of clear the area. Like, what if we don't Moon Girl here? With Moon Girl, we'll be drawing 2 cards. We're drawing Turn the Tide and Ronnie. Ronnie's good if we jump down. Hello, Nanico, which I'm not sure if we need to be jumping down here. You want to sit there? I mean, that's a pretty good spot. You're like kind of in the frame, but you're not exactly playing because you didn't really lend the rules. I read the whole rule book to you and you did not care. Yeah, so like that's a 50-50. We'll roll a die if we have to draw. But like Moon Girl is fine because it's a block, but we have 15 health and an armor plating. So like we can take attack. As soon as we advance this, I forget what happens. I think there's a lot of threat on it, and I think this becomes something else. But at least we get the Milano, which is a wild generator, which that actually might be worth something on this board state. One way or another is another thing that we could just play. That's good. It draws another side scheme, which we're good at dealing with side schemes when we have the Hyper Thrusters. So I'm assuming we just do that, and we shuffle the deck. When we play one way or another, none of these cards hit the cycle, which I think is totally acceptable. So I'm actually just going to play one way or another. And there is some like pseudo-mental cards here. So we'll search. We do want to get another side scheme because technically the next side scheme is also, what's it called? It's worth now 1 experience. So this is the player who defeat this heals 4 from the identity. We don't want to do that. We're going to never do the Hujadarian Egg. So I think we have to do the Philosopher's Stone. Yeah, that's the only other side scheme. So Philosopher's Stone, when defeated, the player who defeated the scheme may draw 2 cards. I mean, we're going to draw a lot of cards this round. It's also nice this one way or another misses the cycle because we don't want to draw them because there's only 2 more side schemes here. And like getting the 3rd one doesn't actually increase our XP, but it makes the next scenario worse. Getting the 4th one is the egg, and that's really bad. Hey, bye, friend. Oh, immediately your tail went up, huh? What do you think is going on here? Yeah, I'm just talking into no one. Yeah, all the lights are on. Oh, she's getting good scratches off camera. Man, I gotta put this. You gotta get this in there somehow. Hold on. Thank you. So the Philosopher's Stone is in. My God, you're so cute. So this one comes in with 5 threat, and when defeated, it has an amplify. We draw 2 cards. So that might happen this round. I'm pretty sure it could. Good luck versus Ronan A. B-Bigs. Good luck with the weekend too, huh? So we draw 3. So we draw 1, 2. We get Ronnie and turn the tide. We have to get an encounter card and we have to shuffle. Now drawing another encounter card when Grant Ward's on the table is not my favorite, but there was no way around it. Look at her little socks. She's got little socks. It's so cute. You're holding down the crystal ball, huh? So I'm pretty sure this is true. I think I read this. I think it has scientific merit. But the reason why a lot of cats have like white socks and white bellies is apparently that is just like when they're a fetus, the pigment spreads and it just gets that far and they run out of ink. Like no joke, the cat is default white and then the pigment spreads while the cat becomes, you know, a kitten. And at some point they just run out of pigment. I'm not joking. I'm pretty sure that's why they have white socks and like a white underbelly. Back in a while. Hey, Christian, thanks again. We'll see you back in a bit. All right, we're owed one more card. It's a new and improved. It has mental resource, so I think we're going to just dump that into wherever we need to go. So we want to play hyper thrusters, clear the area, could fire here. So this is a bit complicated. So I think Ronnie has kind of passed where we didn't want to use her. So I could see us doing 1, 2. Like we get rid of clear the area to draw 3. The thing is clear the area. We can do 2 thwart, clear the area to clear this and draw 3 more cards. But actually with Hyper Thruster, we'll get 1 threat off of this, and then we can just do us plus clear the area. Like clear the area is pretty good here. On its own, it's like thwart to draw a card, or we can just do this to draw a card right now, which I don't think we want to. I think there's no shot we're playing Turn the Tide here. Well, there's some shot. Yeah, there's some shot. I think it's unlikely we're going to play Wasp. So I'll just do Mental, Wild, Physical. So we're going to be drawing 2 cards when we play Moon Girl. So we're allowed to play Moon Girl because we're a champion. We are a genius on the other side too, which is sick. So Moon Girl comes in and we can draw 2 cards. Draw 1. Prof. Draw 2. Clear the area. Punished. Bummer. Okay, so that's fine. We won't be playing Prof, so we'll play our Hyper Thrusters and we'll build the whole Milano out here. This is the fun part about that campaign is you can play with cards that are unique to this whole thing. Same with Sinister Motives. Some of the coolest campaigns. So we want to exhaust this, remove 1 threat from every scheme. So we go 1, 2, 3. So there's a lot of different things we can clear here. We could even just clear There Is No Escape. Like if drawing that many cards off Philosopher's Stone isn't worth it, we don't have to clear it. Because if we clear this, we like knock the damage with the armor plating. We get a guaranteed victory. Like that actually might be fine because this Amplify is not super relevant. Ronan Zero Fun. I've yet to ever play against Nebula. Maybe because she's a top hero for me. I don't want to beat up my homegirl. She played like she came out before the hero for what it's worth. So I think a lot of people think of her as a villain sooner than that. What expansion is the cat expansion? Hey Bardak. She's been around for, I think it's out of print, but it's been like 9 years now. So it's hard to find. It was a good expansion though. I really appreciate that expansion. Okay, so we can do some damage to Collector. We can clear the area, we can thwart for 2, we can Moon Girl for 2, we can Grant Ward probably for 2. So we actually can clear every single scheme here. So maybe we just do Turn the Tide and clear the area of this and see what happens. But then I guess we might as well just start with this one and see what happens. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's have fun. So we'll thwart for 2 ourselves. So we'll thwart 2 off of this. And then we'll Turn the Tide and clear the area, clearing the Philosopher's Stone. As you know, when this is cleared, we draw 2 cards and clear the area draws a card. So we draw 3 cards. 1, 2. Well, flyover is really good. 3. I think this is actually pretty good. So this is in the victory display, so that's going to be a problem for us, but we did just gain 1 unit. Okay, not too bad. So bronze a bit too expensive, but we can do clear the area and we can do flyover. If we do flyover, we're actually going to be able to hit our final form. So I think we just search for final form. So if that's the case, I think we actually do clear the area of this missing Milano. So we're going to do 1 or just like literally clear it. We'll do 1. There's no way we're playing Brawn, right? No. So we'll do 1, 2, into flyover. So we're going to clear the main scheme and see what happens. So this says remove 3 progress from a scheme, but first actually Stroke of Genius comes in. So we draw a card and get a 4th Photon Beam. Okay. Probably not relevant. Maybe relevant. Probably not though. So we finish flyover, which says remove 3 threat from a scheme. If it clears all of it, which it does, we put 2 counters on us. So we actually are on version 3 in 1 deck out. So not the fastest we've been, but not too bad. And now the missing Milano completes. So we go on to the next phase and we'll see how bad this is. Lost in the Museum. When revealed, put the set aside Milano support from the ship command play into play under the first player's control. So that's sick because now we get a wild resource a turn. It is the Milano and all our cards just got better. So I don't know if there's a better way to order this, but yeah, the Milano is now in play. Put the Milano play. Okay, so we have the ship, but we haven't blasted off. So none of the ship command and counter cards are in the deck yet. Eventually they will be. But this Milano is just a wild resource, which we can use for anything. So the Milano is quite nice. This is the Milano. Really quite nice. Just a wild. So that means we can do a bit more work here. Otherwise, we flip this over. 11 threat of 15. So still pretty massive numbers. We can always still take an encounter card to lower it, but I'm hoping not to. So this says force interrupt when the last threat is removed advanced. So we found the Milano, but we're not in space yet. So that's that. Okay, cool. We're just going to use our text on our hero. So, well, technically not this one. We're on Ironheart 2. And Ironheart 2 now says we can remove 6 progress counters. We can ready ourselves, give ourselves a toughness, which is good. Notably, Collector's attack went up, so we have to modify that. But we're now our final form of Ironheart 3. So our hand size is better than almost every hero in the game. And now we can just spend progress to deal 2 damage, which again, with only 8 health, that shouldn't matter that much. Excuse me, I mean, like, that is super relevant. I think we actually might be able to knock out the Collector and get 2 more progress here. We'll see how we spend it. We also go up to 3 thwart, which is pretty good. Okay. What X-Pack comes with a cat, though? I mean, Mutant Genesis gets Shadow Cat? I don't know what other good cats are in the game. I thought it was packaged with Tigra. I need to give that campaign a shot. I hope your week has been getting better. It has been getting better, thank you. Tigra is also sick for so many good reasons. Okay, so Photon Beam is damage. We can actually play it, and we can deal 4 damage to Collector. We could attack for 2, and we could defeat Collector. If we do that in the other order, we get 2 more counters. I don't think defeating Collector is that important. I think it's much more important we just thwart this down, because if this is 15, we just lose, and all our progress is for nothing. So again, damage, I don't think clearing this to remove 3 threat is that good. If you have allies, the big attack stat doesn't matter. If you have toughness, so we'll thwart for 2. We'll thwart for 2. She takes 2 consequential. We will thwart for 3. 6, 7, dropping us to 4. We could either Photon Beam for 4 damage, which is technically 6 damage, or we could thwart for 2. I'm just going to go for the 6 damage. We could clear the area to draw a card, but it's unlikely we'll be able to play the card that we draw. So we'll just do Milano and clear the area for Photon Beam. Photon Beam just does 4 damage to the Collector, putting him low, which is good. And it just gives us a counter. And now all the counters are just worth 2 damage. So we can always knock out Collector if things get out of hand. That's it. Getting Bucky from FLGS. Oh, sick. Bucky's a good one. I don't play enough Bucky. I should. Oh, and we can use Photon Blasters here, which we should obviously before we forget. So Photon Blasters will just use this to do 3 damage to put the villain at 1 health. So if we ever knock out the Collector, we remove 3 threat and just like clear all his stats. We could chump block with Moon Girl, but we have toughness. We have to watch out though for Grant Ward. At least the Milano allows us to pay for him, but we're redrawing 2 encounter cards this round. So Grant Ward's probably an issue. Genius. Okay, that would have been a bad draw. Hawkeye, Strength. Propulsion Jets, that's sick. That's just a free amount of threat. It's threat equal to our level. One way or another, which we're probably not going to play because I don't want any more side schemes. And then we have an energy. So this hand isn't good. It's only resources. I guess we play a Hawkeye Propulsion Jets, but hopefully we find something expensive with our AI. Problem is we've lost Brawn and Profex already, which I think are our 2 most expensive cards in our deck. Yeah. Okay. This goes to 5. Has no other active text. The villain is now attacking us for 4 because it says plus X equal to the main scheme's current stage. So we're just going to take it with the toughness. We have a card that gives us toughness, I'm pretty sure. No, it gives us ready. Yeah, it can give us toughness. So we don't want to save our toughness forever. So 4. 5 off Sinister Strike, lose the toughness. 2 encounter cards that we have to watch out for Grant's text. First one is not a treachery. I think this one just has guard and patrol. This one's really annoying when it comes to the Collector. We're glad that we didn't run into this. And then we have the magical teapot. Oh, that's the worst one. So the problem with the magical teapot, which doesn't seem to be in my thing, so I probably spelt it really wrong. How could I have spelt this that wrong? Anyways, this one's bad. When you clear it, you heal 4 damage, which is not super useful. But the problem is it has a hazard icon. If we add this to the victory display, each one of these is only worth 0.5 XP. So that's not really worth anything. But the more of these you add to the victory display, the harder Nebula is for some reason. So I honestly think we might just want to win this turn and just leave this. And I do think you can just rush for a win. Luckily, we didn't do anything for Grant, so it's good. So I think we're just going to try and win. We might be able to win this turn. With this hand, maybe not, but I think we can. Yeah, magical without an A? Nah, I tried. I also did magical. That didn't work either. All right, we'll start with Tony Stark's AI. We're going to look for 2 cards. Draw 1. Stroke of Genius is not super useful. Wiccan at least does something. Stroke of Genius just draws another card, so that could be a boat. Is Wiccan better than the average card? I'm going to say it's not. And Stroke of Genius is damage, and we could use damage on this turn. At least here we can play one way or another to draw 3 cards, which we probably should have done first, because we're just not going to clear any of the side schemes at this point because we don't need to. But I think there's a chance that we can win, because all we have to do is advance and do a bunch of threat work. If we knock out Collector, that's 3 threat. We have to knock out the Servant Bot, though, because Servant Bot has Patrol, and Patrol means we cannot thwart the main scheme. So that has to go first. Luckily, we have a 3 damage shot with our Photon Blasters. So that I think we just win this turn. I think for sure we just win. So you cannot thwart the main scheme. Luckily, Library is not a thwart. And if we're going to win, we can just use this text. So deal yourself a face down encounter card. There are no repercussions to that. Remove 5 threat from the main scheme. This is not a thwart. We've cleared the main scheme. We go on to the final scheme, the Great Escape. Okay, so the Great Escape. Flip Library Labyrinth. So this is the one that you now take damage every turn, I'm pretty sure. We'll read that in a second. Place 1 acceleration on the main scheme. Cool, scary, like it. Shuffle the remaining cards from the set aside ship command encounter to the deck. So we're adding mostly, actually there's 1 side scheme now. So that's 4 threat, that's nice. So we could actually just grab that one, but if we're trying to win this turn, it doesn't really matter what we grab here. And now we just have to get out of the library, or get out of the museum. All we have to remove is 8 threat, so that shouldn't be hard at all. Like, I think the ending to this can be a bit anticlimactic. So 5 threat, at 12 we lose, and there's an acceleration. Once we complete this, we win. And we always can exhaust the mana and remove 3 threat. Yeah, we're just going to leave in a single turn. I don't think there's much going on here. Now, the back of Museum Ship, that has text. It says, hold on to your butts. So this one says, interrupt. When the villain phase begins, either exhaust the Milano and assign 2 indirect damage or assign 3 indirect damage among players. I mean, that's acceptable. Okay, so all we have to remove is 5 threat, which, I mean, yeah, we have it. I don't think there's anything we have to do here. We want to clear this because it's victory, so that's the only thing we have to do. So we can just play one way or another and see what happens. So I guess we will. One way or another, search and counter deck for a thing, a side scheme. We're just going to get this one. It's right there. It's not going to matter because the game's going to be over, but this comes in with 4 threat, and then we draw 3 cards. That's it. We've taken 0 damage so far. We draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, none of these cards actually matter. They're just resources, so that's okay. We will just use our Photon Blasters to blast the Servant Bot. So this exhausts and it does 3 damage to the Servant Bot. It's knocked out. And so then all we have to do is 5 threat off of here and clear this for 2 threat. Clearing this is not worth anything. So if that's the case, we'll just play our Propulsion Jets. This thing comes in, gives us 2 health. So again, we're at 17 health, the most health we can have. We'll exhaust this and we'll remove 3 threat. I guess it doesn't really matter what we'll do it. We'll do it from this. We'll use our hyper thrusters. So now this is a bit overkill. So this removes 1 threat from each scheme, which is a very big number. And then 1 more from this because we have the Milano. And then we exhaust the Milano, we just win. So let's just use Grant Ward to thwart There Is No Escape. That goes to the victory pile. This card says that when you clear it, you have to take a damage. Yeah, deal 1 damage to each player. Luckily, we have armor plating, so we don't have to take any damage this entire scenario. When Identity would take any amount of damage, exhaust us prevent 1 of that damage, so totally fine. In terms of victory, there's nothing else we have to do here, so we will just simply use our counter to do 2, which knocks out the Collector. And when the Collector is knocked out, the text says remove 3 threat from the main scheme, and then we leave. That's it. Straightforward scenario, not incredibly difficult. The pressure is from the big numbers on the Collector, but you kind of entirely beat the big numbers on the Collector by putting allies in the way. Is there a reason to clear the artifact? No, we in fact should not clear the artifact. So I can't pull up the card on the artifact, but the artifacts have victory 0. But you'll see in a second when it comes to the campaign, for every 2 artifacts you get 1 experience. So getting the 3rd artifact doesn't actually mean anything, but every artifact that's in the victory display at the end of the scenario will make the next villain harder. So you don't want to clear them for fun, but like straightforward. That's easy. This deck is really quite good. So we might have a chance against Nebula, but Nebula is the real big problem coming up in a second. Before we clean up, let's just look at what is said here. So victory, we have 1 unit left over. We have to remember. So record units, record 1 unit for each player. So we're at 2 because we're going to count the 1 from the last round. We'll just do that. Record a number of units to each player equal to the victory values of encounter cards in the victory display. We only have There Is No Escape. We haven't fought the Headhunter again, which I think is totally fine. So we're at 3. Then it says for every 2 galactic artifacts, get 1 more XP. So we're at 4. Then record the title of each galactic artifacts in the side scheme. So there's 2 of them. We'll just keep them there. And if Badoon Hunt Hunter, we take a check mark, which we don't. We're not doing the expert campaign rules, so we ignore that. But we're at full health. We're literally at 17 health, which is really funny because it says record each identity's remaining hit points. And then on this next setup, it says set each player's hit points to the remaining hit point value recorded in the campaign log for the previous scenario. I'm assuming we can't just set ourselves to 17, right? Because you cannot set yourself more than your base. But yeah, technically we'd be at 17. We also now put this back in our deck, which actually would have fired a fair few times. All right. I would say pretty textbook. We have, oh God, I held up all my fingers and I forgot. How many fingers did we have there for a second? I think it was 5. So we had 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. I think we had 4, right? So we had 1 unit for each player. Wow. 1 for the victory display, 1 for 2 galactic artifacts, and we had 1 base. Okay, so we have 4. So we can spend 4 XP to increase our deck, to improve our deck, which we definitely will here. So give me 1 second to go grab the market. How's everyone's Friday? The Milano will now always be in play for the rest of the scenario or rest of the campaign, which that's good. It's a good card. As much as you have to use it pretty aggressively to deal with a lot of the mechanics from the next scenarios. All right. We'll set our health back down to a modest 10. 17 was good though. And that's that. Okay, so there's 2 paths. Now, we're in a really funny spot because we know for the rest of the campaign, for the next 2 scenarios, there's definitely going to be the Milano in play. So that highly does incentivize me to take these unit cost 4 like upgrades. This one just says deal 1 damage to each enemy and deal 1 damage to the villain. It has a wild icon and a cost 0. That's really, really good. Now, if y'all find that's boring, I think the other cards we can consider taking are things like this. Creative Solution is really nice. And I do think Nebula has a fair bit of stun or confuse. I'm not sure if you see as much in the upcoming what's his name? Ronan. But this is just a good card. Almost all these 0 cost events replace themselves when you play them, so they're really easy to play. But it says draw a card and remove a status token. If you remove a stun or confuse, you either remove 3 threat or heal 3 damage, or you deal 3 damage to an enemy. So you can remove the villain's tough and do 3, which is actually pretty good. So like this is not a bad card at all. The other ones we can play is like Wing It and Grapple. Wing It is like the symmetrical effect where it says deal 1 damage to an enemy and confuse yourself and draw a card. That's also like not bad. We don't want to be confused, obviously, but like we could take these 4 cards, which is like this perfect kind of package of a way to deal with our extra status counters with Creative Solution, and then a way to give stuns or confuses. And I don't think any of the next villains have Stalwart consistently as much as I do think Nebula can get steady in Stalwart, but I think that's fine. Samuel, how's it going? Appreciate all the work you put into the streams. My Friday's been good. How's your Friday been? So far, so good. Thank you so much for the super like. Incredibly appreciated. Thank you. That's really quite nice. Thanks for supporting myself and the channel. Friday's been good. This has been a nice Friday. We have a weekend where my partner's going to be away this weekend. So we're going to be at home doing some streaming and like catching up on video games and just like relaxing for the first time. I've felt not easy to relax over the last week. And you kind of probably imagine why that is, but glad you can enjoy the Fridays like this. I found out through the channel that Netrunner is still alive and wondering if you should rebuy a used core box to play with my buddy again. Oh, so Bardic. Modernly in Netrunner, the folks who run Netrunner called Null Signal Games, they have a product that is their core set called System Gateway. You can find it in some stores, like some stores do sell it, but it's not like distributed everywhere. But you can buy it from their website directly. Specifically, it's easy if you live in the States or Europe. I don't know what the market looks outside of that, or in Canada, of course. Or they also have print and play PDFs. So if you just have a printer, you can grab the core set and print it out. But I would actually recommend picking up System Gateway. I think it's a much better core experience. It was built like, 10 years into the history of Netrunner. So it's really good, and actually has like a teaching deck, and then you add more cards and has like a really nice graduated way to learn the game. If you can find a used core box for like 10 to 20 bucks, do it. You just have to understand though, the Netrunner you're playing is still the same rules engine that modern Netrunner is, but people aren't playing with those cards anymore because they're like 10 years old. More than that, they're like what is it now, like 15 years old. But yeah, any Netrunner is good Netrunner, but the new core set you can buy online for like 40 bucks. If you pick up an old core set, you can. It's great. As much as the old core set, there's a lot of cards that were banned or rotated and don't exist anymore for good reason. Okay, Chad, I'll let you decide this. Either we go the boring route and we just play a cannon, which extra damage is not something we need. So I'm not actually really sold on this cannon, or we go for all these 3 events, which seem maybe a bit more fun. What video games you're planning to catch up on? My brother, which we have Steam share, just picked up the new James Bond game. We're both huge IOI fans, like Hitman fans, and I've only played the first 2 hours of Hitman, or excuse me, of the new James Bond game, and it's been really good. It's been really quite nice. Ronan's universal weapon gives him Stalwart consistently, and Nebula has a technique attachment that gives her Stalwart. I'm fairly certain. That's not good. I was aware that she can get stalwart with like wide stance or something. I haven't played enough Ronan to know whether he has stalwart. I know his hammer can like always come back, which is an issue. It's hard to get rid of it permanently. So maybe this is not good. What's the name of your Netrunner page? It's called the Metropole Grid. There actually should be a link in the YouTube description if I'm doing it right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe with Stalwart, we shouldn't do this. Because, like, obviously, if this card, if they don't have Stalwart, you can play it, but you still have to deal 1 damage and stun your hero, which is not a good way to draw a card. I don't know. Andy, you're scaring me, but I think you're right. There's some really good 5-cost cards. We could also just, like, hold on to our experience. But, like, maybe we do just take Heavy Cannon then. Maybe we're just that boring. I've become scared of Stalwart. I'm scared of Stalwart. Yeah, that's it. I'm scared of Stalwart. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Got worried. I'll just put that in there and we'll run away for a second. Okay. Before we go on to the next thing, let me just clean this up really quickly. We would have drawn Master Plan. That's a fun little disaster to have waiting for you. We are going to keep these cards here, but let me just do a quick cleanup. And after we do the cleanup, we're going to read through the Jessica Jones article, which looks pretty great. And then we'll go on to do Nebula. We're just going to kind of like push off the bad thing for as long as we can. So just give me 1 second to clean this up. We don't have to do a great job cleaning up because I don't think we reuse any of these encounter sets anymore. So this is here with Labyrinth. This gets reused a fair bit. These don't, but we need to keep these aside. Okay, so we don't reuse the Menagerie Medley anymore. Obviously, we use standard, pseudo-standard. We don't use Galactic Artifacts anymore either, so this is fine. We're going to need her. She always dies on turn 1. That's kind of her job. That's a rough life, but we do appreciate her sacrifice. Wow. Wow, this is a puzzle and a half. Where do card go? God, why am I so bad? That's probably correct. There's very few cards that are actually part of this set, genuinely, which is weird. Positive chant, boring. Yeah, there you go. Consistent. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Give me value over time engine. Yeah, everyone, the crowd goes wild. Wow, is that a 0-cost value over time engine? Whoa. What else can you ask for? Okay, we missed one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, perfect. Or close enough. Netrunner's PvP is exclusively PvP. Yeah, it's a 1v1 asymmetric card game. Asymmetry is a big part of the card game, though, where it's not like, you know, like Magic the Gathering, you're both trying to hit each other and like ruin your life totals. In Netrunner, the two people have a totally different rule set, but they experience and interact with the same board. It's kind of incredible. Okay, using other games as a pipeline for more Netrunner players. I mean, the game is good. It's like genuinely good, but I also use Netrunner players as a pipeline into this. You just don't see it as much because you're here. Some sort of survivor bias or something. Okay. Let's talk about this. Netrunner is such a well-designed game. It's absurdly well-designed. It is nonsensely well-designed. It is an absolute gem of game design. It's like the game designer's game. Like people call it that. It sounds a bit, you know, cringe, but no, it's really special. If you have bad memory, you can play Netrunner solo like people play by post. Actually, some people have made like a Netrunner solo variant. It's just like, that's like maybe how half of 1% of the people play the game. It's not what people know the game for. Where's my mouse? Oh, here we are. Cool. Creative solution is awesome, but I think building a second Milano is good. Yeah, we're going to have 2 ships, so that's good. It's so much better than Magic. I wish it were more popular. Yeah, me too. Obviously, I do for a bunch of reasons, but it's like Richard Garfield made Magic in like the 90s, and he's like, what if I made a better game? Unfortunately, his first game caught on a lot harder. But he literally like, well, Magic has some problems. Let's build a more interesting game with bluffing and hidden information and risk and asymmetry. And everyone's like, what about the Wizards? Anywho, this is on the case. This just dropped yesterday, which is a pretty great article. This came a bit sooner than I thought it would. And I'm going to repeat myself a bit, but I know during the last live stream that FFG put on, they specifically said, when asked the designers, what hero are you most excited for in the upcoming wave? And one of the designers, apologies, I'm not sure which of the 2 that was on the stream, they said that it easily was Jessica Jones, or maybe not easily because it's hard to pick, you know, your favorite child or whatever. But Jessica Jones was the choice. And because they said specifically Jessica Jones is very weird. Like the way that she works is not like something we've seen before, which makes me think of something kind of like, I don't know, like Nick Fury or what's his name? Or what's her name? Like Maria Hill, right? Like they have a really weird way of tackling the game. And she does. She does have a weird way of tackling the game, which is great. Gotcha. I do want to say off the top, I don't know much about this character. In fact, I don't know much about the Defenders as a whole. So if there's any lore holes that I have, you can let me know for sure. But yeah, this universe I'm not super familiar with. I haven't watched any of the shows associated with this, the old Netflix shows, I think they were, and I haven't read any comics yet. So do keep that in mind. I don't know much about this character. Briefly known as the costumed hero Jewel, Jessica Jones' life came to a screeching halt when the supervillain Purple Man kept her as a psychically controlled prisoner for 8 months. That sounds awful. That's a pretty grim way to start this. And I know that the Purple Man is one of the, underlings in this box. So one of the like 6 villains, which is pretty exciting. I do want to say the first time we see like a Yugoslavian character, obviously they're like just the most effed up villain. My family are Yugoslavian immigrants, so like be nice. But yeah, okay, that's how the immigrants work. I get it. Once she managed to escape this abuse, she built alias investigations to help those with nowhere else to go. Now she and her husband, Luke Cage, are splitting their time between fighting the good fight and raising their baby girl, Daniela Danny Cage. Yeah, so Luke Cage is her partner. So these are 2 heroes that I'm assuming might be coming out on the same day, which is pretty cute. I think they generally do 2 heroes per day, just easier for stores, which is nice. And she is a PI, so she's a private investigator, and that does show up heavily in her cards, which is really good fun. Fantasy Flight Games is proud to announce the Jessica Jones Hero Pack for Marvel Champions, the card game. As a stalwart member of the Defenders, FFG, you have to be very careful using a rules terms in a sentence. Jessica Jones enters the fray with this expansion pack, which introduces her as a new playable hero alongside her 16 signature cards. 16, okay? So she does have a permanent. We're going to see it really soon. Paired with a pre-built Justice deck to aid her in thwarting her villain's game, and I think a lot of people guess she would be Justice considering, the whole theme, you'll be able to wield Jessica Jones's impressive detective skills and equally impressive strength from the moment you open the box, with a unique ability to defeat the villain outright purely through thwarting. And this is where things gets pretty weird. Jessica Jones brings a totally new playstyle to the game. From what I've seen, I know she's very strong and she's very robust, so I know she can like throw people through walls and stuff like that. So I don't know why that is, but she does have a 2 attack stat, which in the world of Marvel Champions means she's quite strong. Jessica Jones is my top pick for this wave. I don't even need to see the rest. Yeah, it has looked pretty compelling for sure. I've had to move into mostly spoil and co-ops. My buddy plays Flesh and Blood, so he might try. Oh, Flesh and Blood's good. This game is actually kind of similar to Flesh and Blood in some ways, which is good. Monet's from Sarajevo? Who's Monet? Who's Monet? Wait, which character's from Sarajevo? Someone that played Magic for a long time before moving to mainly Netrunner for PvP. I still don't compare them as competing games. All right, so this different approach is already apparent when you look at her alter ego, Jessica Jones 1B, for when it puts her signature permanent support card, Alias Investigations, into play. Okay, so firstly, this is Jessica Jones. Do we not have a zoom in? Oh, yeah, we do. Small. So this is Jessica Jones. Firstly, she has 4 recovery, which is more than most. Incognito mode is an action changed to hero form. You cannot change back to alter ego form this phase. That's a really subtle action that I can't believe we haven't seen on a card before. But that basically means that you can run to alter ego whenever you want. She has a built-in ready for a fight. Like you can go from hero mode to alter ego mode, do a bunch of alter ego stuff, and then just do this action to bail out. Of course, you can't do it the other way, but that's like an absurd ability. That's the sort of thing that I'd be surprised to see it like on an upgrade, let alone on an alter ego. That's like such a wild card. And you're going to see like a lot of her cards are alter ego only. In fact, she has some alter ego events, and alter ego events are not my favorite. We saw a couple of them, or at least one of them in the Daredevil deck. And like, I don't like alter ego events because particularly when you're playing solo, there's some hands where you just can't jump down to alter ego. You're just not allowed to. And because it's an event, it's not like you can play it on the table and use it later as an upgrade or a support and stuff like that. Just buck wild. Like that's such a strong, simple ability. She also has 11 hit points, like 4 recovery. That's not bad, as much as she's not exactly a bruiser. And you'll see in a second because her stat line is wild. Now she starts with this in play. That's the other part of her text. It's a permanent location, so it just will always be in play. And it says, after a side scheme is defeated, you can choose to exhaust this card, either an alter ego or hero, to place 2 evidence counters here. Notably in this game, whenever they say evidence counters, those don't have any inherent rules text. Those are just the name of the counters used for this card. Then you may remove evidence counters from here, and only then to defeat, what is this? You may remove evidence counters from here equal to the villain's remaining hit points to defeat the villain's current stage. So functionally, every evidence counter is flatly worth 1 damage. Now, there's a fair bit of nuance to this card, and almost all the nuance is actually like really beneficial. Firstly, you may remove counters from here equal to the villain's remaining hit points. So the villain only has 4 remaining hit points, and you have 17 counters on here. You don't waste any counters. That's already really nice. Now, the only bad part about this is you can only fire this ability once you've defeated a side scheme. Now, that can be a player side scheme, and there's like 3 or 4 player side schemes in this pack, let alone it can be an encounter side scheme, right? But it has to be a side scheme, and then you exhaust this. So you are doing like extra stuff to get this to fire, kind of similar to Cable to some extent. I think the two of them would be a really fun team. It's also after a side scheme is defeated, you don't have to do it. So if you're playing multiplayer, that totally works. But again, evidence counters at a main like floor level are worth 1 damage. And this is what they say with the article. I have no doubt we're going to try and do this is we're going to try and build a deck that never attacks the villain and just blows up the villain by doing a big investigation, which is so cool. And on top of that, she does have damage cards. Like she does actually have damage events. And I know we said this earlier. It's so funny to see this while we are in a campaign playing Ironheart. Because this feels a lot like Ironheart, right? Like our complaint about Ironheart, and maybe complaint is not the right word, but when Ironheart is fully upgraded, all of your counters are just worth 2 damage. Which means if you have 10 counters, you just defeat the villain. It's like functionally the same as this text. However, it does look like her text or her kit is a bit more interesting because these counters don't only do damage. You'll see almost all of her cards interact with counters, either gaining them or spending them. So it's not just like each counter is 2 damage. Each counter is extra damage or card draw or extra thwarting. Like there's a bunch of weird ways you can use counters. Some of those are not actually accurate, but that's really cool. It's kind of like the Riri late game where you get all these counters, except you can trade them in interesting ways. Kind of cool, kind of really cool. So you start with this, so you care about side schemes. I think that will probably push you towards Justice, and maybe not necessarily. Justice has some of the better thwarting cards and like benefits for clearing side schemes, but if you ask me, Justice has like the worst player side schemes barring 1 card. I really do not like Justice side schemes, so I do not know how to bridge that gap, but already we have really 2 strong cards. Now her hero text, I think that's the first time we've seen this stat line, 3-2-1. 3 thwart is absurd. There's only 1 other natural 3 thwart character in the game, which I think is Phoenix. And that's really good for solo because as long as you're like putting allies in the way and not dying, that's okay. And she does have a way to get her defense up to 3 when she finds one of her cards, which is nice. Now her gather evidence says after you use a basic power, place 1 evidence counter on alias investigations. Shit, that's good. That just functionally means every thwart is a thwart for 3 thwart and eventually 1 damage. Now, this is also not once per round or once per phase like a lot of characters. So anytime you can ready Jessica Jones, if you defend with Jessica Jones, all of these things are worth counters. You just have to watch out. The only way that you can blow up the villain is by clearing a side scheme. So there's a bit of issues. You could sit there with like 37 counters and like not find a side scheme. And unless you're playing player side schemes again. And I do think she has one in her kit that doesn't have victory. So maybe there always will be a side scheme that you can pull up, which is cool. But yeah, so far so good. Like really cool, really compelling. Yeah, I think it's gonna be kind of neat. This is great. My only hesitation over it as a mechanic is that it does really constrain the game's design space. I mean, I kind of hear you. In what way? In the way of like printing side schemes. Like to me, this feels a bit like Maria Hill, where like technically Maria Hill constrains the side space of support cards, but like ultimately, I don't think the game is gonna care. If it has a cool support that wants to play that uses counters on it, they're just going to print it on support, and then Maria Hill will be a bit stronger than she already is. Like it's probably just going to how it's going to be. It's like maybe in like 10 years, if you play with the biggest card pool possible, yeah, this will be straight nonsense. But I don't know. I don't know how many side schemes you can actually clear a turn. And like we're playing a one way or another deck. Like, of course, this is a one way or another deck. This deck 100% wants to be a 3x one way or another deck. And there's so many cards that I think they could or should reprint in this deck or Daredevil. And if you have the full card pool, the strength of her is obviously gonna be way higher. Like if you don't have one way or another, which is a card that says go find a side scheme, draw 3 cards, like that is such a messed up card when it comes to her. Because when you clear it, you get 3 counters. You can just do 3 damage immediately to some extent. Yeah. I don't know. She can investigate a Civil War leader to death after advancing their first stage in the same turn, I believe. Yeah, I think you're right, because this doesn't do damage. This actually just defeats, which means it beats toughness, it beats guard, but this doesn't do damage. It literally defeats. So I even think there's like Thanos, like the first stage of Thanos, there's a side scheme that says Thanos cannot take damage if you don't break into Sanctuary or whatever. And I think you can just you can defeat Thanos in theory, right? Like this does some really weird stuff to some rule setups, but I'm pretty sure this card says you can't do damage. Technically also against the Red Skull with the Red House, it says Thanos cannot take Red Skull cannot take damage. You do technically beat these because this doesn't deal damage. It just defeats villains. So that is going to break some things for sure, but like, it's so hard to imagine that actually being breaking in a meaningful way. You could leave this on the table the whole game, which is kind of fun. Very cool. Recovery 4 must be from her problematic alcoholism. Oh my God, she's always hungover and high functioning. Anyway, so far everything we've seen is like straight nonsense. Really strong stuff. Okay, so the different approach is already apparent. Yes, the support gives Jessica access to an all new way to defeat the villain outright without necessarily having to attack them. And most of her kit revolves around this card. In her hero form, she can place an evidence on alias investigations each time she uses a basic power. Since there's no limit to the number of times you can do this per phase, being able to ready your identity with cards like Breakthrough become especially important to Jessica as game plan. I do want to shout out for Justice. I think there's only one card in the entire format, at least Justice card, that readies yourself, and maybe you play it. I forget the name of it, but it says after you defeat a side scheme, or after you clear the last threat off of something, I think you just ready yourself. It's a 1-cost upgrade that has Nebula on it. This is a Breakthrough, 0-cost card. This art is really like, I want to say striking. It seems like it doesn't fit from the game. I looked into a bit, and this is actually like this artist who is Michael Gaydos that has been working on Jessica Jones for a while. And this actual image is from a long storyline of some sort of like big breakthrough with Armadillo, who is a character I know very little about, who has shown up in this game during the earlier Champions wave, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this exact frame is being used in this, if I'm not mistaken, or from this comic page. And this artist is beloved and has done a fair bit of stuff, but it's a very striking art style. I think there's a couple pieces that look exactly like this. Anyway, 0-cost event, it's a response. After an evidence counter is placed on alias investigation, you can ready your identity, and then you shuffle this card in your deck. So this is functionally just a free ready. The fact that this is a response that can fire off of the 17 different ways you can add evidence is really good. And the fact that it shuffles into your deck is like 10 times over one of my favorite things. I love tracking these cards in our deck. They're really important because you want to shuffle this into a thin deck. The same way it's kind of like Jackpot, where like Jackpot is better the thinner your deck is, and then you can fire this multiple times. This should be really good fun. And if you have just a bit of card draw, you actually can go near infinite when your deck is small, right? Because you can, like, Justice just draws cards all the time with like Skilled Investigator, another huge card that, oh my god, I'd be so surprised if they don't reprint in this pack. I think there's like 3 Justice cards that I would expect to be in this wave, and this is one of them. Because you can clear a side scheme, draw this card, play it, shuffle it, draw a card, play it, shuffle it. Clear the area is another card that can like clear and draw. Like, you have so many good ways to keep drawing this on a very thin deck and actually go like very, very high up when it comes to the counters and what you can do per turn. Seems like a very fun card too. All right, of course, Jessica's basic powers aren't the only way she can add counters to alias investigations. For starters, the card itself can gain some counters once per round when you defeat a side scheme, including a player side scheme, of course, giving you even more incentive to take them out. Thanks to her alter ego ability, Incognito mode, Jess can flip down to make use of cards like Snooping Around without losing any momentum. This is Snooping Around, 0-cost event. It says remove 4 threat from a scheme and place 2 evidence counters on alias, so you're probably going to end up putting 3. The thing is, this is not a basic activation, let alone your alter ego, but this is a 0 for 4 and 2 evidence counters, which is just nonsense. Like, that is so much value for a single card. Is this a... Okay, I can't read the artist's handle here because it's a bit small, but I thought this was a different artist than it is, but I like this art. However, you have to discard the top card in the counter deck, and if it's a minion or a side scheme, you have to reveal it. If it's a side scheme, I genuinely think you're happy. Like, that's actually probably pretty good. If it's a minion, I think you have a couple minion dealing cards. We haven't seen any minion dealing upgrades, but we haven't seen all the cards. But side schemes, you're actually pretty excited. The fact that this book is called Birdwatching is also kind of funny. Yeah, I don't like events, alter ego events, because obviously you can't play them in a lot of hands, but the fact that you can always jump down to alter ego is just nonsense, like just so absurdly good. And so you can always fire this, and then you can jump back up and deal with whatever you've the problems that you've created, if you have created problems. Otherwise, this is just a 0 for 4 with 2 evidence counters, which is just nonsense, just straight nonsense. Cool. What else do we have here? If Snooping Around reveals a minion or side scheme, simply use Incognito to flip back to your hero form and take that minion or scheme out, relying on circumstantial evidence or stakeout to get even more counters on alias investigations. So circumstantial is a 1-cost upgrade, so should give you some sort of permanence and like a floor of what you can do each turn. After an enemy is defeated, exhaust circumstantial evidence to place 1 evidence counter on alias investigations. This card is definitely not bad. I don't think it's that good. Like, it's fine. It cost 1. I don't know. Maybe this card could cost 0. But this is just going to say that you're going to get like 4 or 5 free evidence through the game. Like, the question, if Ironheart had this card, would you play it? And I'd be like, probably not. But Ironheart's counters, you want to get faster, and they're a bit more important to get faster. Technically, you do want to get to, you can't just use 15 counters if the villain has 17 health. You need to find all 17. So I can kind of understand it. But this card is like, it's fine. Circumstantial evidence being an item is really weird because it looks like the evidence is a car wreck. So that's also a bit silly. But yeah, this one's okay. The other one they talked about is Stakeout, which this one, is this the next one they talked about? This one's really weird the way that it works. It's a 0-cost upgrade, and it's a tactic. Unfortunately, you can't grab it with air cover because it doesn't attach to an ally, or it doesn't attach to a minion, I don't think. So you can't grab it, which sucks. You just play this on the table, and then later you spend an action to attach this to the thing it can attach to. Man, that would be such a big change to some of the upgrades that don't see consistent play in this game, because we have a lot of upgrades that are kind of, for them to line up to be playable, you need the thing that you have to attach them to be on the table while this is in your hand. And sometimes it just doesn't line up, especially at lower player counts. The fact that you can just like slap this on the table and then later move it like makes it so much better, because obviously if this doesn't have a home, you just spend it. It costs nothing. Like that's great. So this is attached. It has to be to an encounter side scheme, so not a player side scheme, which we've never seen the text before. It has to be non-permanent, which is totally reasonable too. This is interrupt. When a character thwarts attached scheme, you can choose to make that thwart remove 2 additional threat. This is not forced. And if the thwart defeats attached scheme, you can place 2 evidence counters on alias investigations. And then if that side scheme is discarded, this will get discarded, because it technically isn't when discarded text. I mean, that's okay. It's a card for 2 additional threat and 2 evidence counters. That's actually probably pretty good. I think the bigger part of this is that it'll allow you to hit the breakpoints of things like clear the area, sort of, where this removes the last threat, so you can fire skilled investigator and all that other stuff. But otherwise, like, it's a 0 cost card that does 2 thwart and 2 counters, which is good. Like, a card for 2 thwart is good. And it is a bit of a combo card, but it's very easy to put this on the table if it's your last card and not worry about it. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you can buy circumstantial evidence from the mall with Jubilee. Yeah, it is an item, and that's really weird how that will show up. Snooping around is my favorite card in our kit. The theme is incredible. It's a really fun theme that in Alter Ego you can get a lot of work done, but sometimes the bad thing happens when they find that you're snooping. I think that's nice. I just like the anti-synergy CE has with her camera. Oh, I guess we'll see her camera yet, because I know we're going to be caught in 4K sooner than later. Interesting cards. The upgrade is like fine. One of them is fine. If a minion is a little too durable to take out on one turn, have Jess don her signature leather jacket to help her get through the villain phase and add yet another counter to alias investigations while also looking quite stylish. Really straightforward card. This puts her up at 3 defense. Now this truly is an item. Art is great. This will bring her to 3 defense. It's a 2 cost upgrade, and after you defend, you'll get an evidence counter. And if you did a basic action, so you didn't play a defense event that doesn't require that, that'll be 2 counters. This is cool. These are the sort of cards that show up in kits where, like, sometimes they don't matter. If you're playing a full leadership or justice deck, this might not matter, but it's the sort of a card that you can anchor the entirety of a defense deck around, where you're readying, which means you're getting more counters by defending with this, perfect blocking, readying yourself, drawing with unflappable. All that sort of stuff is really great. I think we know that Luke Cage is going to be a leadership deck, not a protection deck. And I think Luke Cage was definitely one of the cards or one of the heroes we'd expect an unflappable reprint in the deck, but maybe it'll be in the back. I'm not sure, but yeah. Man, like these are the sort of cards that in some decks or some builds you don't care about, but it's the sort of card is be like, oh, you can build a whole protection deck around this. And I love that as a huge protection player. That's straightforward. And I think she's very much known for that leather jacket. Even with so many ways of adding evidence counters to alias investigations, sometimes you may not be able to build them up fast enough for your liking. When that happens, you can always spend some of those counters to deal with the villain's forces the old-fashioned way. Such as with the card Big Mistake, letting you punch the villain really hard, or Jess's 4K digital camcorder, letting you discard a pesky minion from play. If things get especially dicey, you can have Jess call in favors to grab an ally from her deck at a discount, such as her husband and crime-fighting partner Luke Cage. So we have a whole bunch of cards here. We have Big Mistake, 1 cost attack event that already does 3 damage, so we're doing 2 for 3. That's not the worst already. However, you may remove an evidence counter to make this a 1 for 5, a 2 for 5 with overkill or piercing. That's messed up. That's so good. Like, I do feel like the cards are just individually getting better than some other cards we've seen through the history of the game. I mean, that's okay, because these are going to be fun, and then you can just increase the difficulty. But like baseline 1 for 3 is like, or sorry, 2 for 3 is fine, but a 2 for 5 with overkill or piercing is really good. Now, of course, it costs you an evidence, and that's a real cost, but I honestly don't think an evidence is a real cost. Like, the difference between 16 and 17 evidence is literally 1 evidence. Like, if evidence was you need to get to 6 to upgrade your Ironheart, that's a difference. But when it's like the difference between having 20 or 22, it's like 1 evidence probably doesn't matter that much. This is nonsense. I'm assuming we have 2 of these in the kit. Maybe she doesn't have that many attack events and she's more about, being defensive, but she does hurt people. So I imagine she's going to be punching a fair bit. You messed with the wrong lady. Art on this, the colors are really striking. I wish that orange showed up in her color box, but yeah, her like frame being the dark blue and the gray, it needs maybe a bit more color, but I think that's pretty fun. Other options, 4K digital camcorder caught in 4K. I find it funny that this camera definitely doesn't look like a 4K camera. It looks like it's from 1997, but they do still look like that every once in a while. 2 cost alter ego action, and mind you, alter ego actions are literally free. She can jump down every single round for free. You can exhaust this card and choose a non-elite minion, remove X evidence counters from the alias investigations where X is equal to 2 fewer than the minion's remaining hit points to discard that minion. Gotcha, Jessica Jones. So you literally like blackmail, you find enough evidence for a little minion and the minion just disappears. If the minion has only 2 health, which there are minions like that, like the Outrider, you just show up and the Outrider is gone. You're like, nah, I got video evidence, and the Outrider just gets out. I find that hilarious. This is technically really quite powerful, and one of the better payoffs for evidence is like, now non-elite is a problem, but the thing is like this also doesn't defeat the minion, this discards the minion. So when it comes to things like Hydra guards or whatever they're called, like that's good. What's the Hydra one that gives you a thing when you defeat it? We'll find it. Hydra regular? No, that's the little one. Anyways, there's a Hydra thing that when you defeat it gives you another encounter card, and this does not defeat, this discards. So it beats like pseudo vulnerable. Oh man, wild. Very, very strong card. And the fact like this would be a good enough card if you couldn't jump down to Alter Ego wherever you wanted. Is it just Hydra Soldier? Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I think you're right. It's just a Hydra Soldier. Like you don't have to do win defeat attacks. That actually does matter. Not a lot of elites have win defeat attacks, but a lot of non-elites don't. Bird's Eye, she looks so incredible. My only question that probably can't really be sussed out until she released, does she even have a weakness? Attacking, even her attack events are pretty awesome. No, in Forest, that's kind of what I see. Like a lot of times when you look at hero kits, you should be able to define what their weakness is, and I don't know what her weakness is. Like everything just kind of looks like a banger. Maybe they just didn't show us the bad cards, but yeah, I couldn't tell you what the weakness is. Yeah, really, really good. You're right. It doesn't work with circumstantial evidence because you didn't defeat the minion, you discarded it. So there is some downsides to that, but like this is really quite good. It's also the remaining hit points. So if you do a bit of damage to the minion, you can also do this for free. So this technically means anytime that you have a minion that has only 2 health left, not just printed 2 health, but 2 health left, you can just jump down and discard them for free, which is bizarre. It's very, very powerful effect. This does cost 2 and you have to put it down. So yeah, weird. Next, we have Calling in Favors, and this might be the most busted card in the whole deck. 1 cost Alter Ego action, support no trait lines, which is interesting. Remove 2 evidence counters from Alias Investigation and exhaust Calling in Favors to search your deck for an ally and play it as if it were in your hand, reducing its resource cost by 2. So it only searches your deck, but you do play it as if it were in your hand, so it'll fire when it enters play from hand effects, and you reduce the cost by 2, and you draw it. This is messed up. This is super, super messed up. Again, you can jump down to Alter Ego every single turn at no cost. And what this is showing me is like so far for these payoffs, and mostly Calling in Favors as a payoff, is that the counters are probably not best used to defeat the villain. Like if I can get for 2 counters every turn an ally from my deck at -2 cost, that is way better than trying to save 20 counters to defeat the villain. My guess is that it's going to be way more common that you knock out the villain when the villain has like 4 or 5 health left anyways. Because your counters are way better than doing 1 damage. This does 1 damage to the villain. This spends 2 damage to grab an ally from your deck and play it super cheap. Like nonsense. Just nonsense. This is just gross. I can't believe there's a consistent ally tutor from your deck that plays them at discount. Of course, the only way that you can get counters is by defeating side schemes, so you're going to be limited by that. Or technically, no, you can actually just like basic action. So like, no, that's fine. Like, this is just buck wild. Again, if she could not consistently jump down to Alter Ego, I'd be like, okay, that's a fair card. This does not seem fair. This is the sort of card where like, I will probably never play her leadership. I'll play her once in leadership and just never play her again. Again, you can Calling in Favors Nick Fury every turn for 2 resources. Yeah. It's nonsense. This card could be 3 times as expensive. As a 3-cost card, this would be still super playable. This card could cost a resource to fire its effect. It would still be very playable. I worry about this because anytime you have a card on the table that overwhelms all other parts of your strategy, this looks like it will overwhelm all other parts of our strategy. Now, again, I don't know. I haven't seen the whole pack. I don't know the difficulty. You can always increase the difficulty, but this is just nonsense. Very, 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 very strong. Yeah, it's only the deck. Like that's a big thing. It's only the deck. So you have to figure out ways to get your allies back in your deck from your discard pile. But like at the end of the day, you should have enough good allies in your deck. It's not like you're going to pick Nick every single round because he'll be in your discard pile. We don't have access to like the mutant cards that shuffle things back in. Oh my God, if she had access to mutant cards and then you could play that doctor that whenever you jump up, you draw a card. But yeah, it's wild. It's really not hard to collect enough counters. Yeah, it probably isn't. Like you're getting 1 counter every round, 2 if you're defending, right? Like imagine you're playing a defense deck. You defend with your coat, you defend yourself, you get a ready off of some protection card, you get 3 counters around. Like you're actually going +2 counters or +1 counter. Even if she needs to defeat a large minion, attack for 2, ready, attack for 2, big mistake, 5 piercing overkill, pretty great for thwart. Yeah, I know. It's she can do everything. I'm scared. Yeah, I'm scared. I don't see anything going wrong here. This is just a super busted card. If she was a mutant, X-Men Instruction would be wild. Yeah, and then I forget the name of the doctor, the good doctor. So good. Yeah. Finally, we have Luke Cage, which is her husband. Very interesting card. 2 thwart, 2 attack, but double consequential. The original Luke Cage, I think, also had double consequential, which I think you can counter by having toughness. Well, I know you can. 3 is a bit expensive, but he'll come in for 1, right? And as an action, you can exhaust Luke Cage and deal him a damage to give him a tough status card, which is obviously a very good trade. The thing is, like, Luke Cage will be defending for you very, very consistently. So Luke Cage can end up defending for you 3 times and then still attack or thwart for 2. It's cool that Luke Cage actually, like, it's the opposite of a lot of characters, where a lot of characters will be like, thwart, thwart, oh, then I'll take a defense. But for Luke Cage, it's like stand, 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 then thwart. As much as I guess you could block on the final one as well. Yeah, Moira. Yeah, Moira would be really good whenever you can jump down to alter ego, but you need to be a mutant. Do you seem strong with Clea? Free block every turn? Oh yeah, I guess you could play Clea. Yeah, we played Clea the other day. Yeah, I guess you could play Clea. She always comes back and she's free. Maybe that's good enough. I'm not sure. Maybe 2 counters for toughness every turn. That's probably a good trade. But yeah, Clea is one of the very few cards that you can shuffle back infinitely. Yeah, good call. Yeah, actually pretty interesting. Again, too, if you're playing leadership, you can play all those cards that say, like, when this thing is defeated, return it to your hand and replay it. Like, what's it called? I never played that card, the 2-cost upgrade. It's nonsense. Jean Grey taught to block Psychic Assault. Should get mutant help. Her kit seems really, really strong. And, like, all kind of upside. I think the dream of doing, like, 17 damage to the villain is not particularly realistic. Or, like, I think it probably won't be the first order optimal thing to do. You can still do it. It probably will be fun to do. But it does seem like her cards are surprisingly on tempo that you don't have to do it. I think it's very easy for this one upgrade, Call in Favors, to take over the whole game, for better for worse. So that's fine. Luke is slow. Yeah, Luke is really slow. Like, Luke is just a bunch of blocks. Healing Luke is technically good. Luke could also just infinite block for you if you want to, if you have a bit of healing. Because the only thing that's preventing him, because Luke is literally infinite block. And the cool thing about Luke too is, like, you have a team up. And so, like, keeping Luke around for a long time is a good incentive because team ups are good. So yeah, just keeping Luke healthy just means you have an infinite blocker. We also do have 11 health and 4 recovery. So, like, we can take hits to the face. It's fine. All right, let's look at some of the Justice cards. So Jessica Jones already has plenty of potent tools in her signature kit, but that doesn't mean she won't appreciate extra assistance from elsewhere. That's where the rest of the pre-built Justice deck come from. Her best friend Captain Marvel can potentially remove threat and confuse an enemy just by entering play, while Squirrel Girl can call in her little helpers to clear the last threat off of multiple schemes. So Captain Marvel has existed with this same text box, kind of, but leadership themed. She did damage and I think stunned. Well, this one is very symmetrical. When you play her for 4, you can choose to discard the top 4 cards of your deck. And if you discard a printed energy resource, that's remove 2 threat. And if you discard more than 1 printed, you also get a confuse. Maybe this fits into your Iron Man deck from the core set. You love the energy icons, I think. I'm pretty sure, right? Or I guess you can't play her in Captain Marvel. This is fine. 4-cost allies have to be really busted. This is 4-cost with the confuse. The 2 threat removal is, like, not bad. Of course, it's not bad. It makes it mathematically a lot better. But yeah, 4-cost, 2 thwart, 3 health. It's like, okay, you really need the confuse for me to feel really good about putting this in my deck, which is fine. And finally, we get a Squirrel Girl. It's been years since we got a second Squirrel Girl. Man, Squirrel Girl is just like the funniest character. 2-cost ally, already really good. 2 health, can thwart for 1, can leave. But, and her text is so cool. After you play Squirrel Girl from your hand, which, mind you, when you grab her from the deck, this is played from your hand for free. Oh my god, when you play this with the Calling in Favors, it's so good too because of her text. It says, place 1 Squirrel Girl counter here to a maximum of 4 for each card in your hand. So playing her for no cost while you have still your full hand size is the best you'll get out of Squirrel Girl, and Doreen will come in with 4 squirrel counters. Remove a squirrel counter from here to remove a threat from a scheme. So she'll show up, she can just remove 4 threat, remove a 5th threat, and chump block. That is a 2-cost, 5 threat removal, and a chump block. I like this design, like having a design like this that cares about cards in your hand. And mind you, we're playing Justice decks. We draw cards a lot. Like, it shouldn't be that hard to fire Squirrel Girl with 4 counters. It is technically awkward when you have only a 5-card hand size, because even if you play a double to play Doreen, you only have 3 cards left over. So you probably have to be a bit careful about this. Even a 3, it's still fine. Like a 3, that's 4 threat removable and a block for 2, which is, like, still really good. But this is, like, definitely one of the better Justice allies we've seen in a long time. The floor on 2-cost allies is so good. It's also really fun that's an action that doesn't exhaust, so you can do, like, ping, 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 send out the squirrels, which is good theme, and then she can do the little bit. The numbers are way overtuned. Yeah, the numbers are way overtuned. Like, this card is better than most Justice allies we've seen in the history of the game, and we've seen some pretty pushed Justice allies. This card is absurdly good. It's fun, though, so I'm in. Oh, yeah. Calling in Favors should have counters. Yeah, I agree. I think Calling in Favors would be better as counters. Even if Calling in Favors was a one-time use card and cost 0, I would think it's still really strong. 0-cost 5 thwart and block is disgusting. Yep. I don't know. This set looks really kind of over curve. We'll see if that's the case or not. We've been wrong about these like pretty consistently. Like we thought Wonder Man would be the GOAT and Hercules would suck. We got that backwards, but not backwards actually. Wonder Man's still really good. All right. To clear the last threat, by hosting a strategy session, Jess can let any player search their deck for a player side scheme and remove some threat from one that's already in play, such as run them through the ground, to her own or her own personal repeatable player side scheme. That's so important. She has this place, piecing it all together. And don't forget that defeating a player side scheme still counts as for adding evidence to alias investigations. I like how they add that text just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So this is one of the other cards you see up there at strategy sessions. These kids look like they're 12. I think they're slightly older than 12, but boy, do they look like 12-year-olds and going out for Halloween. 1 cost tactic thwart event in Justice. Alter Ego, choose a player to search the deck for a player side scheme and add it to their hand. Now, again, we can always jump to Alter Ego. So getting a side scheme actually does matter technically more for Jessica Jones than anybody else, maybe besides Cable. But I don't want to spend 2 resources to draw a card from my deck. I don't want to do that. Again, player side schemes are good. I don't think they're that good. You can just play more player side schemes in your deck for that not to be an issue. As a hero action, though, this becomes a 1 for 3, which is not bad. A 2 for 3 is okay. It's not amazing, but it's only from a player side scheme, which at some point later in the game, this will become worth less and less and less when more player side schemes are in the victory display. So it's up to you to make that make sense. This is not a card I imagine to be in a lot of decks that I'll play because you can just play like Calling in Favors or Multi-Purpose, and all that sort of stuff is like just a bit more consistent and it's fine. Not Multi-Purpose. What's the one? Multitasking. Like multitasking is just an absurd card as well. Like if you have a bigger card pool, better cards to see played than this. Could Fear No Evil be the hardest campaign printed? So far from what we've seen, no, but they've only shown us like the first stage of most villains. So I'd be very surprised. The boxes have gotten easier over time, not harder. There's been like a weird dip, but like the boxes have classically just got easier. The thing about this game though is like I don't care because you can always increase the difficulty either through playing expert or heroic. So like difficulty you can deal. Like that's the cool thing about this game. Like I'm not upset if the cards are overtuned. That's fine. I will just play these decks against harder villains. It's not like a multiplayer game where like if a card is overtuned, then everyone plays the card. So everybody has to keep up with that card, and then the whole game kind of collapses inwards. Like if card is good, just play it against a better villain, right? Like that's all you have to do. It's fine. I don't think it matters that much. Okay, we have run them to the ground. 0 cost, victory 0, player side scheme. When defeated, resolve each of the following. Skip the next villain phase. Okay. Also, more Spider-Man art. Spider-Man showing up a lot in this. I'm hoping to see a couple Web Warriors in this cycle. Deal each player face down and counter card immediately. Now, you don't draw the card. It's just dealt face down, but you get one right now, right? I don't think you draw it. Oh, no. Do you draw it? Is that why it says immediately? The villain cannot take damage until the start of the next villain phase. So you basically get 1 encounter card now, but the villain cannot take damage for 4. Yeah, I don't know. Like Justice side schemes should be a bit better, or like, sorry, classically a bit worse, but end up being a bit better because you have so much support for this sort of like, you know, removing threat and getting benefit. So basically the villain cannot take damage, which in the early game, that's totally acceptable. Like you're not attacking the villain. You're like setting up an Ironheart. Like who cares? You get an encounter card now instead of later. And then you skip a whole villain phase. Skipping a villain phase actually matters a lot for certain things. Like we saw when it comes to the one where you're chasing down, it's like at the beginning of the villain phase, the car can speed up or slow down based off of certain circumstances, or bad things happen during the villain phase. So I think that's actually pretty good. Yeah, it helps you build for a turn. You dodge the villain activation, and then you dodge things like Magneto getting counters and all this sort of other stuff. So my guess is this is a bit better than I think it is. I think it's a bit contextual on the villains. Like skipping an Absorbing Man, I don't care. And a counter card also, though, like I admittedly don't care. I could see this being pretty good. The fact is like it's unique. So that means everyone can have one in their deck, and you can just continue to play this and just say the villain phase is only like for 4 turns in a row while you set up. Like it probably is busted in a coordinated way. But if this is in the victory display, can you play a second copy? Because I'm not sure how victory unique side schemes work. I don't think we've seen a unique side scheme before. Hey, Jamon, how's it going? I just watched to hear your thoughts on Jessica, but pumped about this the whole wave. Me too. I'm very excited about this whole wave. Man, the theme looks really fun. Encounter cards are only revealed during the villain phase, so they sit there for a turn. An alias investigations can defeat the villain while you have 2 turns not to worry about it. Oh, that's really funny, but I don't think it's going to matter because you're probably going to fire this in the first couple rounds. But yeah, the villain cannot take damage, but alias investigations doesn't deal damage. So you don't actually get the encounter card. It just means next phase you'll get 2 encounter cards, which like, that's scary when you play solo. I don't know. This is probably better than I think it is. Like imagine playing this with a champion and then you play Go for Champions. Like you set up the turn into the turn, and then on the turn where you get like 3 encounter cards, you play, Go for Champions. I'm disgusting. Sorry. Like I could see that being okay. Skipping the Absorbing Man round in campaign, you get to skip the stall counters. Yeah, but they don't really matter, those counters. The extra encounter card gets resolved in the unskipped villain phase. I think that's right, which I'm not sure why they say immediately on this, because why else would it have that text? In case they think like you'll remember to, or like remember to do this later. I don't know. Yeah. It's weird. It makes you think. I think there's a chance that this is quite good for setup people. 4th threat, like Justice is not attacking early. So like just setting up, drawing through your deck, playing more copies of one way or another is pretty good. And then you just get 2 phases in a row. So I could see that being pretty good. Yeah, I can see that being quite good, especially because it allows you to fire your once per turn stuff. So you get to do 2 once per turn cycles while the villain only gets 1 once per turn. Every side scheme is unique. Wait, really? But also, yes, 4 players can each play build support in one game. You just have to one in and play at a time. Are all side schemes unique? Did I never realize that? I mean, yeah, that makes sense, because why would you have 2 build supports? Yeah, I guess they are all unique. Okay, that's not even new. The sticking point to me is that it's extremely high amount of threat on RTTG. I think it's hard to justify a limited villain scheme in exchange for removing a threat from a side scheme. Yeah, 4th threat when you're playing solo, totally doable. And I think the side scheme math, like when I play solo, the side scheme math is a bit different. Like 3 is already a fair bit worse than 4, because there's a bunch of ways you can remove 3 threat in a single action. Like again, we have 3 thwart in Jessica Jones, but 4th thwart means you have to work on it. But like a big thing with this card too is you can put it on the table, you can remove 3 threat from it, and then just clear it when you need it if you like need to jump down. Like that's actually a really big part of this is, and admittedly jumping down and getting Jessica Jones 4 recovery and jumping up is like totally free. But in another hero, we're jumping down. Like this is kind of akin to a Confuse, where you basically can say like, shit, I'm cornered. You just leave this on 1 threat, as much as it'll clog up the player side scheme area. You clear the last threat on it and then just jump down and say like, you're not going to do anything. Draw 6 hand size, go from there. So I could see that being pretty good if you keep this on low threat in solo. It may be good as the sliding Starman person. Don't remember their name. That likes face down encounter cards. Oh, Slingshot or something? I know who you're talking about, right? I think this card's interesting. It might actually be worth something. I can see older heroes like Iron Man liking this too. Yeah, exactly. So you can ignore and build your suit. Like that can be quite good. But this is like pseudo confuse against Stalwart, which is actually worth something. Neat card. It's really cool to see a card like this that actually engenders that much discussion, and then you still leave thinking like I'm not 100% sure. But I could see this either not being worth the slot or being busted. Like it's one or the other. Very cool design. Or Star-Lord, yeah, that's the guy. Sliding Starman. All right, so this is in her kit, which is really important that she has a permanent side scheme, because a lot of her benefits off clearing side schemes, and if there's not enough side schemes, obviously you have an issue. So 0 cost player side scheme that just has this very simple text. This scheme does not count against the player side scheme limit. That's a really good text, especially because the side schemes, sometimes you want to leave one on the table, either to play around master plan, but more likely because you want to clear it on the right turn when you have a benefit to clear it. So that's the issue with solo, is you only have 1 player side scheme, and if your deck has too many side schemes, things get gummed up. So this is quite nice. When defeated, whoever defeated this, which means you can actually plan with your teammates, draws 3 cards, which is quite nice. 6 threat is pretty high, but again, she has 3 thwart, so you can deal with this in 2 turns, draw 3 cards, get more text. I like the art style that's showing up on a lot of her cards. That's quite good. Yeah, this is good. This is good. It also works as the panic button if you're suddenly overwhelmed by minions. Exactly, yeah. It's a very interesting card. I would leave it in the up there with 1 or 2 thread left on it and be like, if we have to get out of dodge, we'll get out of dodge. Yeah, this seems fine. A 6 is a bit high. It doesn't scale for player count, which is probably relevant. So like in a multiplayer scenario, somebody can clear this and just draw 3 cards for 6. It's good. Yeah, it's really important she has a reusable side scheme for sure, for a bunch of reasons. And maybe you want to play with like Silk and other characters that have reusable side schemes. You go to them all because you want to be clearing side schemes. And I don't think it's you want to be clearing side schemes. I think any side scheme can be cleared. It doesn't matter who does it for Alias. All right, have we talked about this one yet in this article? Not yet. On the topic of player side schemes, Defend Our City comes with a new prerequisite keyword, which dictates either the form your identity must be in or a trait your identity must have to be able to play it. So this is similar to the discount trait that I think we saw earlier. It's kind of means what you think it means, and it just kind of saves in terms of text. So we've had so many cards that say you can only play this if you have an X-Men, right? And instead, they just say prerequisite X-Men, and then that just saves that sort of thing. Like keyword templating is something that FFG classically haven't done a lot of in a lot of their card games, but is like so central to other card games. Like imagine a world in like Magic the Gathering where you had to actually write the rules text of what flying means on every single card. You just can't. And this is nice because people understand the language as much as you want to make sure there's not too many keywords that gets overwhelming. Shout out to the guy who doesn't know the difference between patrol and crisis still to this day. But yeah, that's cool. It just allows you to put more text while putting less overload if people can, you know, abstract away these words. So we get a new prerequisite keyword. So I'm assuming that means it won't be in the box itself. Oh, Nana wants to jump up. Okay. In Defender City's case, you can only play it if your hero has a Defender trait, and when it's defeated, each player can search their deck for a team-up card and gain a discount for the rest of the phase. So prerequisite seems to be only your hero, as opposed to like having a trait on the table that matches it. Naturally, this applies to Jess's own team-up card, Unbreakable Bond, which can both heal her and or Luke Cage and keep her thwarting momentum going. Okay. Hey, man. So Defender City, 0 cost. It has 3 hinder ones, so 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 threat on it. You have to be a defender to play this. When defeated, each player may search their deck and discard pile for a team-up card and add it to their hand. Until the end of the phase, reduce the cost of each team-up card by 1. This is great. Now, unfortunately, it's only going to be for defenders, so this is not going to solve the whole back catalog of team-up cards. And we classically have a huge back catalog of team-up cards that are both not good enough, too situational, and too expensive. Now, that probably is a solo player's take where like team-ups are kind of dependent on keeping an ally around, and you can't always do that in solo play. In multiplayer, team-ups are so much more easy to play, that's for sure, as much as sometimes your hero kit kind of collides with their unique ally and the player across the table from you. But that's a really nice way to keep these things cheap and coming and consistent and all that sort of good stuff. Again, this is the sort of thing you can leave on the table, put down to 1 threat, and just grab it and clear it when and if you need it, knowing what team-up you can get. And I don't know if any of these characters can consistently play more than 1 team-up card, but there's no rule against it, I don't think. This is her team up, Unbreakable Bond, between Jessica Jones and Luke Cage. It says hero action, remove 3 threat from a scheme for 1 or for free. Heal a total of 3 damage among Jessica Jones and Luke Cage. And every damage healed off of Luke Cage when you're playing Jessica is, in fact, a toughness, which is pretty dang good. Yeah, it's hopefully a 1 for 3 and 3 healing, which is obviously good. That's 2 for 6 value. That's exactly what you'd expect. So quite nice. Yeah, Unspeakable Bond is horrible. I'm surprised that with the addition of the prerequisite, they haven't addressed the rules bugs with build support. Oh, build support allowing you to cheat it in. Yeah, I don't think they're going to address that. I think that's just not worth it at this point. I like seeing hinder on a player side scheme. Yeah, I'm kind of into that. I think player side schemes, the balance on player side schemes can be pretty interesting because they seem like both selfish and altruistic, and then having the whole table care is kind of nice. Why are they doing a mog off? No, I think they're like lovingly looking at each other. They look a bit serious. In Italian? Wait, sorry? I've played almost 10 years of Arkham and I still get confused between elusive and aloof sometimes, but the worst keyword offender by far as an MC is the Italian version. What is the Italian keyword confusion? Because translation is its own, like, can of worms for sure. Echo can spam team-ups, I think, by tucking and recurring them. Echo can only tuck non-aspect cards. So I don't think Echo can tuck basic cards. Or does Echo say basic and aspect cards? It's been a minute. I think it can. But yeah, Echo can replay team-ups, which is probably pretty good. I know we have a team up with Echo and Daredevil. Okay. Oh, hey, man. You want to come say hi? You can climb up. Hey, friend. What's up? It's only 2:30. It's not lunchtime. She wants to be in my lap, but the problem is that's where the keyboard goes. So that's so upsetting. I'm going to put the keyboard up here for a moment. Oh, almost spilled the coffee again. Classic. You want to come in my lap? You can, but then you're going to be a keyboard guy. And that's a thing already. Okay. So where are we? Speaking of momentum, the new Joy of Life event can ready just about anyone at the table. No coffee. Thanks to Alliance keyword allowing any player to pay its character exhaustion costs. Since Jessica can freely flip to alter ego once per round, she can pay for or benefit from either option. And even if you choose to exhaust her, a grapnel launcher can let her still contribute to some thwarting. Finally, though Jess can end pretty much any player's phase in hero form if you want her to, whenever you do enter the villain phase in alter ego form, you can still punish the bad guys for scheming with some skilled entrapment. Sorry, it's hard to read the text. It's really small on the monitor. With all these tools and her belt combined with her own inherent skills, no villain scheme will come to fruition while Jessica Jones is on the case. Hey, RWX. She does seem really, really strong and kind of interesting too. I do want to complain about this, and let me know if I'm off base. Did this not load? This is Joys of Life, which shows her holding her daughter. It is the daughter of her and Luke Cage, Danny. Why? Like, do you think Nick Cage is going to have this card in his deck? Why is it all, like, the female characters are like, oh, the ones that have a card specifically about mothership? Like, we have this also with X-23, where her whole kit is about, like, being a good older sister. And obviously that's part of her story. I don't know. I don't know if this makes a story relevant, but I find it so weird that, like, there's a lot of characters in this game that have kids that care about their kids, except the portrayal of female characters is more likely to, it feels like, to have stuff like this. Like, yeah, the mother's going to have this card, but the father's not. I don't find this to be so weird. It's like, it's strange. I don't like it. Like, what is one of the examples? Like, Care for Cassie Maybe this is meant to be a character read into the Ant-Man guy, but like taking care of his daughters is an obligation, but taking care of the daughters if you're a mother is like the joy of life. I don't know. I find this to be so strange. It seems to be like a weird gender thing that I don't like. I think we've seen all the family related cards to be in the female heroes. Maybe that's because that's how they're written. Maybe I don't think this is Marvel Champions' fault, but it's such a weird double standard. It's strange. Like, there's no way they would put this card in Luke Cage, but they're going to put it in the female character. Very weird. Don't like it. Let's talk about the card. It has Alliance on it, which is strange for a 0-cost card, but Alliance means anybody can pay for the costs of the card, let alone on the text of the card. So either you can exhaust a civilian alter ego to ready a hero or ally, or exhaust a hero or ally to ready a civilian alter ego. There's not a lot of civilian alter egos in the game right now. I think there's only like a handful of them. I think we have them open here. Yeah, it's like this many. I'm not sure I'm excited to ready any of these when they're an alter ego. They don't really matter that much. So it's still a cheap ready, which is pretty good. And of course, she can always benefit of it. So I'm assuming this is best when you either have an ally at low health that you don't want to use them with, or yeah, you can ready yourself. It's good. It's a 0-cost ready. I mean, like, that's probably fine. It's not too expensive to use. So, and especially with the flexibility across the table. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, cool. Fine. We have 3 copies of this. We've grabbed a launcher. So 2-cost upgrade, it's restricted, so it costs like it's one of your weapon slots. As a hero action, you can choose to discard this card to make a basic thwart without exhausting, so that's nice. Even if you're exhausted, you can use this. For this thwart, you get +1 thwart, you ignore the patrol and the crisis while in play. It's weird this is an item. It feels like it would be a preparation or a weapon or has any sort of like other keyword synergy. This is okay, I guess. It's a nice way that you can like defend and then use a thwart stat when you have a high thwart and high defense, which is not very high for a lot of characters. She's uniquely one of the few characters that falls into the camp. 2-cost also seems pretty expensive, and you discard this card. I don't think I'm gonna be playing a lot of this. I don't know what well to do with this. It's not a weapon. I don't know. Had to double check to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. About what exactly? Grabbing a launcher fixes rockets clumsy. I've got a plan. Oh, because then it boosts your stat and you can use it again. Yeah, that's kind of a cool way of using this. Like, the cool thing about this is it actually uses your basic thwart. So if you increase your basic thwart stat, this does get better to some extent, which is nice. It's like a panic button, but I generally don't want to pay 2-cost panic buttons or 3-cost functionally panic buttons. So I think you have to be doing something weird for this. And I don't see anything super ambitious about this. Got to get down to the mall to buy a circumstantial evidence of a grapnel launcher. Yeah. Last card we have is Entrapment, which is a very fun theme here. Max 1 per player. It's a preparation, so of course you're gonna play this in your Black Widow. Alter ego response, and is this the first ever alter ego attack? It might be. So it gets hit by stun. After the villain schemes, change the hero form and discard this card. So kind of the text on Ready for a Fight. However, you deal damage to the villain equal to the amount of threat placed by this activation. As solo, this is so absurdly risky. I don't know why you want to do this, besides the fact after this you can jump down to alter ego because you started your turn in hero mode if you want to do alter ego stuff. I think there's a big chance that this might have, what's it called? Under surveillance. Like, for this to be playable in solo, this really needs a reprint of under surveillance, which would make a lot of sense in the context of the theme of this pack. But like, I don't know, I guess the villain schemes for 7 and then you do a 1 for 7 damage. Like, that's pretty good. It's just like, it's very risky to let the villain scheme like that. Mind you, they have to add a lot of threat for this card to be good. So very, very strange. In Italian, they chose stabile, which means steady, for stalwart, and they chose tempra, meaning closer and meaning to stalwart for steady. It doesn't even make sense internally because tempra is a stronger word than stabile, but the effects are reversed. Yeah. The thing is, like, a lot of times the translation teams aren't like people who are aware of the ramifications of the things they're doing in terms of the gameplay. Like, if you're lucky, the translation team is actually, you know, integrated into the game and they play the game and they understand the game. But a lot of times translation teams are just that. And then like the people that they're working with have to give them basically the information that they think are irrelevant to understand how to translate. So like someone had to give them a document that says like stalwart is stronger than steady or something like that. But that doesn't always happen. So that sort of stuff happens. Nebula can attack an alter ego, but I think it's the first card with the attack trait printed on it. Yeah. There's ways to do damage in alter ego, but I don't think they've had attack trait. It's kind of like Justice Ready for a Fight. I mean, it looks like Justice Ready for a Fight, but it's not Justice Ready for a Fight. Like, Ready for a Fight allows you to jump up and jump down, but jumping up is not hard. You only find this in alter ego, but like the part about jumping down is like you lose the thwart. So like, I don't get it. It looks like Ready for a Fight, but it's definitely not Ready for a Fight. Really cool theme though that you can see. I don't know if we can zoom in, we can see who's behind her, but Entrapment is a really fun theme there. All right, snooping around. While the versatile access to alter ego form and alias investigations allows her to take down the villain in a new and unique way, Jessica Jones is a potent hero and powerful addition to any team. Looking forward to taking on Kingpin when she arrives in August. So a month after the pack, which is not bad, against the box, which is coming out sometime in July, which is good. Entrapment seems unplayable. Yeah, for solo play, it seems unplayable. You have to do something really weird for that to be consistent enough, because the condition for it to be good is a lose condition. I think in multiplayer, when like you have a big margin, like you can put 15th red and still not lose, I could see it being a bit better. But in solo, it doesn't seem like a good solo card. Keep seeing it compared to RFAF, but I don't see it either. Yeah, it's just because it like says after something happens, flip form, but it doesn't actually interact the way RFAF does at all. Yeah. Yeah, it's like literally anti-RFAF. Oh, this pack looks killer. Really, really strong. I'm worried about some of the weird cards, like Calling in Favors seems busted. Again, the fact that it doesn't search the discard pile is a real cost. But I do think like using the counters just for tempo is probably better than squirreling away 15 of them to like one-shot the villain. But yeah, the cards all look quite good. There's some upgrades that are a bit dodgy, but it looks really fun too. And like doing something different, being a PI that actually can win off of being a good PI is sick. And I'm really excited, even if it's not the best thing to do, is to play her and try and just like get counters and defeat the villain. Notably, you can OTK the villain. You just need 2 side schemes, because very importantly, Alias Investigations only fires when you clear a side scheme. So you have 2 side schemes on the table and you have like 30 counters. You can knock out some villains, which will be good fun. Especially some of the villains that have smaller health too, right? Like you're playing against some Morlocks or whatever, and Morlock Siege, or not against Morlocks, protecting some Morlocks. Yeah, it's cool. Cool back. Good article too. I like the article a fair bit. Does a good job at explaining what's up. All right, it's 2:30. Onward we go, huh? So we're going to be playing our next scenario, which is Nebula. And let me tell you, she doesn't feel very fair in solo. I don't think she does. So let's see how bad this can go for us. How's everyone doing? Villain name. What's everyone's opinion? So far, this looks like the strongest thing we've seen so far. But what's really interesting is like out of the characters we've seen, it's hard to exactly imagine. Like you have an understanding of what their playstyle is, but I don't think we have a good understanding of what their playstyle is. I know some people got to play these characters at Con of Heroes in the last like month or so. So they actually did play, I think, Daredevil and Echo. They were brought there by designers. But like Daredevil, it's hard to imagine how he plays, because like having the 5 cards in the deck are like, it's wild. We've never seen a character like that. And I said this earlier, but on the June 2nd, so I think that's Monday or not Tuesday, a lot of content creators will be dropping a lot of the extra cards, the last cards we haven't seen in the upcoming box. It won't be me, but we'll be talking about them later on a stream or something like that. So they'll be coming in. You can't turn 1 because you exhaust Alias. Oh, Alias exhaust? Okay, yeah, so you can't one-shot it. Never mind. Okay, so you have to do a 2-turn OTK. A 2TK. She can defeat Magneto without clearing his side schemes. I think, yes, she can. Anybody who says they can't take damage, you don't care about. You can knock out Sanctuary, what's his name? The big raisin. I've simmed what we've seen of Dee Dee and Jessica. They're really, really good. They seem good. Daredevil seems super consistent. And like, they all look like they would work really well together. Like Daredevil's good at helping you knock out schemes. So villain name, Nebula. Oops, that's not right. Oh, did I break everything? Oh my God, I did actually break everything. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Something's bad. Villain name Nebula, side 2. Okay, hopefully that's good. We have 17 health points. Okay, we're good. Let me get it. It's Nebula. It's been a while since we played Nebula. Not too long, considering she was in the same sleeve as Nebula 3. But that's Nebula. We have the Power Stone, and the Power Stone it's a bit awkward. Hold on, I guess we'll pull this up first. So wait, this didn't animate last time, and it's not animating now, so I have to fix that later. We'll pull it up in a second. Big thing about Nebula is she has techniques. Technically, the hero mirrors how this works, but there's a bunch of things in play that we have to worry about. Firstly, Nebula's ship is just disgusting. If we don't deal with it, we lose. And it's one of those things kind of like the Collector, which doesn't feel very fair, because we can only remove so many counters from it every round. And it's actually possible for it to get more counters than we can remove in a single round. That's not great. This side scheme, I'm going to want to throw into the ocean because it is just the worst. And then that is the side setup. We're also going to be using the Space Pirates in counter set, which a lot of people don't like at all, because the Space Pirates can just attack you and remove one of your favorite cards from the game. If that happens, who knows? But yeah, there's a lot going on here, and all of it is like very frightening. So the Art of Evasion, we have our setup. So we're going to be playing with Nebula. We're going to be using, we're going to have the Milano. So we have the ship command we have to play with. We have Nebula. We have Space Pirates, and that's it. We also have to use the Power Stone, which is a 1-card encounter set that just increases whoever's stats it's attached to. We have to put the Nebula ship environment into play and the Milano support into play. So we're starting with 2 ships. And we have to discard the top 2 cards in the counter deck and attach each technique discarded this way. This is the beginning of the variance getting really, really strong because if we discard no techniques, that's amazing. On higher difficulties, she doesn't remove every single technique. She only removes 1 technique a turn. So you can also end up in the circumstance where she just gets 2 techniques a turn and only removes 1, and you end up falling behind the curve. Yeah, called the Art of Surge, exactly. There's a lot of Surge because the first technique, I think, has Surge, if not every technique. There's so much variance to this in solo that it's pretty bad. Okay, hold on. I just want to see why this is not working. Studio mode overlay. Scenario encounter set? Okay, well, that's that. So this is Nebula. It's 8 attachments. Those are all of those, what's it called? The things. What are they called? The techniques, the Power Stone, which has some unfortunate rules text, the ship command we like, and we can interact with these ship command sets, which is quite nice. And then we have Space Pirates, and that pirate commander just does quick strike, and if it does damage, you have to remove from game the top card of your deck, which can be an absolute disaster. As much as who knows what it's going to be, maybe it'll actually make your deck better. Yeah, Nebula is so swinging for sure. I think the big caveat with assessing power level at this point is that we already have a bigger roster of extremely powerful heroes. So even Jessica, as powerful as she is, isn't a tier above the current ceiling. That's the thing is like, I'm not comfortable. Like, hey man, I don't know exactly talking about like the power level of all heroes because the power level of heroes is like, you have to pursue the power level. You can go out of the way to build very strong busted decks, but we don't always do that around here because it's not the most fun thing to do. So my favorite thing is not to have the most powerful characters. It's to have characters that are powerful enough. So far, Jessica looks more than powerful enough, so she might be in the camp of like, you have to play a higher difficulty thing against her. Yaniko, that's Nebula. You're going to destroy her. Okay. Power Stone. So the Power Stone has a weird rules wrinkle to it. The Power Stone says, attach to the villain, so it gets +1/+1 to all their stats. And it says, after a hero or villain deals 3 or more damage to the attached character with a single attack, attach Power Stone to that attacking hero or villain. The issue is that the word that they used here is not take damage, it's dealt damage. And like, I don't know if that's intentional. It's hard to say, but at this point, the way that it's written is that even if we're attacked for 5 damage and we have a toughness, the Power Stone is removed from us. Even if we're attacked for 4 damage and we defend for 3 and only end up taking 1 damage, it doesn't matter how much damage we took. It matters how much damage was dealt. So again, damage is dealt and then you take that damage. I actually have to double check because I think using your defense stat reduces the damage you're take, not the damage you're dealt. So maybe actually defending works, but ultimately again, damage is first dealt and then it's reduced. So what you end up taking does not matter in terms of the Power Stone. So it's hard to keep hold of this. I do think there's cards that go worse when you're holding the Power Stone. So sometimes you don't want it. It's just +1/+1. How bad could that be, right? We have Nebula ship. This is our permanent on the table that is going to add these like evasion counter things. Oh, not that one. Yeah, this is going to be happening a fair bit. So bear with me on this. Do I not have this card? Uh-oh. I don't have Nebula ship. I think I deleted the Nebula ship when I added this, so that's not good. So Nebula ship. I'll just read it to you. Forced interrupt. When the villain phase begins, we have to place 1 evasion counter here. So that's not good. Then the first player can exhaust the Milano and spend up to 2 resources of any type. So notably, exhausting a Milano already costs us 1 resource. So this is one of these actions that just spends resource to do part of the game and not fall behind, which are never fun, particularly when you're expected to do them every turn. So here we have to spend 1 resource by exhausting the Milano, and then we have to spend up to 2 more resources, and we can remove 1 evasion counter from here for each resource spent this way. So again, we can only remove up to 2 resources a turn from this, evasion counters a turn, which we probably have to, because evasion counters, we can lose the game to evasion counters, I'm pretty sure, but the most we can remove every turn is 2. The thing is, it costs us 3 resources, which is again very, very expensive. We'll see if that starts with counters. All right, the Art of Evasion. We have to finish this resolution. So it says, attach the Power Stone, discard the top 2 cards in counter deck. We're hoping for no techniques. We discarded the Badoon Headhunter. Technically, this is not meant to be in the deck while we're doing the setup because campaign setup happens after. So we have to discard something else. We discarded a technique. We discarded a combat ready. So attach each technique discarded this way to Nebula. So Nebula is going to have evasive maneuvers. So she really cares about these things. Evasive maneuvering says that she gains stalwart. So she can't be stunned or confused. And we're going to have to fire the special in just a minute. And you are stunned. If you're already stunned, give Nebula a face down boost card. So these all have boost icons that just say reveal them, which means you just end up surging a heck of a lot. All right, the art of evasion, incredibly low threshold. 6 is a huge difference from 7 when it comes to solo play, because with 3 thwarts, the most she can thwart in a turn if we're unlucky is 6, which means with the basic one, this goes to 7. So like jumping down and just hoping is the only way we can do, let alone it already starts with 2, and it gets X per turn. X is the number of evasion counters. Now, because evasion counters come at the beginning of the villain phase, this will always have functionally 1, but again, eventually this will have 3 acceleration, 4 acceleration, and you can only remove 2 a turn, so it's again, if you just snowball out of control with these counters, there's nothing you can do. Okay, that's that. We also start with guerrilla tactics because that's part of the campaign. Do we not have the scan either? Wow, we don't have the scan. Weird. So we don't have the expert one. The standard one is 5 threat, hinder 3. When defeated, place 2 evasion counters on Nebula ship. We're never going to clear this. It's not worth 1 victory. Luckily, the standard one doesn't have these icons, but this one is not worth clearing. It's just 8 threat to give 2 evasion counters for 1 victory. Just simply not worth it. 1 counter is not worth 2 evasion unless we do it on the final turn before we win. Let's look at the villain herself. This is Nebula. She has 17 health. Her first technique attachment, each player reveals each round gains surge. I don't think we revealed this. We discarded it and then attached it. So we didn't reveal it. So it doesn't gain surge. Thank God. But the first technique gains surge, and there's a lot of techniques in the deck. I think there's like 8. Force interrupt when Nebula initiates an activation. Resolve the special, so we're going to be stunned. And then on each technique, and you only discard 1 of those. So it's the same sort of thing where like you can snowball backwards, where you just end up with a lot of techniques. And if you draw 4 techniques on turn 1, you can only remove 1 every turn, and they fire all of their specials. So yeah, the expert campaign is absolutely absurdly difficult. And like, again, it does not feel fair, where a lot of this you win. Making good decisions matters, but you often win by just either having a really, really strong deck that can overwhelm her and burst her, or she just draws bad. Because if she doesn't draw techniques, she's not very bad. But if she draws 3 techniques and adds 4 evasion counters, yeah, we lose. Like, we can't beat that. Yeah, it removes it from game. Yeah, it's bad. Me drawing 7 encounter cards during turn 2 on standard difficulty. Yep. Yeah, it can happen. You believe a basic defense does reduce damage? That does make sense. I do think it reduces damage dealt, and then you end up taking whatever's reduced. So yeah, defending should work against that. So we might have to defend a fair bit, but it only matters if we have the Power Stone. Okay, campaign setup. Ow, my side hurts. So reveal the guerrilla tactics. We just did that. Shuffle each galactic artifact side scheme recorded in the galactic side scheme victory play. Perform the following. Wait, what? Shuffle each galactic artifact side scheme recovered in the galactic artifact side scheme into the victory display section of the campaign log. Oh, we have to add those into the encounter deck. Okay, cool. Perform the following for each specified side scheme shuffled in this way. So we're going to shuffle into Philosopher's Stone. So she already has 1 face down boost card. Technically, it could be one of these cards, so we have to shuffle it after. And then it is the Crystal Ball, which means she already has a tough status. That one's totally fine. So we got not so bad ones. But she will attack for 3 with 2 boost on turn 1, which means we really need to find an ally. We then shuffle the Badoon Headhunter in, and that's it. So we need to give her a boost card after we add these to the deck. So maybe it was okay to rescue another one because these in the deck are not the worst encounter cards, and it dilutes her like technique consistency. That's it. We're off. You completely correct about dealing versus taking in regards to defending. Proud of you. Thank you. Andy, were you the one who said a card is dealt and then a card is taken? Because let me tell you, oh my God, that you fixed most of my issues. I think you told me that, and it's like totally stuck, which like, well done. I needed that. All right, so we have 1 boost card. All right, let's shuffle and we're off. Again, I don't have the highest hopes here, so do pass me on your energy, but we are definitely starting to like the last scenario, not hard. The difficulty of the curve of this campaign is strange. It's like easy, very hard, easy, incredibly hard, and then it does not leave. Okay. So again, we will be stunned next round guaranteed. We have to do all the sort of stuff we want to do, which is basically our best case scenario is we flip to our version 3 as soon as possible, because version 3 means we will have the ability just to ping as much damage and just rush through Nebula. We're at the point where upgrading our deck is not really worth anything, but if we want to look at these conditions, sorry that we're not starting yet. We recorded 1 unit for each player to maximum of 3 for the victory display, 1 unit for each player if there are 1 or fewer evasion counters. We don't have control over that. 1 unit for each player if we stay on main scheme on stage 1B. It only has 6 threat, so if she draws 1 advance, we don't control that. And then if the Power Stone is attached, that does matter for the next scenario. I'm not sure if we want the Power Stone on us or not. I forget if that's a negative startup, and that's it. And you have to record the number of evasion counters, which again, we don't have control over that. Again, we only remove up to 2 a turn. If there's 5 on there, so too bad, I guess. All right, we're off. Okay. We know how to do this. We've done this many times before. It's a point of pride for me to teach some of something and then seeing them demonstrated later. I teach/instruct adults. That brings a lot of challenges. Sick. I'm glad to be able to help with that. I mean, like, hey, that's sort of the thing we do here too. So it's really nice that it sticks. That's the sort of like exactly how I'm going to explain it to people now going forward. So I'll call it the Andy. Energy. I mean, we'll keep energy. It's energy. Everyone loves energy. We want an ally for sure. Okay, genius and then okay. So this is too many resources. I'm a bit scared. I'm going to keep shuffling my deck. That is arguably you don't want to be drawing every single resource because they clearly don't matter. Our deck has 4 cards that draw 3 cards. So we want to find one of those. Probably should have done a sufficient shuffle like this before, but we probably won't keep both of those. Stroke of Genius is actually the better one unless we draw a 3-cost card, because Stroke of Genius does give us an extra card draw, so it's kind of a double resource, let alone it gives us one of our progress counters. All right, perfect. We've drawn this in our opening hand in every single game. I'm pretty convinced. That's amazing. Propulsion Jets. I mean, probably this is the damage one, or is this? No, this is the thwart one. So this is a 1 thwart. We can set that up. We have the doubles, and then our 6th card is Clear the Area. A Clear the Area will work on this table, so I'm kind of interested in keeping it. The issue is like Face the Past and Stroke of Genius, our 4 card draw cards, are going to keep us alive. In theory, with Face the Past, we're like highly incentivized to go find a card that does at least 2 damage. So there is a world in which we don't keep the Propulsion Jets because they're kind of low on value on turn 1. And I think we actually don't keep it. Like 2 health is good, but at the end of the day, 1 damage does not hit any breakpoint that matters this turn. So we will mulligan this just because we need to find more cards. Remember, we have another resource here, so it could be fine to get rid of Energy or Genius because we have nothing that lines up with either of those well, besides the 2-cost card we're throwing out. I could be wrong about this. Clear the Area is a free cycle off the Art of Evasion, which is all we need to do. Yeah, there's a chance we don't need to keep these. Let's hope for the best. I'm just going to go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hawkeye. I mean, that's fine. Hawkeye actually does help us deal with our... No, not you. Oh, I wish it was you. Hawkeye will be able to make us guaranteed to deal with Lucia von Bardas, so I don't feel bad about that. Okay, again, we have the Milano. It's just a wild resource generator. It will matter for other things. Weird rules. I'm getting very curious about the timing of a villain attacking versus a villain initiating attack. I played Agent Venom, and the rule changes depending on which table I'm playing at. Oh, well, if you read the 1.7, it'll tell you. But initiated attack happens first, and then there's a bunch of steps, and then the boost card, and then the damage and all that sort of stuff. But initiates attack usually is an interrupt, so it happens when the attack starts. That's usually how it works. Okay, so the question is whether we use our alter ego text to go give us a counter. Our hand has a lot of resources. Stroke of Genius is the easiest way to give Riri a counter, and I think we want to be counter maxing. The issue is like if we want to continue drawing cards, we have to jump up to hero mode with Face the Past, which means we can't do this all in alter ego. I'm not going to do it. It feels like 1 counter is not worth the risk. Well, setting up aggressively is worth the risk. Especially again, if we draw into 1 copy of one way or another, we can probably go even deeper in our deck. And we have 3 copies, and we draw 3 cards here, maybe 4 cards. So I think we're just going to ignore this and jump up. Yeah. Okay, so when we play Face the Past, we are going to ready ourselves. So we might as well attack for 2 just to clear this toughness. That's all that is. We can thwart this, but we don't care. And we're going to clear this with Clear the Area. So that's the best we have. And then we'll just go ahead and Face the Past. So again, maybe we should have got a counter. We'll find out. Here we just go grab Lucia von Bardas. Her job is to die. She's our nemesis. She really hasn't done anything so far. And then we draw 3 cards and we ready ourselves. Okay, champions. I mean, we could maybe play that if we have nothing better. It's a 2-cost card. Chance encounter. No. Wasp. Okay, at least we have a chump blocker here. We want to play Stroke of Genius and see what that gets us. So I think we do Stroke into Clear the Area because that draws 2 cards. And then from this, we can see what we draw. But so far, not a great hand for these 2 double resources, unless we want to play Mobile Bunker and throw out these 2 cards. Because it looks like we're going to need to do Hawkeye into attacking Lucia with ourselves. So we'll play Stroke of Genius. So when we play this, we draw a card and give ourselves a progress counter. We'll play Clear the Area. Not you. Clear the Area, which means we'll remove 2 threat from this, which means we'll draw a card. That's good. Okay, we're cooking. We can cook with this. Best case scenario is we draw into more card draw. So we'll spend the energy, not the Genius, because we could, in theory, draw into Moon Girl. And we'll play Tony Stark AI. We'll just exhaust this to look at the top 2. We can either draw Turn the Tide, which is not useful, or one way or another. And off he goes. We're going to just play one way or another. Yeah, we have all this thwarting in our hand. So you know this card, we can search the deck for a side scheme. Maybe it's bad to thin the deck, but again, the deck is this big. So the chance of finding a technique is like kind of full random at this point. We also technically are allowed to look at this card because we're looking through the rest of the deck. So we should be able to know what's on the table. In terms of side schemes, there's probably not that many. We have a couple pirates here. We have the Philosopher's Stone we added back in. That is draw 2 cards if we clear it. It has 5 threat. We have Lethal Intent, which has a hazard. This card says when revealed, discard cards off the top of the counter deck until a technique attachment is discarded, reveal that card. So it has Surge. We're never going to touch that card. We have another one. Jesus, those are terrible cards. We have a Cannonade, which is 4 threat, and we can remove 3 threat by exhausting a Milano. We probably want to use the Milano. And the top of the deck is a Crystal Ball. So we can definitely thwart this thing, no problem. And it's nice that we can use Hawkeye to thwart for 1. So I think we're just going to go for Sound Alarms. It has 2 threat on it, though, which is like so easy to clear. Sound Alarms is one of the like softest options because Sound Alarms is just 2 threat. Each enemy gets +1 attack. Like we might want to leave that in the deck because it's not like a really big problem. So if that's the case, maybe we just go for the Philosopher's Stone and try and like really go and rip through the deck because this comes in with hazard and 5. I think 5 is on the cusp of being able to clear, especially if we draw into one of our flyovers, and drawing 2 more cards on turn 1 seems good. We've already drawn an extra 7 cards on turn 1. Yeah, we'll do that one. Shuffle, goes back. One way or another resolves, and we draw 3 cards. First, Sector Scan, useless. Second, another one way or another, can't play another one. Third, Sonic Rifle, which she has Stalwart, so we could install it, but that's all we're doing. So again, we can knock out the Philosopher's Stone, look at her hand, and still draw a bit deeper. Okay, so I think we need to play Hawkeye. So I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3 for Hawkeye. Just make some space. So Hawkeye's really good. It doesn't really matter if we use the Milano on this. We could use it for something else, I guess. But Hawkeye comes in with all these arrows, and after an ally makes a basic thwart, which includes Hawkeye, he found out the other day, we can do 2 damage to minion, which means we can work on Lucia von Bardas. Cool. I want to discard Face the Past from the board. Nah, we don't want to. We want to keep it there because it reminds us we cannot attack at the villain until the end of the round, and I do forget if I don't leave it on top of the villain. But I appreciate the idea of keeping the table clean. Like yeah, you do want to keep it clean. But yeah, this one actually does matter. It's like an aura. All right, we'll use Hawkeye to thwart this for 1, which does 2 to Lucia, and then I think we just have to knock out Lucia for 2. All right, she's gone. All right, so we now have to thwart 2 off of this. We're not drawing an extra encounter card. These things that have Surge are treacheries, or sorry, they're attachments. So Grant Ward is not the worst. We could also put... Oh, wait. We messed up. We can put Chance Encounter on Philosopher's Stone and keep the Genius. And then when we clear Philosopher's Stone, we can go get Moon Girl, which means we can draw 3 more with Milano. So I think we don't play the Genius here. I think we put the Chance Encounter there, and then we throw out, like, say, these 2 cards instead. Yeah, I think that's better. Because if we clear this, we can go get something. The issue is I don't think we can clear this. Not this turn, at least. Yeah. Yeah, but it would be nice to clear this because Chance Encounter just allows us to grab an ally. And that means we can go grab, of course, Moon Girl and still have this Genius in hand. I think we did not over or underpay here. So we could do thwart for 2, thwart for 2. Then we draw this many cards. We draw 1, 2, 3 cards. We could play Moon Girl, but all our allies are full. So it's not particularly great. It's nice to have all these blocks because Nebula does attack pretty hard, but we could just play all these cards. Like I could also see us, yeah, this seems fine. Wait, hold on. So we can't do all of these, right? Hawkeye used an arrow, yeah. Mind you, Hawkeye can only hit minions, so there's no good reason to thwart with all these. We lose a bit of value. I guess, yeah, What are we meant to do here? We have the Milano too. So maybe it makes sense to do Milano this into the Sonic Rifle because she probably won't have Stalwart next turn, and we only have 4 hand size we want to jump down. But then we have these 2 awkward hands, so I guess we could just do play 2 for Wasp. Play Milano and this for Sonic Rifle. Yeah, that's probably good enough. The Sonic Rifle will be able to jump down in the near future. Again, she can just get Stalwart. At least there's 1 more evasive maneuver. I'm pretty sure. I think there's 2 of each. We played Wasp, which we can play because we are... what's it called? The thing we are, a champion? Now that means we're not clearing the Philosopher's Stone. But for this turn, I think we probably end up blocking with Wasp. So we're just going to use Wasp here to thwart for 2. to deal with this, which means next turn we can clear it with a clear the area. And I think that's it. I think we're going to pass. We might have been able to be a bit more aggressive there. I think there was a line with chance encounter and grabbing Moon Girl, but it was a bit close. What about Moon Girl to overplay on Grant so he doesn't betray you? Yeah, maybe we should do that. The issue is like if we draw 2 cards from this and Moon Girl, we play Moon Girl, we end up drawing 3 cards. It's likely we actually can use 3 cards that we play off of that. Like, I don't love this, but say this is our hand. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like we had a lot of resources. Maybe this is not what we want. Let me just think about it for a second. Like we have to play this perfectly. So she's back in her hand. The Milano's ready. This is here. This is here. This was our hand, right? The other thing is with Ironheart, we don't actually have to attack into Lucia because if we have a minion thwart this, Lucia gets knocked out anyways. So we also could be ready and Lucia could be in with too. So yeah, with Hawkeye on the table, we probably shouldn't be attacking Lucia. We should be sending another ally. So I think we should do something slightly different here. I think this was their hand. So if we put chance encounter here, we want to clear this. The thing is we have to clear it with 2 allies. Yeah, the only problem is if the only way to clear Philosopher's Stone is to have only 1 card in hand and the Milano, which is still pretty good. But if we do Grant Ward, thwarts for 2, knocks out Lucia, puts us at 2. We play Wasp. We have 1 mental. We thwart for 2. We grab first because I don't know which of these interrupts were meant to happen first. This is when attached side scheme is defeated. So interrupt happens before the defeat. So we grab her. We grab 2 cards from the top of our deck. We play them on top of Grant Ward. We have Moon Girl. We probably draw at least 2 cards. Yeah, let's just try it. Let's see deeper, I guess. I think it's more fun to do that. So let's try it. Okay, so we're going to play Chance Encounter and Philosopher's Stone. We're going to play Grant Ward. Maybe this is not better, but we will now thwart with Grant Ward. And when Grant Ward thwarts for 2 off of this, we can use Hawkeye's Text, which is not once per phase, which that knocks out Lucia von Barda. So that's pretty good. So that's a cool way to use those counters before Hawkeye has to block. Then we'll spend 2 on Wasp. She will come into play, and she will thwart for 2, so she's probably our blocker, which means we clear Philosopher's Stone. Okay, so our ally limit is full, but Philosopher's Stone is knocked out, which means we can draw 2 cards and Chance Encounter. Now, Chance Encounter fires first, so we still have access to 2 mentals, so we're going to search our deck for an ally. So we're going to go grab Moon Girl, who's on the bottom, and then Philosopher's Stone will enter the victory display, and we're going to draw 2 cards. Yeah, this is definitely Wolf 2 time. So we're going to Wolf 2 here. It's probably not amazing. Like, we have to get really lucky, and our allies are full, so, like, probably not the best use. Especially because we want something on the table that's easy to clear on the basis that, and we can't even attack. Yeah, this probably isn't the play. I just think this is much more interesting. We can't really afford to pay for Grant Ward, though, because we have to keep our resources to deal with Nebula's ship. And like technically Nebula's ship, the best thing you can do with Nebula's ship, and I can't pull it up, is don't spend 1 resource, spend 2 resources. So you want to interact with it every 2 turns. We draw 2. Heavy cannon? New and improved. Okay, actually, this is good. We want the heavy cannon because it's good. Issue is we can't fire it because Nebula cannot take damage, or actually we can't attack the villain. This is not an attack. So this actually will hit Nebula. So we're going to do Milano for a mental for Moon Girl. We'll trash Grant. So he was a 0 for 2, which is not the worst in this game, actually. And so Moon Girl comes into play. We draw 3 cards. So the best other card we could draw here is our other part of our Milano. Yeah, the 0 cost Milano parts are really good. So yeah, we draw 1, Prof, not good. Flyover, not amazing, but playable. And Photon Blasters. Ooh. So we only got 1 counter this round, which is the least amount of counters we've ever gotten in a single round. We will definitely play the heavy cannon, and we're just going to fire it because this is not an attack. So we're going to deal 1 damage to every enemy and 1 damage to the villain. So that does 2 to the villain. So we have 2 damage every turn, which is a really good start. And then we can play Photon Blasters, which is also not an attack. So this can do 1 damage, or we can just play Flyover, which is just a useless thwart and 1 counter. I think we're going to play the Photon Blasters because it's a permanent and it's on the table. So we'll play the Photon Blasters. We get 2 more health and we can exhaust this, which is technically not an attack. And we did somehow deal 3 damage to the villain. We unfortunately can't do anything. So I guess we'll just thwart for 1 off of this, but there's literally nothing we can do because we can't attack and we'll pass. Same with Moon Girl. Moon Girl will just sit there. I mean, I like that a lot better. We found 2 upgrades, which is like obviously very good. That was turn 1. This is our discard pile on turn 1. Like we did mulligan not that aggressively, but that's our turn 1 discard pile. Face the pass is discarded. Okay, I like that. It was a really good shout out, Andy. Okay, that's it. We draw only 4, unfortunately. Our hero text is pretty minimal, and we're short on counters. We got strength. The last part of our Milano, we have Turn the Tide, or no, we have one more Milano part. Like, we win for 4 parts, and we have the Ingenuity. So it's a good time to jump down. The issue is we do not have any Confuse in our hands, so jumping down is a bit sketch. But like, it's been a while since we played Ingenuity. We can only play this in Alter Ego because that's where we're a genius, and it's a research generator, and we need extra research generators because of the Nebula ship. All right, so Nebula ship, apologies, I can't pull it up. But at the start of the villain phase, it just gets 1 counter, and it costs us to exhaust the Milano and spend X resources up to 2 to remove X counters. The Art of Evasion fires, so this now just gets 1 threat because its acceleration is equal to the amount of counters. Now it's up to the Nebula. Nebula is going to be attacking for 3 and 2 cards because we already have 1 boost. And when Nebula attacks you, we have to do the special ability, then choose and discard 1 of those attachments. So we're lucky that we only drew 1. The attachment she has is Evasive Maneuvering. I think there's also some counter cards that scale with the amount of counters. So Evasive Maneuvering says you are stunned. Okay. And then if you're already stunned, give Nebula a face down boost card, and then we discard this. So that's fine. So she's attacking for 3, 4, 5. We'll block with Wasp. So 3. Nowhere is safe. We add 1 counter to our Nemesis set. Boost on Weapon Mastery. Oh god, we're going to start surging. So this is Weapon Mastery. Attach to Nebula. Nebula gains Retaliate 1. And when this clears on the special, we just take 1 damage. And unfortunately, we can't discard this because of the beginning. So that's only 1, 2, it's only 3 damage. Wasp is knocked out. Now this boost says after the activation, attach this to Nebula and resolve it. We didn't reveal it. And that's really important because the text on Nebula says, well, where's this text? The top text, the first technique each player reveals. So we did not reveal this, but she has Retaliate 1 and we'll take a damage next turn. 1 encounter card. This has happened twice so far. So we get our Nemesis minion. We put 3 threat here. So Lucia's back. It would be really nice if we draw the thing that does 4 damage, but Lucia also has toughness here. I don't think that's that bad because we have a bunch of way to do damage to the table. So she comes in with 4 health and she gets a toughness because after the villain phase ends, she gets a toughness, which means she technically has more attack and more scheme. Now, the good thing is we add these cards to the deck, which are probably less bad than techniques. And we have Rule by Force, which is on the table, comes in with 4 threat, and it gets worse stats if she's in or out of play, which is fun. And we shuffle whatever these 3 cards are in to whatever these 100 cards are. Okay, so that's definitely a turn 1 on both sides of the table, huh? Grant was 1 resource for 2 threat and 2 damage? Yeah, especially. Yeah, the 2 damage with Hawkeye is sick. And like, Hawkeye's really good right now. Like, man, opening up with a lot of allies for Hawkeye was kind of fantastic. Okay, so I'm not going to just clear the counter because I think we want to clear the counter next turn unless we're floating an extra resource here. Notably, the Heavy Cannon nor Photon Blasters are legal attacks, so they can ping Lucia Bombardas. Heavy Cannon knocks off the toughness and does 2 to Nebula, which is quite nice, and because they're not attacks, we don't worry about the Retaliate on the Weapon Mastery. That's good. We probably want to clear this. While Bardas is in play, it gains a hazard. It gains an acceleration while she's not in play, so it's more scary when she's knocked out. Anytime we thwart, we can do Lucia. So unless we draw with a Tony Stark AI, we draw the Photon Beam, we will probably knock this out with Hawkeye and Moon Girl thwarting this. Yeah, that seems fine. So let's start here with Tony Stark AI. So we look at 2. It's a Hyper Thrusters. That's remove 1 threat from every scheme. That's absurd. And we'll take that for sure. Oh, wow. That's really good. Now, the thing is, Turn the Tide won't fire this turn. I think that's okay. Like, we just kind of want to set up a bit, but it says after you hear thwarts, and notably Hyper Thrusters is not a thwart card. It just says remove threat. So that doesn't work. So this hand is like, actually not a lot of these cards are playable. We don't want to jump down to Alter Ego because she thwarts for a heck of a lot, but we're going to clear the table. I mean, and just play these 2 upgrades and hope that's enough. I think that's probably it. Like, we're not really doing much. We're going to waste all these upgrades, which means we should just clear a Nebula ship counter. Yeah. Yeah, kind of an ugly hand. Okay, so we'll start with the Heavy Cannon. So the Heavy Cannon says exhaust, deal 1 damage to every enemy. It's not an attack, so we don't take Retaliate. Villain's down to 13. And then it says deal 1 extra damage if you have the Milano to the villain. Now, again, if you're playing in multiplayer, the Milano jumps between 2 different, between all first players, so it follows the table, but we just get the consistency all the time. We'll play the armor plating. We'll put it on the back. This just says we can dodge 1 to 2 damage a turn because we have the Milano, which is perfect. We can now just fire the Photon Blasters, but we're going to do that into Nebula. Man, we need counters. We can't get counters. I don't think we risk jumping down here. It's like way too risky because she thwarts for 3. Yeah, she thwarts for 3. That's way too much. Okay. We'll pitch Ingenuity for Hyper Thrusters. So we have literally built our own Milano on top of the Milano. So we're going to exhaust this thing, and it removes one threat from each scheme. And if we have the Milano, it removes an additional threat from the main scheme. The issues like this will pop eventually. There's no way around it. But I mean, that's okay. Hawkeye will thwart for 1 off of this, which means the Hawkeye can do 2 damage to Lucia. Moon Girl will finish the thwart, which clears this, which does 2 damage to Lucia. It's really nice to be able to like hit both of those stones with one bird. Well, Photon Blasters for 1 damage. It's not attack. Beats stun, beats retaliate. I guess we're going to exhaust the Milano and spend a resource to clear this counter. And then we'll just attack to get rid of the stun. I mean, that's our turn. Like, it felt good. Felt pretty good. We can block with Moon Girl if we want. We have 12 health plus armor plating, so we should be in an okay spot. And now the fact that we opened up with our whole ship, which I'm just going to put our ship on the back line because it's thematically more fun. Yeah, we'll build a Milano row. And then we'll build an Ironheart row. This is the least amount of counters we've ever gotten on the first 2 turns, though. Like 1 counter? That's weird. So hopefully we draw into the 4 damage Photon Blast or Photon Beam. It's not very likely to line up. But if we draw our flyover, we should be able to get 2 counters. It's just hard to get counters in hero mode for sure. We can't really jump down, so it'll be a slow start. All right, we'll pass. I'm not going to hold on to strength. We only have 4 hand size. Hey, Manuel, how's it going? Welcome. Good morning. Hey, there's a flyover. We're doing all right. This is where the scenarios are starting to get quite difficult. Luckily, we have a pretty good deck. One way or another and flyover, that's amazing. Skill Investigator. Okay, we're drawing 4 more cards this round, and we have a Photon Beam. So those are all the cards that can give us counters, which is great. Speaking of counters, Nebula ship goes to 1, which means we put 1 threat here. Nebula does her text, so we get pinged for 1 damage, but we can prevent that damage by using our hull. So our armor plating says when you would take a damage, we can prevent 2 of that damage, so we don't take this damage, and this gets discarded. All right, so she's attacking for 3. We could take this to the face. We actually could defend here. We have so much threat removal on the table that defending for 3 is probably okay. Because our basic activation here is not super useful because we have all of this to deal with everything else. So I think we will defend for 3 and keep our allies around. Our allies are also just good because they're allies, and that's good. But they also have Hawkeye text, so we want to use Moon Girl 1 more time. So attack for 3 or 5 would take 2 damage, which I guess then we wasted the armor plating. We could have done that better. So we're down to 10. 1 encounter card. Okay, never should say the word 1 encounter card. It always happens. Under fire. So welcome to the Surge train. We're going to reveal technique and get another Surge. Do a barrel roll. So barrel roll, Insight 1 and Surge. I told you we're going to Surge a lot. When revealed, place 1 evasion counter. And this is the worst because we can get rid of this counter, except it costs us 3 resources to do so. Okay, so we're drawing 3 cards. Hull Breach. Okay, we have choices here. Peril, when revealed, either exhaust the Milano. If we exhaust the Milano, we can't clear the counters. Spend 2 mental resources, which no. Or deal 3 damage to the first player. I think we're taking 3 damage here. Like, we have to clear the Milano. Okay, Pirate Commander. Oh, this is not a good one. So this is the Quick Strike one that eats a card from the top of your deck. So this is another good reason to keep the armor plating around, but at least we have an enemy that we can maybe Photon Beam. After some minion attacks and damages you remove 1 card at random from your hand from the game. And our cards in our hand are quite good. Eventually removing a 1 way or another is like good enough. I think we're incentivized here to block with Moon Girl, just so it keeps that card from our hand. What do the counters on our ship do? It's a loss condition? Not inherently. It's more so that the counters on, it's the acceleration on this and some encounter cards care. Because this says X is equal to the number of evasion counters. So apologies, I don't have the scan of this supposedly. But if this hits like 6 evasion counters, we get 1 shot, right? So we can't keep that up. And I think when she advances, she puts more evasion counters there, which is like, good luck. All right, we're going to block with Moon Girl. So we did not take damage. So the Quick Strike does not remove a card from the game. Okay, that's it. In theory, we should do 1 way or another before we do Tony Stark AI. We have access to deal additional damage. We have access to hull thrusters. I think we figured out how to use armor plating in the worst possible way. We mitigated the least amount of damage and we could have protected a card. And with all these pirates, like, again, the deck is way too big to play around an individual card because look at this. And that turn we drew like 3 Surge cards and 4 Surge cards, and it wasn't that bad. Like, this is actually okay. The issue for Nebula ship, though, is we have to exhaust the Milano and spend 2 resources, and we have to do that this turn for sure. Which is functionally spend 3 resources to not lose the game, which not my favorite. Okay, I think we're going to start with 1 way or another. We want to do this before anything else, and then we can still draw a card off our Tony Stark AI. So we're going to go search for a side scheme. This might be the time to pop the small side scheme because we never want to pull Lethal Intent. Crystal Ball has reduced the card by 3. We don't have a good card for that, so we might just go for the really easy one to clear. Cannon 8 is 4 threat, which is slightly too high. So I think we're just going to go for the sound the alarms and take a slow turn here. So send alarms just has 2 threat. Each enemy gets +1 attack, which is fine text, I guess. And we draw 3. Yeah, we did the quick strike. Yeah, Moon Girl got knocked. When we play this campaign, I don't even remember Nebula. So we did something wrong or got lucky. You can just smoke her. Like if she doesn't draw techniques, the deck is not that bad. And then the problem is if you draw techniques, you end up surging, so you draw more cards. And if you draw a technique and it surges into another technique, you only remove 1 technique around. So then the techniques multiply their value. Like the fact that a technique could be on the table for 1 turn or be on the table for 5 turns, it's really hard to consider Nebula having a consistent output. All right, one way or another fires. We should be able to clear this. We want to clear something with flyover to get 2 counters. We draw 3. Photon beam, cool. Photon beam, okay, not that cool. Clear the area. Okay, so we have some options here. We'll use Tony Stark's AI. In theory, we have a bit more card draw that we could do, but we'll look at 2. So Stroke of Genius or Ronnie, we're not going to be jumping down to Alter Ego, so we'll do Stroke. Okay, this turn we can get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We actually can level up this turn, which we definitely want to do because we're feeling the hand size squeeze. Okay, so Flyover, we can do off the main scheme or the side scheme. I think side scheme with Clear the Area is totally acceptable. This draws 2 more cards, and it gives us a counter and gives us more information. The issue with Hawkeye is like with Hawkeye, we have to do something with Hawkeye because Hawkeye after ally makes a basic thwart, and actually this does include a Hawkeye, and this will fire before consequential. We can do 2 damage to the Pirate Commander, and then if we do 2 damage to the Pirate Commander, we can Photon Beam the Pirate Commander and defeat her, which seems good. But maybe we draw another ally with this. I think we've seen all our cheap allies, so it's not super likely. But maybe we still have what's his name in there? Have we seen the 2-cost Guardian guy? Regardless, Stroke of Genius, such a fun card. So we'll get a counter, draw a card. And we'll clear the area, sound the alarm. So, yeah, it's gone. So clear the area draws a card, which is this. So another clear the area. Okay. Okay. Oh, F. We're meant to play this first. Sorry, I forgot about that. 100% we play this first. There's no way world that we didn't because it replaces itself. So give me the forgiveness here. We'll play this first to draw a card. Yeah, that's the guy I was talking about, Wiccan, who's apparently not a Guardian. Wiccan's an Avenger. Okay, so that's a bit better. So we can use this Wiccan that comes down for 2. Wiccan can thwart this. Then we can deal some damage to an enemy. And if it does 2 damage to Pirate Commander, I guess Hawkeye will do 2 damage to Pirate Commander. So I want to play Wiccan from this hand. But we have to remember, we have to waste 2 resources and the Milano here. I guess if we want to make things easier, we can use the Heavy Cannon, but it doesn't really matter. So we deal 1 damage to each enemy and 2 damage to Nebula. We always can use also the Hyper Thrusters, but that also doesn't really matter because we want to clear all the threat when it comes to using, what's it called? Like, we have to fly over this. Place see if package from the rain. Okay, Maddie, give me 1 second. 1 package has come in. My partner has some stuff outside. I just need to grab it. Wiccan or Scarlet Witch's son. Yeah, right. But I guess that's not a Guardian, is it? Tell me their weakness is peak rush aggression. Yeah, exactly. Like most. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Remember, we have nothing to do here. We finished resolving something. Doubly excited I checked for a package because I just got some mail from the winning hand, which, give me 1 second. We're going to take a pause here to look at these. I need to catch my breath. But winning hand sent the version of, I'm super out of breath, of what's it called? Quicksilver. And there's another leader in here that was made for Kana Heroes, which is incredible. And then some alt arts, which is awesome. I have never seen an alt art when it comes to this game. And so this was sent in by Boomguy, which is like the coolest thing. It just showed up. So I'm out of breath. Had to run downstairs. We'll play these for sure on Sunday. Hopefully I also can play these at some point with Boomguy, but these just came in, which is awesome. So let's just open these. I have no idea what's in here. So if you're not familiar, Winning Hand does a podcast and also some YouTube content. And does a lot of con stuff like MCDC. So let's check this out. Firstly, Winning Hand sticker, podcast about Marvel Champions, one card at a time, estimated 2023. We have Pyotr Rasputin. So these are two-sided for sure with the Winning Hand logo. Oh, these are really nice. So the artist here is Band of Sirens. Oh, sorry. The card is Band of Sirens. The artist Kari Andrews. And on the backside, you have Colossus. I don't know how these were picked. I'm a huge Colossus fan. On the other side, we have Kitty Pryde. Apologies. I don't know if is the focus pulling in good here. 1 second. I'll fix it. There you go. So Kitty Pryde there. And we have her dragon friend. Other side, we have Shadowcat. Awesome. These are really nice formatted too. They're very, very legible, which is fantastic. So it looks like we have a lot of mutants here. We have the whole mutant wave, maybe. Scott Summers in a jacket that I have no doubt he thinks is super, super cool. And on the other side, we have the Cyclops classic art. This is in like Marvel Snap. This is like I think one of the most famous Cyclops arts, which is sick. It's credited towards Jim Lee, but of course. Rémi Lebeau, c'est Gambi. Mutant Thief, looking pretty rad. Man, the color on these prints are really good. And then you have also fantastic Gambit art flying through the air with explosion. And the fact that he covers the title, I'm like so into it. Yeah, the graphic design on this is sick. This is really quite nice. Jean Grey with Cyclops and the whole gang is there. You see Aurora in the background, and I think that's Archangel in the suit, if I'm not mistaken. Other side, we have, wow. Yeah, a huge change in tone, very fiery. Yeah, again, I'm assuming this is a pile of all, what's it called, of all mutants. And then we have Anna Marie on the other side of Gambit. Set your touch upgraded side out of play. And then we have Rogue, very also classic art. This is Tom Grimmett. Very cool. Aurora Monroe. This is the alter ego, so I'm assuming this is in like the Badlands, the Savage Lands they're called. Not wearing a lot of clothing, but flying through the air with some pterodons. And then we have X-Men in the white suit, which I'm a huge fan of the Storm white suit. Again, covering the text of the title, I'm actually so into it. And the trait bar being at the top is also really good fun. Hey, it's Logan. Got no sleeves, a very Dan D'Argenio look. If you know, you know. Taking a bit of a breather there with the cigar. Other side, we have, wow, yeah, striking Wolverine art. Man, these turned out fantastic. Yeah, this is like the old school comic art, which is super cool. Nathan Summers looking as edgy as possible, of course, is a Rob Liefeld art, which like, yeah, that makes sense. Show me what Strafe looks like. And then on the backside, you have Soldier, X-Force, Cable. Man, these are so cool. We have Nina, quite a good look in a purple shirt. Again, I'm a huge fan of Domino. Let's see what the other side is. I don't know if I think I've seen this Domino art before, but looking through the window, again, very much, yeah, Jim Lee art from that era. So like 90. Yeah, the old school arts are fantastic. Seems to get a complete set. We got packs with a random assortment. I got about half of those envies of the Wolverine art. Yeah, I don't know how these are distributed at a con, but I've never been to a con. This is incredibly generous. So thanks so much, Boomguy. Wade Wilson, less fourth wall breaking art. This is Jim Calafiore. Yeah. Other side, we have Deadpool. Okay, very much more fourth wall breaking with actual comic panels on this. That's sick. That's actually really quite nice. Man, these are great. Betsy Braddock, I think her clothes might be falling off. Wild. The other side. This, I think I've seen this art before, but that is, of course, the classic Psylocke outfit that's been around for a long time. This is, again, more Jim Lee. Laura Kinney. Whoa, this is quite nice. Who is she? She, of course, she's with a Badger, right? Honey Badger. And you flip this over? Yeah, that's sick. And Honey Badger's on the art too. Man, super good color on these. These turned out so well. Lucas Bishop. He's doing some sort of reading. He's reading on one of his futuristic things. On the other side, we are energizing. Wow, that is Carrie Gamble on this art. Also very much from that era. This is sick. Ilyana Rasputin, one of my favorites. So no longer eating ramen, just in the library. Other side, it's magic. And you actually see a whole bunch of like, oh, sorry, the focus got out. My bad, 1 second. You see a bunch of like demons from the underworld. That's awesome. Jubilation Lee, one of Boomguy's favorite. I've been struggling with Jubilee. I had more fun the last time we played her. This is a Jim Lee art, but of course. And then we have X-Men, very much the color you expect the Jubilee. Phenomenal. And you get to see those like exploding fireworks. I'm assuming she's next to other X-Men characters. I don't know if you can make out any of them directly who they are, but this must be from a very busy panel. Eric Lensher, wow, intimidating, sitting on the throne of the Brotherhood. This is a Stuart Immonen card. Sorry, it's hard to read the artist name if I got it slightly wrong there. And then we have a Magneto. I've seen this art before. I think this is also a Marvel Snap, but very striking, very dark. Like all the other ones are so colorful, and then Magneto shows up and be like, yeah, you're a good guy, right? Kurt Wagner, hey, one of my favorites. This is from John Romita Jr. Good old Kurt. On the other side, we have a Nightcrawler. Ooh, nice color on this one too. Man, these turned out fantastic. And we have a backer card. This is awesome. Man, I'm a huge fan. So like when I got into Marvel Champions, it was literally the first characters that I got when they came out were these two characters. And then this was like really the history of me like learning the game for the, for the first time, as much as I played a whole lot of Hawkeye. So like this wave, the mutant wave is just like my favorite part of this game. Thank you so much. This is awesome, Boomguy. Thank you. Yeah, these are bangers. Like a lot of time goes into like framing these and finding the art. And these are like high quality scans too, which I don't know how you get those. So man, and again, it's not just like Boomguy. A lot of people at conventions make their own alt-arts and then of course print them and all that stuff. That sort of stuff costs money. But dang, these are quite nice. Now, on the other side, this is stuff you've also maybe never seen. I've never seen these, but you can print these yourself. I'm pretty sure. I think Boomguy shared the PDFs if you want to get these printed or play on TTS. But these are basically custom leaders that were created for the con. So these are two custom leaders. It's Quicksilver and ooh, that's actually just a Quicksilver alternate as well. And Valk, of course, it's Valkyrie. So these are with a Valkyrie hero card. So these are basically all the cards you need to play, a leader. So PvP or cooperative for Valkyrie and Quicksilver. Quicksilver has small numbers, but readies a lot. I don't know if we're going to find him. Shout out to Always Be Running, which is a very Netrunner coded name. And then you also have all the cards if you want to play the PvP mode. These were entirely made by Boomguy. So far, he said that like the feedback for people playing this has been super positive. I'm not the biggest like leader fan. You can probably tell that, but I'm really excited to try this out and I have no doubt we'll try this out on this Sunday. Get Wrecked. Oh, this also has the Wrecking Crew card in this? Wait, this is something I actually really wanted. So Boomguy made this, it's basically a replacement main scheme for the Wrecking Crew that makes the Wrecking Crew seemingly much more interesting. This is a card that I know that he's made, and I only saw this the other day ago. I didn't know this was going to be sent over, but this also has other recommended encounter sets to make the Wrecking Crew, which is a bit of a strange earlier campaign, make a fair bit more sense. Wow, this is awesome. These look great. Boomguy, thanks so much. I didn't know these were going to come in. I knew they were in the mail, but I went down to check and these are here. So this is going to keep us busy on a Sunday. And we have a Quicksilver here, and I'm assuming there's probably a Valkyrie in here somewhere. I'm assuming there's Valkyrie in here. Maybe there's not. I do like a Valkyrie alt art for sure. Yeah, there we go. We got Valk. And then, of course, Brunhilde. Very cool. I didn't get a chance to play either Valk or Quicksilver. Really cool to see on Sunday. Yeah, I know the files were shared, so if you want to print them out and play them, you can. I'll let Boomguy know that these are here, and maybe check that out, People's Podcast. I might want to try and do like a. This is the thing is like I kind of want to like do a webcam game and get it on the channel where we can play with Boomguy and play his leaders. The issue is like it's competitive. It's not cooperative, so the tone is going to be slightly different. So like maybe we can competitively play against, or sorry, cooperatively play against a leader. Man, those are great. Those are really good. Obviously we're playing Ironheart, so not really relevant alt-arts, but that's sick. That's a really nice surprise. That should be the next stream for sure. Will be. That'll be the next stream for sure. And probably we'll play one of the mutants because we have the nice alt-art. Never going to be able to make a con. Have to stick with official ones, but these are awesome. A lot of people from the cons actually share their files after. So if you go to like make playing cards, you can probably print them out for yourself for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to do more collaboration stuff. We've now have more time. It's classically I was a bit too busy, but I definitely even need to get into the People's Podcast or the People's Discords, which I'm already there, and actually just participate in a webcam game because like everything you're seeing here can be sent on a webcam. Man, that's awesome. Thanks so much, Boomguy. That's a really, really cool package. That's very generous. Thank you so much. It is hard again, MCDC. If you want to pick up cool stuff, MCDC is the con that's held in DC around Boomguy's area down in October. I think it's in the middle of October. Going to the States is kind of out of the question for the next little while, unfortunately, but hopefully that changes in the near future. And I would love to be able to come down to either like any of the nice conventions. But if you want to grab cards like that and then hang out and like do some really good Marvel Champion stuff, MCDC is in October. Check out their website. They just somewhat recently revealed one of their cool scenario, which involves a bunch of like gang and locations and some criminal stuff. It looks really good. So there's more stuff if you're in the States and you can make it or you can travel in October for sure. It may get very tempting to go to MCDC. Man, anytime you see the swag from going to events, it makes you want to go to events for sure. The swag is really good. It's really good swag. That's for sure. All right. Oh, we caught our breath. That's a really nice package. Time for you to start a con in Montreal. I can make that drive from Vermont. Yeah, right? It's a bit of work, but yeah. I know that there's people in the Discord in Canada talking about doing things, but I think the most likely place something would happen would be around Toronto. As much as I know a couple people in Montreal who do play. Okay, so where are we? Hawkeye we probably want to use for a block because 1 health left is good. However, if we want to thwart with a different ally like Wiccan, we can do 2 damage to the Pyre Commander, which will set up the Pyre Commander for Wiccan. Now, where's my keyboard? Oh, here it is. By the way, Maddie, love, the package is here, both of them, so all is good. I don't know if you're still here. The other thing is if we want to use our hyper thrusters, our hyper thrusters are going to remove 1 threat or 2 threat from the main scheme, which puts us in a bad spot. This annoying thing about this is that it actually does remove 1 threat from guerrilla tactics, and we wish that we didn't have to because we don't want to clear this, which means after 6 more turns, we're going to clear this, which I mean, at least it's victory, but it adds 2 more evasion counters, which is kind of the pits. So if that's the case, I think we can spend 2 cards for sure. We have to fly over. We have to spend 2 cards for Photon Beam. That has to be our turn. That unfortunately only leaves us with 1 card, so we can only remove 1 counter from Nebula ship, which might be okay. That might honestly be good enough this turn. Yeah, that might be good enough. Because we have to exhaust this and do that. Oh, we can do 1 more damage here. Yeah, that's good, actually. So we're going to exhaust the Photon Blasters to deal 1 damage to the commander, so at least that's a bit less awkward. And then I think that's our turn, which, like, I'm not in love with it. We are going to deck out and draw 2 encounter cards. We've got frightening. Oh, actually, we're gonna level up. So we have ready in us, which is nice. So maybe that, I don't think that changes anything. Yeah, Hand Blaster the Pilot for sure. You mean our Photon Blasters, right? But I think we're just going to play 3 Photon Beams. So we're going to pitch in, and this is going to do 4 damage to the Pyre Commander, which gives us 2 counters. So at least we're going to in 1 deck out hit our level 2, version 2, which, like, again, I'm not proud of it. Then we're going to spend 2. We will deck out. So no matter what, we're going to throw out to Nebula ship. So we'll just do a kind of overkill flyover. But this will remove 3 threat from here, which gives us our 6th counter. I think we might as well. Actually, no, this might be one of the weird cases where you don't do this. Because we can't lose the counters. And the counter here just gives us a ready. It does give us 1 more hand size, so we are incentivized to hit that button no matter what. But like the ready on this board state is only worth 2 damage. So I think we still do it because it gives us +1 hand size. But if we did not increase our hand size, we probably would have leave the ready until a turn where it's actually super relevant. Apologies, I don't have the scan, but we'll exhaust the Milano and spend 1 resource to remove 1 counter. That's the best we can do. And then we'll just use our hero text. So we'll ready ourselves and upgrade ourselves. Where are our upgrades? Oh. Here. So we're now Ironheart 2. So Ironheart 2, 2 thwart, 5 hand size. That's the only difference. We have no more counters. I guess we might as well do some damage. We're actually putting consistent, like, kind of damage. So we do 2 damage, which is not enough to take away Nebula's Precious Stone. And we can block with Hawkeye in a pinch. We'll pass. Good turn, though. We have thrusters. Yeah, I don't want to use them. The thrusters only removes threat from this, and I literally do not want to do that. So we're going to keep the thrusters. All right, we're going to deck out. We have 5 hand size. We're going to draw Brawn and Endurance. Brawn's okay if we can get some resources here. We draw 1 encounter card. So more likely that will end up in a Surge pile. And I need to shuffle this well because all our Photon Blasters are together. So give me 1 moment here. Okay, 3 more cards. We get Turn the Tide. Meh. Photon Beam, good. So we can remove do full damage to get 2 progress counters and a Stroke of Genius. So this hand represents 3 progress counters, which is not bad. Okay. So enemy phase, this goes to 2. That means we put 2 acceleration here. The villain's going to attack us. It's just for 3 in a card. Hawkeye, excuse me, missed the deck out. This is, did we give ourselves 2 damage when we played the Photon Blasters? I feel like we might not have. Bronze Sidekick deck coming? Yeah, I think it's something that's maybe worth doing. How did we take this much damage? I forget, but I feel like we maybe didn't get the 2 damage from Photon Blasters. It's just such a pain that we can't jump down. I guess we have 2 cards that confuse that we can jump down. And we've seen 1 Stalwart card already. So this is somewhere between 3 and 6. So we could put Hawkeye in the way. I mean, that's fine. We could put Hawkeye in the way. The 1 counter here is a bit of loss of value, but whatever. So the good thing is if we get the quick strike attack thing, we can use the heavy cannon to prevent the damage. And then we don't, or sorry, the armor plating to prevent the damage. And then we don't have to remove a card from the game. So 3, Hawkeye. 4, hey, that's one of the pirate lackeys. So that's one of the cards that we have bad text. It says give the villain additional boost card. I mean, I'm glad we put somebody in the way. There's so many cards like this in this, like, there's just like so many really bad boost icons that punish you heavily. Like, oh, suddenly has overkill, suddenly has piercing, specifically in Ronan. So it ends up taking like 6 damage or something. Okay, 2 encounter cards. First, Technique at Search. It's special delivery. So we can't exhaust the Milano because as soon as we exhaust the Milano, we can't deal with this. So either you may exhaust the Milano. If you do, the villain attacks you with +1 attack. Again, exhausting Milano means we can't remove counters. As soon as we don't remove counters off of this, it gets out of control. So we might just defend for 3 and then hope that this isn't bad. So I think we're just going to get attacked for 4 and a card because we have to exhaust Milano. At least we're making decisions. I think that's interesting. So we'll defend for 3, attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll exhaust the armor plating to prevent the next 2 damage. So we've seen 2 pirate lackeys, so I don't think we have to hold on to this. We take no damage. 1 encounter card. Oh, nice. This is one that we shuffled in. Political Retribution. If Lucia's in play, she schemes. If neither's play, this card gains Surge. Okay. Yeah, none of those things are in play. Neither her side scheme or her. Fuck. Are you serious? We drew 3 pirate lackeys and we used the armor plating. So if this minion attacks and damages you, remove the top card of your deck from the game. So we're taking 2. I guess there's multiple pirates. So we're going to hope that this removes a bad card from the game. Could be worse. We lose a clear the area. That's fine. Okay, so damage. We can do 1 damage to the pirate lackey. We have a minion, which is good for the photon beam. So overall could be way worse. We need to find a confuse the jump down. We have no card draw in our hand besides this card. We need to spend 2 resources to deal with Nebula ship because we have to. If we don't do it this round, we're in a bad spot. And again, that costs us a Milano plus a resource. I do think playing Endurance is good. We can do 2 damage plus 1 damage. So defeating the pirate lackey is really easy. So there's a chance we don't photon beam. Like, this is kind of interesting that we have to make these choices because photon beam does 4 damage for 2 counters, but we can knock this out by spending no cards by doing heavy cannon for 1 damage and then photon blasters for 2 damage. Like, we have a really consistent board with good, like, upgrades are good. I like upgrades a lot. I think the upgrades are so much better than the events. I guess we could start with the Tony Stark AI and just see what we get. So we'll look at 2. Do we want to draw? No. Yes. Flyover can give us 2 counters. So this hand actually represents 5 counters. Yeah, it actually represents 5 counters, which is good. We also can knock out with Turn the Tide the pirate lackey, but ultimately we don't need to. I don't think this hand plays Brawn, but now we're at the point where like we have just ourselves. We have no allies, and that's scary because if Nebula double attacks, we probably lose the game. Just kind of solo issues, huh? So what is the plan here? We could do Stroke into Endurance. We draw a card. We get 3 hit points. That's good. I think we want to do that. Then the issue is we have to spend the Milano and 2 cards to clear the Nebula ship, which leaves us with just 2 cards. With just 2 cards, we can't do anything good. So we might have to do the same thing where we only Milano 1 token off of the Nebula ship. Again. Oh no, we have a card from this, so we can do it. So I'm going to start with this. I'll do Stroke of Genius to play Endurance. So Stroke of Genius gets us 1 of our 6 progress counters we desperately need, and it draws a card. Ronnie's not super useful, and we'll play Endurance, which just gives us 3 more health. That's good. Brawn gives you resource damage and a block. Yeah, but costs 4. It's way too expensive. And like, you don't want to block with Brawn. You want to block with Brawn in like 2 to 3 turns. Like a 4-cost card is just so expensive. I know it's functionally a 3-cost card, but like it's our whole hand. We can't even use the resource that well. I guess we could on Nebula ship, but maybe it's right. I don't know. 4-cost card is a lot. You're right though, in solo, like getting an ally is worth so much more than having no allies, even if it's expensive, because we could just die. And like, obviously you shouldn't do that. But I think we're going to do 2 into Flyover. Yeah. And then we actually can remove 2 counters from Nebula ship. So we'll remove all the threat here, which gives us 2 counters. So we're 1 card and a Stroke of Genius away from getting to level 6, or having 6 counters to get to level 3. We will do Heavy Cannon, which does 2 to Nebula, 1 to Pirate Lackey, and then we'll use the Photon Blasters to do our level amount of damage to Pirate Lackey. So sorted. Then we're not going to use the thrusters because we don't want to, but we'll exhaust the Milano and spend 2 counters to remove every single ship counter. Might not have been the best version of that turn, but I felt okay about it. We'll pass. We still have 5 hand size. And again, we just need a couple more counters here. So 1, clear the area. Okay, we still have 2 of those. Photon Beam, if we can do 4 damage. Actually, this knocks out Nebula. We get the charges. Because again, if this defeats anything, we get 2. Prof, for Confused for the jump down, we could use the recovery turn. New and Improved is sometimes worth playing. Mind you, we haven't shown this text yet on this card. It gets better the more versions you're at. At 2 versions, it's okay. But this functionally gives you a card back and gives you a toughness, which is fine. And our 5th card is a 1-way, which might be worth playing, specifically if we have 2 flyovers in the deck, but we only have 1. But this card, we know we can draw a card that has 4 threat on it, and we have a Skilled Investigator, so it's kind of worth 4 card draw. Yeah, we probably do play it. This goes to 1, which means we put 1 threat here. Nebula is attacking for 3 and a card. Our ready is not super valuable here. We still haven't seen exhaustion, so I'm tempted to exhaust for 3. If we do get enough counters, we will ready ourselves. Our hand has the possibility of getting 2 counters. If we jump down, we could get the 3rd, I guess. But I'm okay blocking against a 3 attack. So 1, 2, 3, 4, blindside. We will... I'm not going to use the armor plating because the armor plating only blocks 1, and I think we can block 2 if we draw an encounter card that does damage, if we draw a quick strike minion. So I'm just going to take 1. We got punished every time that we didn't do that, so let's try and do that. We draw 1 encounter card. This has Surge. Yeah, there we go. He says, being very scared. But notice how we didn't reveal a technique, which means we need to end the game because there's a lot of techniques and 1 per technique gets Surge. So we put 1 counter here and Nebula's going to attack us for 3 and a card. We can't exhaust, but there's no way we die here, I don't think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll exhaust for 2 and only take 3. So we did a good thing there. We actually did not get punished for the greedy armor plating play. Okay, we're in 4 health. We need to jump down. We know one of the side schemes we can clear says we can play a card from our hand, reducing the cost by 3, and we have 2 good cards to do that. We can also use New and Improved, which is a line that I'm not keeping in mind. But if you play New and Improved, you can search your deck for the Ironheart card that gives you a card draw and a counter, which is Stroke of Genius, which actually makes New and Improved a lot cheaper to play. And that actually can get us to a breakpoint that matters. So I think we're going to definitely do one way or another. In theory, you want to do the non-filtered draw before you do the filtered draw. So we'll start with one way or another, and we know that there's a good card we can grab with this that can help a lot. So we'll search for side scheme. We are thinning the deck out, which means more treacheries. So Lethal Intent, we're never going to pull that. So I think there's only one more side scheme we care about. We could do Cannonade, but I think we're going to go... Hey, oh, did we discard it as a boost card? Oh, we did. Bummer. It's in the deck. It's in the discard pile, excuse me. Yeah, it's the Crystal Ball. That's a bummer. So we can't grab that. We have to search the deck only. So luckily, this is not a bad whiff. We just draw the card that gives us no forward tempo. We just draw this little amplify icon. It's Cannonade. And for what it's worth, we actually can exhaust our thing to deal with the Cannonade, because the Cannonade, we can exhaust the Milano for 3, and we don't actually have to exhaust the Milano for a Nebula ship when it's on 1 counter. Technically, like when we advance Nebula, this adds a bunch of counters, so we might keep the Nebula, the Milano for that. But I'm pretty sure when we advance Nebula, we just add a bunch of counters to Nebula ship. Maybe I misremembered that. Okay, so this comes in with 4 threat, and we can exhaust the Milano for 3, which means we can clear it with Hyper Thrusters. All right, one way or another resolves, we draw 3 cards. Clear, the last one. Wiccan, okay. Turn the Tide, which that's okay, I guess. I don't think there's any way we get minions here, so we can just do some of our buttons. We can do Heavy Cannon, which does 2 to Nebula, which means we can knock Nebula out with the Photon Beam, which, again, I just want to check what the text on Nebula 3 is, because this is what we're going to get in a second. So no text. Yeah, I think it's when this advances, we add more counters to the evasion. Okay, so we probably want to Photon Beam Nebula into the face, and I think we advance this round. Yeah, I think we actually have this. She only has 20 health? I mean, yeah, maybe we're fine here. Don't forget to leave your like. Thank you, Manuel. Okay, so we can just hit this button, which removes 2 threat from here, 1 from each of these. That's put us at 3 threat, which does not hit an active breakpoint. Having a Confused and an ally would be good. We have Wiccan for a cheap ally. Clearing this draws us a card with Skilled Investigator, so like that's technically +1 card. But we need to plan this out. I don't think there's a reason not to do Hyper Thrusters. So Hyper Thrusters is going to remove 2 threat from the main, then 1 from each of these, which that's good. And then we can just exhaust the Milano to clear this. That technically means Skilled Investigator does fire, because Skilled Investigator doesn't care who did it, just after a side scheme is defeated. So we can always just use the Milano to clear this to draw a card, which we should technically do that before we start playing any more cards. Yeah. I think we want to play Prophex, jump down and recover after knocking out Nebula. The thing is, if we use this, we can't clear the token, but clearing the token is not the biggest priority. We'll ready and get a toughness this round too. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just do it. Cannonade, we'll exhaust the Milano. We'll remove 3 threat from this. We've cleared a side scheme, so we can draw with Skilled. It draws the Propulsion Jets. Oh, that's really good. Actually, no, it's not really good. It's just good. Because thwarting is not our problem right now. Oh, we haven't used the Tony Stark AI. Let's use that. Do we want Genius or New and Improved? We'll take the Genius. Okay, so. We got a lot of options here. That's a good fun. So we need to knock a Nebula, which means we can do that with the photon beam and get 2 more counters. Then we can... Did we do photon blasters? I guess we already did. I feel like this shouldn't be flipped. Maybe I'm wrong. But if we do the photon beam, we go to 5. We can go play new and improved to get a toughness already. Yeah, I think we just start slamming damage here. Like, I don't think we should wait. Prof could thwart for 3. Yeah, Prof could thwart for 3, actually. That might be better because we're not using anything with Prof right now. Yeah, that actually might have been better just to play Prof to get to confuse the chump block and thwart for 3. Unfortunately, we can't rewind because we drew a card. But yeah, playing Prof for 3 is probably better there. Because Prof is not really good. We probably won't play Prof. We'll probably just play Wiccan. Okay. Mind you, this is after your hero thwarts, which doesn't count the Milano. Okay, so I think I want to play new and improved. Let's start with this, though. We'll do Genius into Photon Beam. So this gives us 2 counters because we defeat Nebula. Nebula takes 4, which means Nebula advances. We also did 4 damage, so we take the Power Stone. So our attack stat is up, which actually matters because we will ready this turn. I don't know if we have lethal, but it's going to be interesting. So Nebula now says the first technique each player reveals gets surged. That's the same. And when Nebula initiates an activation, resolve the special ability on each technique. Then you may remove the top card of your deck from the game to discard one of those attachments. Sometimes that's good because you can thin your deck, but like now we're in a weird territory. But we do have the Power Stone, which is nice. So we're going to keep the Power Stone unless she deals 3 damage to us in a single attack. It's us, so our allies will block, and also our defense stat will actually lower that. So that's nice. Now, the only thing we have to do is get 1 more counter without jumping down. So I think we'll just do clear the area, turn the tide into new and improved. And then we can use this to do all the good attacks that we wanted to do. So search your deck for an Ironheart card. So the best card we can search for here, I think, is Stroke of Genius, because that's really good. Oh, do we want to play this after we... No, I don't think so. We're not going to get the tough status card because we're going to get one when we ready and when we upgrade ourselves. And so we're just going to ready ourselves there. Okay, so that technically was functionally a 1-cost card because we paid 3 for this. It gives us Stroke of Genius, which is functionally 2 cards. Okay, cool. So we want to play Propulsion Jets, sort of. We want to get 1 more counter on us, sort of, as well. And when we ready up, of course, we ready ourselves when we upgrade. So I think we're just going to attack to 3 into Nebula. She takes 3. Okay, so I think we just play Wiccan here. We do Stroke of Genius and Prof X into Wiccan. So Stroke of Genius is going to give us our 6th counter so we can ready up. It draws a card. That's exactly what we needed. We needed a double there for this to be good. And we'll play Wiccan. Wiccan might just like throw a little bit of chip damage here, as much as Wiccan can technically do the damage by thwarting, but we have no interest in thwarting. 3 health on a 2-cost ally is absurd with good text. Then we'll do our Ironheart text, and this has been the slowest we've ever upgraded ourselves, but we'll remove 6, we'll ready ourselves, and we are now the ultimate Ironheart. Now each of these counters is worth 2 damage, and we don't have that much more damage to do to win the game. And we've only seen 2 techniques so far, so that's been pretty good. And we have a toughness, of course. Toughness says the next time this character would take any amount of damage, discard this counter, and unfortunately Power Stone doesn't care about damage taken, it cares about damage dealt. So we can still lose the Power Stone through a toughness, which is kind of nonsense. We'll play Energy for our Propulsion Jets. We won't use it, but the Propulsion Jets does give us +2 health, so we're at a 6 health. We do want to jump down sooner than later. I think our deck still has a copy of Sonic Rifle in it. Okay, we'll just attack for, again, 3 to the villain, down to 14. I think we'll just attack with Wiccan to do 1 to the villain. Wiccan might be our panic blocker. I'm okay losing this Power Stone because we probably can get it back next turn. And that's our turn. Actually, that was pretty good. We are within lethal range because you have to remember every time that we draw a Photon Beam, because now every counter is worth 2 damage, a Photon Beam is worth 6 damage. So if we do 6, we attack, that's 7, 8. Wiccan is 9. We have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 on the table. Like we have lethal next turn if we don't die. The worst case scenario, there's a technique that says all instances of damage are reduced by 1. I'm not sure if it's all instances or just attacks, but we now also, very importantly, draw through 6 cards because we have the big hand size. I think you should be at 6 health. Yeah, I wrote the wrong thing. Thank you. I wrote T2 instead of R2. Yeah, thank you. Good catch. All right, chance of counter, whatever. One way or another, honestly, we could do that just to draw 3 cards. Like on the last turn, it doesn't matter if there's a side scheme in play. Okay. Wasp. Photon Beam, so that's 6 damage. And that's 3 threat removal and 2 damage or 4 damage. So we should have lethal here if this doesn't go poorly. We have to remember, though, we need to clear Nebula's ship before the round is over, which that's a nice way to play one way or another to just draw a bunch of cards because we need to clear that for the campaign. I'm also not sure if we're meant to be holding the Power Stone or not. I think it's better if we don't hold the Power Stone for the campaign. Check the max points condition. Yeah, the max points condition is removing evasion counters. We don't care about the victory display, but it's basically, yeah, record one unit. Victory display, we could clear guerrilla tactics, but I don't think it's worth it. Record a number of units for each player equal to the victory display, not worth anything. We have nothing in the victory display. If there are one or fewer evasion counters, so we just need to get down to one, so we don't have to clear all of it. Record one unit for each player if there's a main scheme is on stage 1B, which there is. And then if the power stone is attached, that matters. We also record the number of evasion counters, so the best case scenario is we get this down to 0. As much as if we clear this, it adds 2, but the worst we can get this down is to 0. If we add 2 more, we can't clear it down enough. Okay, this goes to 2. I think I just increased this. This goes to 2. Nebula is now attacking, and she's attacking for 3 in a card. If this hits us, she takes the power stone, and we lose our toughness. I'm accepting that, so she's going to attack us. It says, this says after a hero, so we technically still have it for the attack. She's attacking for 3. Boost on Dark Designs, brings that up. And then she takes the power stone, we lose our toughness. Again, it's damage dealt, not taken, which is really strange. 1 counter card. Ugh. Oh, that's the really bad one. That's the one we were talking about. Wide stance, not you, the other one. This one actually has different art. Reduce the Nebula damage takes from each attack by 1. Okay, and this has surge. Now, each attack is annoying for obvious reasons, but very importantly, Ironheart's text is not an attack. It's a hero action. Our Photon Blasters is not an attack, and our Heavy Cannon is not an attack. So this does cut off a bunch of damage from our turn. It's the worst time to draw this, but it's still, we have some good interaction points. Now, the first technique has surge. Okay, this is also fine. This is technically fine because the Pirate Lackey is trying to remove our cards from the game. It has quick strike, but says after this minion attacks and damages you. So when the Pirate Lackey attacks, this is a really nice lineup for armor plating because armor plating just says when you are attacked, or sorry, at any point, prevent 2 damage. So the Pirate Lackey did no damage to us. Okay, so all we have to do is 13 damage to Nebula. We can attack for only 1 now. So we've won. Wiccan could thwart, because Wiccan could thwart and do damage. So some amount of damage. Let's just say it's 1 damage. So let's say 2 damage. Heavy Cannon is 3-4 damage. The Hyper, that's it. This is 5, 6, 7 damage. And so we need to come up with like 6 counters, right? No. 4 counters. We just need 4 counters because that would be 7 plus 8. So we can get 4 counters. I think no matter what, we do one way or another and see what happens. So we'll do one way or another. So search and counter deck for side scheme. There's not that many left. So we have to go for a bad one, but if we win this turn, it doesn't matter. These are really bad side schemes. They're lethal intent. They're terrible. I just don't think it's going to matter. So lethal intent, the scheme, comes in with only 2 threats, so it's easy to clear, but we're going to try not to clear this, because when you clear this, you discard cards from the top of the deck until there's a technique, and those techniques can be bad. Like Retaliate's not good, but another wide stance would be a disaster. Okay, so we draw 3 with one way or another. So we draw into a double. Sector Scan's not very useful. Well, funny enough, Sector Scan could be played because we can see what Wiccan's going to do, but it's not worth a card. And we draw Moon Girl, which is definitely worth a card here. Moon Girl could draw the rest of our deck. The rest of our deck is 4 cards. So useless, useless, useful, useless. So we have a good chance of drawing at least 2 free damage, which is only 1 free damage with wide stance. 3 counters is enough? Yeah, you're right. 3 counters is enough. It's 6 into 7 is 13. As long as Awaken doesn't whiff everything. Yes, 3 counters should be enough. So I think we should have it. We need to clear Nebula's ship. So we're going to exhaust the Milano and spend 2 resources. So that's clear. All we have to do now is enough damage, which that's fine. A flyover is technically worth 4 damage, so we should play flyover. Let's just do Tony Stark's AI first, which can guarantee that we can draw into whatever we want with our Moon Girl if we play her. So we look at the top 2. We'll take the free damage. This should be upside down. So now we have 1 more damage on Grant. Yeah, we should have it here. We don't have a lot of mentals in our hand though, so actually Moon Girl is probably not the play, but I don't think that's an issue. Okay, let's just start blasting. So we're going to spend 1, 2 for Photon Beam. Now, the cool thing about Photon Beam, well, no, actually, this is not cool. This might be actively bad, but Photon Beam deals 4 damage to an enemy and gives us 1 progress counter. Now, that damage is reduced to 3 damage, so Nebula only takes 3 damage. But the text on Wide Stance says that Nebula reduce the amount of damage Nebula takes, but once again, Power Stone doesn't care about takes, it cares about dealt. So we dealt 4 damage, but it was reduced to 3. Regardless, the Power Stone is ours, which means our attacks this turn are a bit better. So down to 10. We will attack for 3 minus 1, which is 2. The villain takes 2, down to 8. Yeah, cool. I guess Wiccan will just thwart for 1. It's more likely to do more damage. We discard the top card of the deck. So Wiccan's text is, after you thwart, you can choose to discard the top of the deck. It has 2 boosts. This is not an attack, so Nebula takes 2. And that should be lethal easily. Yeah, that's easily enough damage. So, right? Yeah, actually it's not easily, but we do get there. So then we'll spend Moon Girl and Chance Encounter on Flyover. Flyover. Oh yeah, we have all these cards. This removes 3 threat, which gives us 2 counters. That's 6 damage on its own. So yeah, that's it. We can just do 2, 4, 6 using Ironheart's text, and we have it. I mean, that actually seemed like a fair fight. I do want to say, like, we're playing obviously a very good deck, but we did get lucky. Yeah, we just so we know, the Heavy Cannon does 2 more, and then the Photon Blasters does 3 more. Grant Ward would have done 1 more. So we had a bit of overkill damage. We could have dealt with the table. And the wide stance actually ended up making us lose like 4 or 5 damage, but not in a way that matters. So I think our deck is good. We got lucky that we only saw 3 techniques. We never had the cursed thing where you only remove 1 technique a turn and you have more than 1 technique, because then you're just playing against a villain, which is absurd stats. But we ended up on the good side of the variance of Nebula, and Nebula was frightening, but not that bad. We had to make some good decisions on how to use the Milano and when to use the Milano, and I do appreciate that. I think rewarding good decision making is like the fun of playing any card game, but not too bad, actually. We did one-shot Nebula, or not one-shot, first try Nebula, which is not what I was expecting. It's kind of sad by the time you got to version 3, the game is over. Yeah, we did set up really slow. Like our counters came really slow, as much as we did have that +7 card draw turn 1, so we can't be upset about it. Hey, victory. Take that Nebula, record 1 unit for each player. So we have 1 unit. I think we had 1 unit left over, so we have 2 units. No, we spent all our 4 units. So we have 1 unit. Recorded number of units for each player equal to the victory value of the counter cards in the victory display. I'm going to say that's 0. Record 1 unit for each player if there are 1 or fewer evasion counters. There are no evasion counters, so we have 2 units. Record 1 unit for each player if the main scheme is on stage 1B. There are, so there's 3 units. If Badoon Headhunter, nope, we haven't seen him since round 1. So we don't have to do that. The Power Stone is attached to us, so we'll remember that. And we have to record that there's 0 evasion counters. I think that's a really good ending. We are on 6 health, but we're not going to care about any of that expert stuff, so we're about to face Ronan. And again, Ronan is talked up so much as being the hardest villain, and that's probably true. So this is going to be maybe a bit frustrating. We have 3 to spend in the upgrade shop, which I don't know if there's any permanents we can get. Ronan hits really hard, so just getting toughness is going to be important. Getting anything that mitigates damage is important, because Ronan just keeps hitting you over and over again for a lot of damage. I have not played Ronan enough to be able to tell you like really intelligently if there's something we should be playing around, because I do not know the Ronan cards, but I have no doubt we'll be introduced to them relatively quickly and very, very, very roughly. It's actually more than +7 draw. I think it was 7 was the wolf version, I think. Oh yeah, because we did the other version as well. Yeah, we changed our like turn 1, turn 2. Yeah, let's get a chill time with Ronnie this time. All right, let's clean this up. It's Friday. It's only 4 o'clock, so we basically have to beat Ronan within an hour, and I think we can do it. I'm pretty sure we can do it. Mind you, when this advances, you add 2 more evasion counters, and like that is like advancing this into the second stage. When you advance into the second stage, it's so bad, because when you advance this card, you add 2 evasion counters, and you're probably already losing to evasion counters because obviously like you got to this part. But oh, do I have it here? Yeah, I do have it here. But like this adds 2 more counters, and you can't remove more than 2 counters, so you're already behind, and then you're further behind. Like it's so punishing. It's so absurdly punishing. All right. But we did okay. All right, let's clean this up. We're going to need very few of these cards, because the pirates don't show up anywhere else. We're going to need this. We're going to need the space cards. These are all her cards. She has a lot of cards, because you need like a large amount of techniques for this whole thing to make sense. I love how Bardas's job is just to die on turn 1. Honor among thieves, pirates. Okay, cool. All right, do you think we can do it? You want to place your Ronan bets? Remember, I don't believe in myself, so I play with the utmost confidence. Okay, so Nebula's out. I don't know where Nebula 1 is. This should be 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus this is 7. This should be, oh, hey, Nanico the cat. I mean, it's lunchtime in like an hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2. Perfect. Okay, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing a pirate card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't matter. It's probably within her cards. It's not in here. Yeah, I'll sort that out later. Okay, let's go. How's everyone feeling? Big guy has a hammer. It's Ronan, the Accuser. J'accuse. Toughness. 18 health. I mean, I thought it'd be bigger. And I do think you can maybe rush Ronan. So villain name Ronan. 2, we will reset our health. This is Ronan. Mind you, they eroded the encounter. They eroded the campaign book to say you don't have to play with this card. There is this extra card that you play in campaign mode, which is just this. They actually have an errata that says you don't need to play with this. So we're not going to. They said standard campaign, this is too much. Starting with a hazard on turn 1 is nonsense. So we're going to get rid of that and not deal with that. This is a really annoying environment. It just has hazard as much as we have some ways to deal with it. I think we start with the universal weapon. And then we're going to start with 2. And I think we also start with another card on the table. Like there's a lot of problems all at once. But again, I do think they eroded it to be like, hey, you're playing campaign mode. You don't need to do the campaign card. It is a bit too much. We also can upgrade our deck. We only have 3 units. So we're going to play some of the smaller cards. The question is which smaller cards we're going to play. And I think we could play some of the cheap ones that just give you some tempo value. Like some minimal value is good enough. I do think Ronan has Stalwart a lot of the time, so the Stun or Confuse cards seem a bit less attractive, but some of these little cards are just good enough, right? So this says name a card type, look at the top card of your deck. If that card is the name type, remove 3 thwart from the main scheme, place that card on the top or bottom of your deck, and then draw a card. This is a really not bad card. At a minimum, it replaces itself with a filtered draw, which is already pretty good for 1 unit. So that's not that bad. I honestly like that card. Place 2 threat on the main scheme, deal 3 damage, draw a card. I'm good. Contingency plan, anything that gives us toughness is good. So we'll see if we can find anything there. Discard the top 4 cards of your deck for each different resource type. Deal 1 damage. Don't care about tempo damage. In Defiance, this says with an identity would take damage, prevent 2 of that damage, draw a card. I mean, this is not bad. The only issue with this is it's a dead card in a hand, like you're a starting hand. It's a dead card in your hand if you're not blocking an attack because it's only for an identity. So this is a maybe, but it's not really great. It's good if you're taking damage, and we know we're going to be taking damage with Ronan, so a free 2 damage and a card draw is like pretty good. Draw 1 card, choose a player. That player may draw 1 card, then choose and discard 1 card from your hand. Not bad for 2 unit cost, so we could just have a bit of like consistency with Calculate and Brainstorm. I mean, that's fine. And Creative Solution might be it. At a minimum, this just draws a card, but it forces us to remove a status counter, which Ronan gets toughness all the time. And if we remove a toughness, we deal 3 damage. Otherwise, it's heal 3 or to get rid of Stun or Confuse. I think Ronan has a bit of Stun or Confuse, but again, I'm not very familiar with the Ronan cards, but I have no doubt Ronan does stun you. I think there's a lot of cards that give Ronan a toughness, though. So I could see us wanting to take that and just play this and Brainstorm and be good enough. I don't know if there's anything good. These are the Stun or Confuse ones. Close Call is 3 XP. I think that's probably it. I don't think there's the toughness on 3 XP. A lot of the 3 XP cards are a bit suspicious. They're all like, take damage to yourself. Actually, Close Call is good. One of the weird power spikes in Ronan is there are a bunch of encounter cards in the Kree Militant set that just say like, this gets overkill. And so Close Call just says when a boost card is turned face up, cancel that card's boost ability and all boost icons and discard it, draw 1 card. That is not always worth something, but I could see that being a safety valve. So I'm going to ask you, chat, would you rather play a Brainstorm and a Creative Solution, or would you rather play 1 Close Call? I think those are our 2 options. This is in the deck as well. So let me know what you think. All right, playing against Ronan. Why does that not work? Something's broken. 1 second. Target acquired? What's target acquired? Oh yeah, like target acquired, but not an upgrade. And it doesn't replace itself. But it's kind of target acquired. The thing is target acquired cancels the boost cards. But this thing also cancels the icons. Like Close Call also cancels the boost and the icons. So it's a bit better because it's a damage mitigation and boost mitigation and replaces itself. So it's like a functionally free play. But yeah, it's not a bad card. Like Target Acquired is pretty good into Ronan, where you can just lose to an overkill boost if you're blocking with allies. And because it's an upgrade, it's easier to play. Okay, something is broken. I don't know why. I have to look into that after. This is Ronan. One more time. This is Ronan. So no minions in the set, but we're adding only one other set that has a lot of minions. We have the Power Stone, which we'll see if that being attached to us is bad. I think it is. I think he gets a whole bunch of boost cards on turn 1. We have the Ship Command, we have the Milano, but we're going to need to use the Milano every turn because of this Kree Command thing. So it does feel like you're in a dogfight. And Kree Militants is 8 minions. They don't have bad stats. They just have a absurd amount of health, and then they have like keywords like Patrol, but it's their boost icons that are the most terrifying. Does anyone have a strong opinion between these two? I think these are 2 options. Creative Solutions and Brainstorm is just some cantrips with some status control, and Close Call is just damage mitigation and boost mitigation. So we have some time to sort this out. Interception imminent. Interception imminent. So this is our main scheme. So we're playing with all the required stuff. So Power Stone, Ship Command, Kree Militants. Put the Kree Command ship environment and the Milano support into play. Attach the Universal Weapon to Ronan. Attach the Power Stone to the first player. So I think I did shuffle away a card we're going to need back in a second, but that's an okay start. Then we flip this over. 7 threat, getting 2 a turn. It's like already the numbers on this are so wild. So this is the other side. We can't always use the Milano to remove 2 threat. It only has the threshold of 7, which is still scary because there's 1 here. Ronan schemes for 3, and a 3 boost means we clear it. So jumping down is not really super useful. This is also a scenario that is going to be difficult enough that I could see us making changes to our deck and getting rid of some of the cards we don't play and playing like Nick Fury. Because I don't think we played Champion's Mobile Bunker in like 3 or 4 scenarios. So if we lose this, we could do some changes. But that's all the text on here. Now we have Kree Command Ship. This thing is scary because it just has a permanent hazard icon. But when a treachery card is revealed, and only if it's a treachery card, and you can do this on the first or the second card, we can choose to exhaust the Milano and spend a resource. So basically, you always are able to spend 2 resources once per round to cancel the when revealed effects. That's not bad. And there's a lot of times where 2 resources is basically giving you a toughness because Ronan won't attack you. So that's always going to be there. That means a long game is bad because you'll just see more encounter cards, and that's obviously not great. So we need to kind of go a bit faster. We have the Universal Weapon. This thing is hard to get rid of. Ronan gets Stalwart and +1 to all stats. We can choose as a hero to take 2 damage. So we have to be able to take the damage. So toughness, I think we can't do this. And give ourselves a face down encounter card to shuffle this into an encounter deck. And because we can't cancel this when revealed because it's not a treachery, this will come back. So taking 2 damage to remove 1 scheme, 1 attack is probably worth it, and just hope it doesn't come back. Technically with like target acquired, we can see the top card of the deck and then like discard that with Wiccan, but that's all like very unlikely stuff. So we'll see. But otherwise +1/+1. And I think there's some cards that interact with this, but I might be mistaken. Now I think Ronan still has some text here that we haven't done, which is going to require us to search the discard or the deck. When revealed, yeah, cut the power. Yeah, I knew there was a reason why I set aside. So let me get this real quick. Yeah. So when revealed, search encounter deck and discard power for cut the power and reveal it. It's cool when you get to stage 2 and suddenly the power gets cut and you're stuck in the dark. Force interrupt when Ronan the Accuser activates against you. Give him an additional boost card if you control the Power Stone. And unfortunately, we do control the Power Stone. I don't think there was any way that we could have not controlled the Power Stone. Actually, there was a way. I think there was a way that we didn't have to control the Power Stone. But yeah, he'll take it off of us. Of course, the Power Stone says when someone would deal 3 or more damage, bring it back, which means Ronan attacks for 4. He'll always get it back. Cut the power is as simple as a side scheme can be, just has Crisis in 3. But it's nice to have a side scheme here because we can fly over it and clear it. All right, chat. Nobody has a good idea about these 2, which does scare me. I think these are more playable, but this has a higher upside. That's a lot of setup. That's a lot of things going on. And we still haven't done the campaign setup, but luckily the campaign setup shouldn't be that punishing because we did quite well. So campaign setup. Optional, reveal the Kree supremacy. They changed that. It used to not be optional. We're not going to reveal it. If a player's identity was recorded with the Power Stone control section of the campaign log, search the encounter deck and discard power for 1 copy of You Stand Accused and deal it as a face down counter card. Oh, that's really bad because that's another attack. Oh, so we really should not have taken that. You Stand Accused is this card, which there's like 2 or 3 in the deck. It just says that you get attacked with +1. So we're hoping to lose the Power Stone so we don't get attacked twice. So that means we need a minion here, or an ally, excuse me, because yeah, that's really, really rough. Okay. Search encounter deck and discard pile for 1 copy of the Pincer Maneuver side scheme and reveal it. This is what we're doing. We're not done. What the heck is this setup? What is this? Search encounter deck and discard pile for, just keeps putting stuff on top of it. For the Pincer Maneuver side scheme and place X additional threat where X is equal to 3 minus the recorded number of evasion counters. So because we have no evasion counters, this comes in with 3 additional threat. Do we have to do this? Plays X additional threat where X is 3. Sorry, X is equal to 3 minus 0, which is 3. So we messed up by putting evasion counters. So everything that we did that was good is punishing us here, which I mean, that is catch-up mechanics. But we have now pincer maneuver, which is going to come in with 1700 threat on it and has 2. What is this? So this is going to come in with 5. It has 8 threat. You're going to obviously exhaust the Milano on turn 1, and I think we have to. What is this? This is for us. And I think that's all the setup. Everything else is just to put the Badoon Headhunter in there. And we've only got 1 check mark, so On the Hunt is in there. That's it. There's no victory condition besides winning. This campaign is so dumb. I mean, this campaign is like, I wonder what happened in terms of internal testing, because like trying to beat this with the stock Groot and Rocket deck seems nearly impossible. I think penalizing you for doing well is okay as long as they're giving you benefits. What this is like, it's kind of the same thing with Sinister Motives, but like this seems way, yeah, I would say deeply evil, like literally masochistic. Like this is an absurd starting board state. I'm enjoying the sheer disgust. I recognize it. All right, so we still have to pick one of these. I mean, I'm gonna go for these 2 because they're more fun. Close Call might be like game winning. I think I have to change the sleeve on both of them. All right, so at least these are cantrips, and Creative Solution has text on turn 1 because we have a toughness. But that's it. Good luck us. We're gonna need it. We're obviously Ironheart 1, so we're starting Alter Ego. We've not used that ability on a couple setups, but maybe we will sooner than later because we do need to just get up to our numbers. Jesus. So this functionally has 5 threat on it. We definitely need to draw really, really well. Of course, opening with that neutral card that we've been opening all the time. Our deck feels really big, and it's because we've added an extra like 6 to 7 cards to it. People were complaining that the game was too easy before this box. I know they were. And like Rise of Red Skull is too easy. But like this is the difficulty of this feels like heroic +1 difficulty. This does not feel like expert. Good luck. Thank you. Yeah, they definitely overcorrected and then they learned because the feedback from this was like, are you kidding me? And they even eroded it to make it easier. Because like if we're playing campaign mode, there's meant to be another side scheme that I think has a hazard and an acceleration on it. That probably comes in with like 7 threat. So man, this feels so goofy big. All right, we're off. I think this is the first time we played Ronan on the channel, so how bad could it be? First card, new and improved. Don't keep that. Doesn't do good stuff. We're not going to keep it. Ronnie. Technically, Ronnie is a card you're meant to be keeping. Ronan has what's it called? Stalwart while the hammer is on, so we can't really chill in Alter Ego. I would say Ronnie's a medium keep. At a minimum, Ronnie's functionally like 1 resource to get 1 counter, and getting counters does matter. I'll put it in the maybe keep situation because if the rest of our hand is really dire, we probably have to mulligan more aggressively. Like this. Like that's not good. That's not a playable card. Photon Beam. Okay, so Photon Beam is, it's damage. That technically is, once again, damage. But this is a worth keeping if we have Face the Past, because Face the Past, of course, draws Lucia. Lucia is 4 damage, and then this becomes 2 progress counters. Brainstorm. So this we should always keep, right? Because we can name a card type, remove 3 threat if we're lucky, no matter what we draw a card, and we get a filter card draw no matter what. So I think we do keep this. Ronnie versus Ronan versus Ronnie. Ronnie versus Ronnie. Hyper Thrusters. Okay, that's sick because there's so much threat on the table, so that will work really well. And this is our hand. Okay, so we've drawn none of the cards that draw extra cards, which makes me think we just mulligan these. These are really good. Like we've drawn hopefully 3 threat. This is like 3 threat removal as well. Okay, Nanako's walking through. Yeah, you step on Ronan. Yeah, I know. So that's really good. But I'm honestly feeling like we are under way too much pressure to keep Ronnie here because I don't see us keeping 2 resources to spend Ronnie. So I think we're going to mull this. Again, Photon Beam is good, but if we don't draw our, specifically the one Face the Past, it's useless. Genius. Yeah, that's fine. Chance, actually maybe okay because we can work on cut the power and then we can go grab Moon Girl with the Genius. So that actually is playable. Okay, now we're gaming. We're gaming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Turn the Tide is just damage. So not the best, but at least we drew 1 in our 3 cost draw cards, which is fantastic. Okay, once again, I don't think we're going to use our Alter Ego text. I think using 1 resource here before we figured out what we're drawing into is a bit too much. It's a bit too rich. In theory, Brainstorm should be played after we draw everything else. Luckily, Brainstorm is a thwart. Whoa, Brainstorm is a thwart. That's wild because that means Chance Encounter actually fires off a Brainstorm. Oh, it doesn't matter actually. But technically that means we can fire Turn the Tide. Turn the Tide does matter that we thwarted. That's neat. Okay, we're going to flip. Now, does anybody know what the side schemes in the deck are? At a minimum, we have some of the lower Milano ones, so like we can always just draw with one way or another and see what they are. Some of them just give you like Amplify is bad because Ronan's going to attack us 17 times this round. We haven't found an ally, so we're likely just to die on round 1. But I think we'll play one way or another and just see what we get here against a really big deck. Some of them are just like Ronan gets a boost card. Some of them are just like Ronan attacks you with overkill, so the range is pretty big. Okay, this is an Amplify. Amplify is a bit too much. Superior Tactics. I remember this being good. I know Superior Tactics gets attached to Ronan when you advance. I'm pretty sure. So let's see what this says. Superior Tactics. Superior Tactics says, comes in with 2 threat. When revealed, attach the Power Stone to Ronan, the Accuser. If it's already attached to your place 1 threat. I mean, that seems super acceptable. The Power Stone cannot be unattached. I mean, if the Power Stone's attached, Ronan gets another boost card. This is actually doing us a favor. I'm going to continue to look through the deck to understand what the deck is, but that seems really genuinely good. I don't think there's a reason why we want the Power Stone. Okay, otherwise there's another pincer maneuver, which, Jesus. Fanaticism, there's a bunch of those. That's not a side scheme. Not a lot of side schemes in here. Oh my god, not a lot of side schemes. There's only 2 cannonade. Wait, there's only 2 more side schemes in the deck? A cannonade, a piercing maneuver? Or pincer maneuver, excuse me? Yeah, that's it. Wow, so we are only going to be able to play a couple more one way or another's because I don't see us getting through this deck. I love whenever I look at the Marvel Champions rules, I'm more confused than before I try to look something up. What did you look up? They're pretty good. I think they're actually all right. All right, so we'll go for Superior Tactics. Only comes in with 2 threat. So you revealed this before anything else. So when revealed, attach the Power Stone. So we know we're going to attack twice, but Ronan now attacks us for 5, which like that's a fair bit of the difficulty in this scenario. It's like big number. Number is big. We draw 3. We want to fly over. We get a clear. That's good. We can clear Superior. Photon Beam, not good. Champion's Mobile Bunker, a card we should have cut from the deck. Okay, so we can. I wonder if we just brainstorm here. In theory, brainstorm gets more and more consistent the more cards we take out of our deck. The problem with brainstorm is we need to nail the card type. And I do not have an idea of what type of card we have the most in their deck. Because functionally here, it's just a numbers game. Name a card type, look at the top card of your deck. If that card is a name type, remove 3 threat. Whiffing the 3 threat on this is terrible. But like, what is the card that we have the most of in the deck with this being our hand? We have we have a lot of events. Our hero kit has 5. Our hero kit comes with 8 events. We've seen 3 of them. So there's 4 events from our hero kit left in the deck. We have 2 more clear the areas, 1 turn the tide. That's probably the highest. The thing is we have a fair few upgrades and we added 3 upgrades. 2 of them are still in the deck, but I think event is probably it. I think allies, we only have like 5 or 6. Maybe we should just thin the deck before we go deeper. So we do Champion's Mobile Bunker. We do Chance Encounter on here. And we pitch Champion's Mobile Bunker for clear the area. That's probably the start to this. Now, clearing this doesn't actually do anything, but this draws us 2 cards, and we can get Moon Girl, which means we'll draw more cards, and we'll have an attachment, an ally, which is good. So we'll clear the area, which clears us for 2. Chance Encounter fires first, I think. So we can search. We'll go grab Moon Girl. If we named event, we would have whiffed. So we'll go grab our Devil, Dinosaur, and Moon Girl combo. The rules are getting better, but it's 60 plus pages. The page numbers applies confused. Page number applies confused on most readers. I wanted to understand the Power Stone trigger and defending. It seems like it reduces damage dealt, unlike prevent. They didn't think to define reduce. Well, yeah, reduce just means the number goes down. Like sometimes they don't often define words like resolve because they assume that that's just like an English word. But yeah, reduce just means that you actually do end up being dealt less damage. So reduce should mean the number go down. All right, so we clear Superior Tactics, and then we get a draw card from clear the area. Armor Plating, I mean, yeah, we want that. That stops us from dying. Okay, so that's 1 side scheme down. Cool. We'll just spend 1, 2. The last mental we have in our hand, we don't have another mental in our hand, so I think we should play Brainstorm first to see what we find. I think numerically event is correct. So we're just going to say name a card type. We'll name event. We'll look at the top card of the deck. It's not an event. So we miss. We could have called upgrade here. So we miss 3 threat, which feels bad. Place that card on the top of the bottom of your deck and then draw 1 card. We're going to put this on the bottom because we don't want it. And we drew Brawn. So not amazing. Brawn only has a physical on it. So we have no other ways to draw cards for Moon Girl's sake, and we're not going to get any counters here because we're probably not going to be doing Photon Beam. Cool thing with armor plating is that we can take 2 damage and deal yourself an encounter card to get rid of this, and we can prevent the damage, which maybe we get rid of the universal weapon. We probably do. We probably do. But I think we have to do a small Moon Girl here. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3 into Moon Girl. Oh, we can use the Milano, but Milano removes 3 threats. So we'll just do a Moon Girl, unfortunately, for only 2 mental. So the Moon Girl will draw 2. We draw Flyover, that's great. And a Tony Stark AI, that's also great. So Moon Girl's here. And that means we have a panic blocker. As much as there's like 1 or 2 boost cards that say Overkill, which like, that's a shitty boost card. That's not a fun boost card. Okay, we'll always play the armor plating, and we always will play the other card as well. So we want to build our ship because our ship is really important. This gives us some very valuable damage mitigation. Other things we want to play the hyper thrusters for sure. We want to play Tony Stark AI for sure, but that means we don't hit the flyover, which we probably want to. Moon Girl plus flyover clears piercing maneuver. That's definitely worth it. Yeah, I think that's definitely worth it. So I don't think we get to play Tony Stark AI. We're only going to have 4 hand size. We still have 2 confused cards in the deck, and we can get rid of the weapon. Let's get rid of the weapon and hope for the best. I don't know if you're meant to get rid of the weapon or not, but we will. We know we're going to be attacked twice, so it's at least worth something. So take 2 damage and deal yourself 1 face down encounter card. Oh, can we prevent this? Because armor plating says when an identity would take any amount of damage, exhaust it, prevent the damage. So that means we did not pay the cost, so we actually can't prevent this damage. Because this prevents damage, but the cost of getting rid of universal weapon is actually taking the damage. I think we'll still do it, especially because the deck is still big. So we'll take 2, get ourselves another encounter card. So we could die this round, and we'll shuffle this into the deck. If we draw it as a boost, it gets attached to Ronan. So like it's going to come back eventually. The only thing you can do is discard this with like Wiccan or like some weird justice card. Yeah, I don't know how we survived round 1. Like we didn't have the best round 1 compared to some of our other rounds, but like 3 boost cards. We know one of them is an extra attack because we had the gall of having the Power Stone. Okay, so we're on 8. We definitely play Hyper Thrusters. We're going to exhaust the Milano to remove 3 threat from this. We're going to use Moon Girl to thwart this for 2 because we probably need her for a panic block immediately. And then I think we just do a flyover. So we'll play flyover. Flyover says remove 3 progress, so we'll clear piercing maneuver, which is 2 acceleration, and that gives us our first 2 progress. Of course, we need 6. Then I'm just going to play Hyper Thrusters, which we built most of our Milano. This is the one that removes threat. Now, I'm not sure if we can do Crisis on this. I think we can't Crisis off the main scheme. It says remove 1 threat from each scheme, and if you control the Milano, remove 1 additional threat from the main scheme, but there's a Crisis here, so I don't think we're allowed to do that. If that's the case, what is the text on Crisis, he says? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Crisis means we cannot remove threat. So we just do 1 here. Okay. We're drawing a lot of cards. We can attack to get rid of the toughness, or we can thwart for 1. Thwarting for 1 hits a breakpoint next turn with the Hyper Thrusters. We can also attack to get the toughness off. I know there's a lot of Ronan cards that say get a toughness, which those are whiffed, but I don't know if there's cards in Ronan that say get a toughness, but you have a toughness instead of attack, because then we want to get rid of the toughness. So I can't tell. This technically does hit clear the area really well, so I'm just going to get rid of the toughness while we can. We only attack for 1, so we don't take off the Power Stone, and then we'll pass the turn. Jesus. We only draw 4 cards in hero mode. First, heavy cannon. Okay, that's good. That's damage. We want damage. This does 2 damage to the villain every turn. Clear the area for a setup. Propulsion jets to remove more threat. Crisis stop player cards. Yeah, okay. And a sonic rifle is going to be most of our hand if we want to get the confuse and jump down, and Ronan is no longer stalwart. Okay, this goes to 4, which is a really big number. We're going to be drawing 2 more encounter cards. We're going to be drawing 4 encounter cards, and Ronan the Accuser is going to attack us for 4 and a card. We know this card is going to make us be attacked for 5 in a card. So if anything, we probably want to defend into that one. So we're just going to exhaust here and block against 4 in a card. Dark Designs. Okay, we take 1. We're not going to use the armor plating because we can probably use it better, but we put 1 on Pursuit by the Past. We can now draw 2 more encounter cards. Okay, now the villain. We're going to reveal the Stand Accused. So this says Ronan attacks Accuser. Ronan the Accuser attacks you with +1 attack. So now Ronan is attacking us with 3, 4, 5. We'll put Moon Girl in the way. Now this card could just have Overkill. It doesn't. It has Piercing. That's scary. The other card that looks like this has Overkill. So that's 3, 4. Like, I don't get this. This doesn't make any sense. It is turn 1, and before the villain phase has even continued, and we could have canceled that card for what it's worth, but we had the ally, so that's something to keep in mind. But we've already been attacked for 3, 4, and then attacked again for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We just got attacked for 11, and we're not done yet. Again, very importantly, on the Kree command ship, we can always spend the Milano and another resource to cancel when revealed. Oh, God. Pincer maneuver. So this comes in. We're at 5 with 2 acceleration. The Milano is already pretty busy here. Continue. Lieutenant. This is not a bad boost, but it's just guard and stalwart and 7. So we're just going to get chipped for 1 damage a turn. The number on this card is like not that scary. Like technically it cancels our armor plating. And so this is our last encounter card. So if it has a when revealed, it doesn't have the creep private. So that's nice. We at least get value off of our armor plating. So this is turn 1. We didn't cancel a card, which we could have. But the creep private attacks you for 1, which will armor plating to dodge that. Okay. So these things only attack for 1 each, which is just like weird. It's annoying. They're very weak minions, but that's, again, we've added 12 health to deal with this turn. Oofa doofa, oofa doofa. Okay. So we can remove 3 threat from this for an action. We can remove 3 threat from this. If we don't clear this, this goes to 7. Because this is going to go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's bad. So we have to clear this, and then this still goes to 6 out of 7. I don't know if there's any insight. FFG was on something. I mean, it's the last encounter. Like, they want to be like, oh, you'll have a lot of time to play this because you have to beat it. It'll take you a lot of tries, but it is straight nonsense. Okay, no matter what, I think we play the heavy cannon just so we can build our whole ship. The heavy cannon says we can exhaust this, and it deals 1 damage to each enemy and 1 damage extra to the villain. So that's at least a lot of damage for free every turn. So 1, 1, Ronan takes 2, down to 16. Got him. Okay, we'll exhaust the Milano, I'm pretty sure. Like, we actually could confuse Ronan and jump down. But that means we have to play... Yeah, we can't do that. I'm assuming the next one is bad. But next turn, we're going to be attacked for 3, 4, 5, 6, and a boost card, and 2 encounter cards. I mean, maybe we'll be okay. Hyper thrusters we could use now. But in theory, hyper thrusters is better to use after we clear cut the power. So we could clear the area on Sonic Rifle off of this to draw a card. That card draw, if it's a double, allows us to play the propulsion jets. That would be the best case scenario. If it's also, what's it called? Stroke of Genius, it lets us play something. But I could see us wanting to clear this just so that we can fire hyper thrusters to remove 2 from this. It means that we might not be able to clear this, but I think this is worth it. And if we draw a double or a stroke, we can play this. So we'll play clear the area. We remove 2 threat from this, which allows us to draw a card. Hopefully we get lucky. Nope. The other options, we can play Photon Beam here. And Photon Beam allows us not to get our like 1 threat per turn card, but it allows us to knock out the Creep Private, which gives us 2 counters. And in theory, counters might be more important. Now, the Propulsion Jets is, again, 1 damage a turn, which is nice. It gives us 2 health, which actually might be more relevant considering we have no allies. But we just need to get our counters at all costs. The thing is, if we do that, though, we can't clear Piercing Maneuver, but we have no way of clearing Piercing Maneuver with the Propulsion Jets. It's not enough threat. Speaking of threat, though, we can use our Hyper Thrusters now, which I've exhausted. I'm not sure why. But we'll use our Hyper Thrusters to remove 2 threat from this and 1 threat from this. So this will go to 3, 4, 5, 6, so that's fine. So at the end of the day, we're not clearing this. There's no way we can do it. The best we can do is exhaust the Milano to bring this down to 1. So if that's the case, I think we actually do just like knock out the Creep Private and not play Propulsion Jets. Yeah, scary. So exhaust the Milano to generate 1, throw out Propulsion Jets, and we'll play the Photon Beam. So that knocks out the Creep Private, which puts us at 4 counters. So if we draw 1 card next round, we might be able to go to our second form. Okay, our board state's good. Again, these cards are way better than the events, if you ask me. Especially because they give you consistency. Pass? Are we jumping down? If we jump down, this goes to 6. Ronan definitely schemes for 3. Lieutenant schemes for 2. The back of this just says attach the Power Stone to Ronan. If it's already attached, give him a face down boost card. And then the back of this says when the Power Stone is attached to Ronan, threat cannot be removed from this scheme. That is not text we can deal with. I don't think we're going to jump down. We could die here if Ronan attacks twice. If Ronan attacks twice, we probably die. Good luck. Only 4 cards. Okay, that's good. Photon Blasters, I mean, that's damage. We're not really a rush damage deck, so we can't just rush Ronan, but rushing Ronan's really good. A deck with a lot of allies is also really good. Clear the area, could line up. Creative solution, hopefully that we have a counter to use this, because we definitely want a tough or stun or confuse or something. And then we have Wiccan, which like cheap allies are good. I do think we can make some changes to this deck and just play more allies and more consistent cards. Okay, that's this. This goes up to 6 of 7 because that's 2+2. And Ronan the Accuser is attacking us for 4 on a card. We will block with Ironheart. 3, 4, 5. I mean, I'm glad that we saw this because this is the card that just ruins the game and there's no good way to interact with it. So it just says overkill. Like, I don't know what you to do. Like, don't jump block with allies, I guess. So we're attacked for 3, 4, 5. We block for 3. We might as well just use armor plating to take nothing here. The Creed Lieutenant attacks us for 1. We take the 1. We draw 2 encounter cards. Remember, we can spend a resource and the Milano to cancel it, but the Milano is really valuable because we can deal with the pincer maneuver. Hull breach. Okay, so now we have some decisions to make. Either exhaust the Milano, deal 3 damage to the first player, or spend 2 mental resources. Those are all really bad choices. Those are all very bad choices. If you had to play Ronan, this is more evidence as to why I'm too scared to try. I would play it on standard and maybe don't play it in campaign mode because the campaign mode has just made it straight harder for us. We started with another You Stand Accused. We started with a pincer maneuver. Like, obviously these make it easier. So if we survive the next couple turns, the value this will generate might overwhelm them. Okay, so we exhaust the Milano. We can't cancel this card. We could cancel this card with the Milano on a resource, but that's useless because we could just cancel this with the Milano in the first place. No matter what, I think this is advancing because our hand has literally, well, very little threat mitigation. The best case scenario is we can like clear 2 from this, 1 from this. We could exhaust the Milano to clear this. Like, we could clear this turn. And then this would be at 4, which means it'll go up to 6, which means it's okay. So we could just exhaust the Milano here. Deal 3 damage is really scary because if Ronan attacks for 4 on a card, we're definitely dead if we take 3 damage here. So I think we have to exhaust the Milano. So if this is an attack, we lose. It's not. It's another big guy. So guard and stalwart, we have to remember these have guard. I will forget. The ones that have patrol are a bit worse, but these are just damage sinks. And luckily we do have AoE. So they'll just get whittled down over a long enough period of time. Okay, worst part of our hand, we don't have any way to get counters. We also can just play creative solution to do nothing but like filter, which I think we do. So we draw a card and remove a status card. We can do as much as we can. So we just draw a flyover. Flyover means we can upgrade, which I think we have to upgrade. I think it's the most important thing because upgrading gives us another resource with our hand size. So if that's the case, how do we do that? Oh, it's perfect. It's easy. It's easy. It's easy even. Hyper thrusters. We exhaust this. God, these are so good. Remove 1 threat from every scheme and then 2 from the main. Okay, so now we can fly over here. That means we just do flyover. We're not going to be able to play this. In theory, the best card in our hand is Wiccan, but we have no more card draw. I guess we can just do the heavy cannon here. It's not an attack, so it doesn't care about the guard, but we do 2 damage to Ronan, got him, and then 1 damage to each of these. So, I mean, these are adding up. I wonder if we can jump down. The problem is if we jump down, this definitely goes through because it goes to 6. We can ready ourselves. So when we ready ourselves, we could jump down and recover. We can also attack for 2, but we have to play the flyover at all costs. So I think we hold on to the Wiccan because having a chump block ally, especially with one of the overkills out, is super important. So we'll play the flyover, targeting the side scheme. So we're going to need 3 progress, which puts us to 6. This gets cleared, which is good. That was a really good draw. Okay, so now we're going to use our hero text, I think. Again, it would be nice to keep this for a turn where it really matters to get the ready. This turn's not a great ready, but at the end of the day, it just gives us another hand size. So we're ready, and we'll upgrade ourselves to the second suit. Oh my god, it's a mess over here. Where's our suit? Where did I put all our suits? Oh, it's here. Welcome to Ironheart 2. So next time that we upgrade, we get slightly more for it. There is no way to safely jump down, and the Kree Lieutenants all scheme for 2. So at a minimum, we're always putting 6 on here. Sorry, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're already putting at least 7 here. No, we're putting 9 a turn without a boost icon. So we just literally can't jump down. And even if we jump down, we could just straight lose. Now, we could have kept any one of these individual cards in our hand. Maybe we actually do just keep the Photon Blasters because it's like health, plus it allows us to knock out a Kree Lieutenant next turn. Because next turn we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, we probably do just keep this. Like, we just need we need to build a board state that does more than Ronan does every turn. And like, these upgrades are one way to do it. We get thwart for 2. Doesn't really matter. It does get it down. Again, we can exhaust the Milano or remove 3 from this would be good. But I think maybe just working on a Lieutenant would be good. We could drop this one down to 4, which means if we draw a Photon Beam, we can knock it out. We've seen every Photon Beam, so it's not very likely. I did Ronan game where he wiped out Spider-Woman with the 12-point first turn villain phase. Yeah. I remember when I got into Marvel Champions, I even saw Rhino. I'm like, you can just die on turn 1. And it is technically true. It's just not very likely. But you can die on turn 1 even against Rhino in the core set, which like feels bad. Okay. So we have to make a good decision here where we spend our basic. We could jump down and recover, but then this goes to 6. Ronan advances it, and then they put 2 and 2. Ronan can't take damage. That's not the end of the world, though. When we're down, we draw 6 hand size. Do we jump down, chat? Again, when we jump down, the Power Stone's attached, so he gets another face down boost card. We're going to draw 2 encounter cards. We can always cancel one, because the first player interrupt is not a hero interrupt. But if we draw a scheme card, it's bad. And then take what is mine will come in with 1 threat of 10, and Kree Lieutenant will put it to 5 of 10. So we can jump down. The thing is, like, if we don't jump down, what's the chance that we die? Ronan's going to attack us for 4 in a card. We can always defend for about 5. And then we take 6, 7, and we draw an encounter card. Like, the problem is if we draw an encounter card that says an attack, we definitely die. If we jump down and get an encounter card that says a scheme, we definitely lose. I could see this being a jump down angle, and we could just recover for 3. Warning this for 4 doesn't really matter, for 2. Because this will go back up to 4. Ronan always schemes for 3, so this always pops. So there's no reason scheming this if we're jumping down. But I could see us jumping down and recovering and just saying the upgrades are going to keep up. So there's a branch in the path. We're going to take one of the paths. The path is run away. We might not need to run away, but we do know if Ronan attacks us one more time in the 2 cards of which we can cancel 1, we will lose the game. Our deck has pretty good thwarting. We've seen both flyovers. So the bottom of our deck, like, what does it actually do? Not a lot. We have all the one way or anothers and face the pass. Like, the bottom of our deck is just allies. We don't have a lot of like burst anything. Got so many losses from Rhino getting 2 of his charge attachments at one time. Yeah, I think you just put, oh, because it has overkill, right? Yeah. Yeah, that is hard. You just have to recover and hopefully block with somebody with big health. Toughness works too. Play Spider-Man, right? Backflip. I think I'm going to get out of the way. Again, save state. In theory, we should save the state, but I'm going to jump down to Riri's text side. We, in theory, can get a counter with Photon Blasters, but I think it's worth keeping the Photon Blasters, and we'll just recover for 3. We'll pass. So this could be a disaster. We'll hold on to this. At least we got to draw 5 more cards. So let's go. Stroke of Genius, that's good. Grant Ward. Ooh. Hawkeye, good. Stroke of Genius, good. Skilled Investigator, mid. Okay, so not a lot of card draw on that hand. This goes to 6. Ronan schemes for 3 in a card. Master Plan, we advance. Take what is mine. So this is the final scheme. So we're going to see very quickly whether this is worth doing or not. So we can't attach the Power Stone, so we get a face down boost card, which means if he schemes, we definitely lose. We flip this over. So now we have to be very important. Ronan cannot take damage, which cuts off the damage from the heavy cannon a lot. And the only way we can get Ronan's stone off of him is if we hit him with the thing. Oh yeah, this is probably a very bad advance because we only have 1 attack in our deck that does at least 3 damage. And Ronan attacks us with 2 boosts if we have the Power Stone. So yeah, this is probably like, for the construction of our deck, being on this side is probably a disaster because literally cannot take damage. Oh, oh no, he can't take damage. We can't remove threat. Oh, that's worse. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have jumped down in hindsight because this hand has no way of doing 3 damage in a single swing. In fact, we know until the bottom of the deck, we have no way of doing 3 damage in a single swing. Like literally none of these cards do 3 damage in a single swing. So I think we have to not do this. Like we should have seen this coming. We gained information from our hand, but there's no way that we didn't know that this would be a possibility. I thought it said he didn't take damage, but it says that threat cannot be removed. And we have no way of removing the Power Stone. We literally cannot remove the Power Stone. So we cannot jump down. We have to take our odds on the other side. So that means instead of recovering for 3, we'll thwart for 2 to put that lower. Yeah, sorry, we have to retcon that. We'll shuffle our hand back into a deck and draw a new hand, I guess. I don't know what's the best way to do this. But yeah, I thought that's not what the text said. So this would only be a 2, I think. This boost card is a boost card for the attack. Okay, so we're just going to shuffle these 6 on top of our deck. Sorry, I'll just knock out 1 card and we'll shuffle the rest back in the deck because we only have a 5 hand size. So 1's on left. So we're going to get rid of this card. We got rid of Photon Blasters. We can't get rid of that card because we kept it. So 1 to 5. We'll get rid of that. Okay. Okay, so sorry, we have to do that again. Yeah, we do have the time stone, huh? Okay. Yeah, if he couldn't take damage, we can deal with that. But not being able to thwart the main scheme, you lose to that. Okay, so this goes up to 4. And now Ronan's attacking us for 4 and a card. So we have to defend here. We're defending for 3. 3, 4. Boost on Dark Designs goes to 2. So we can either take no damage or waste an armor plating. I'm going to just use the armor plating because I think the only way we win is we get lucky. So I'm just going to take no damage from this. The 2 Kree Lieutenants attack, we take them to the face. So we draw 2 encounter cards. If one of these is an attack, we probably lose the game. Again, with the Kree command ship, we are allowed to cancel 1 attack. So that's good, I guess. Fanaticism. Fanaticism. Why do I not have this? Oh, I do. Surge. Yikes. Attach to Ronan. Uses 1 Fury counter plus 1 additional Fury counter. So there's 2 Fury counters on this. When Ronan the Accuser attacks you, that gains overkill and piercing. Oh, okay. Okay. Great. So the thing is, we can only cancel the when revealed on this, but this is not a good turn to draw under fire. Sick. Drawing near. Okay, so now we're kind of forced to go into alter ego because we're going to be ripping cards from the top of our deck, and they'll be adding counters to Pursued by the Past. But Dune Headhunter, I mean, that's not good. 7 health. Jesus. Okay, you stand accused. We have to cancel this or we lose the game. So this would be that Ronan is going to attack us for 3, 4, 5, 6, and we are exhausted. So we literally have to do this thing, which is Krieg Command Ship, which is this one. So we have to exhaust this and spend a resource from our hand. So I'm going to go ahead and spend the Stroke of Genius, which once you spend it, at least replaces itself, and we get our counter. So we drew into Prof X, which actually does really matter here. Okay. All right. Now, the start of our turn, we have to do Drawing Near. So Drawing Near says that we have to discard the top card of our deck. It has 1 icon. So we're going to get our Nemesis next turn, almost guaranteed. All right, friends, this is the board state. And I'm beginning to think we might not be able to do this. Maybe we're able to do this if we don't play the campaign mode, but actually the best cards we have are our campaign cards. We did not set up super, super well. We have 1 counter here. Again, our hand has no burst. The good thing is we can do the AoE onto the table as well, and we can play our friend Professor X, who will block. Yeah, but we're on 4 health, and we literally cannot jump down. Luckily, with the Confuse, we can sort of jump down, but again, the Badoon Headhunter schemes for some amount. It's hard to tell what the some amount is, but some amount. Schemes for like 1 and a bit. These all scheme for 2, which is really quite difficult. I think there's no reason not to do the Heavy Cannon. So the Heavy Cannon just says, hold on, there's way too many cards. Heavy Cannon says we do 1 damage to each of them and 2 to Ronan. So we actually are hurting Ronan, sort of. And then Hyper Thrusters can remove 1 threat, which there's no reason not to do it right now. Oh no, actually we could draw into a one way or another, I guess. Every attack or the next 2 attacks have overkill and piercing. So even allies don't really matter. Like, what are you meant to do when Ronan's attacking you with for 5? What are you meant to do? Chat, this is not good. And we're coming up on 5 o'clock. Like, this is not a good way to end this campaign. But like, I don't think we can do this. I think we have to change our deck to be like very different and just like put all the allies in the way and then just say, what are you going to do? But like, I think you have to burst or have to have like the most sick opening. Jumping down and confusing is good. This will go up +2. So say that we get this down to 0, which is possible. This can go up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So no matter what we advance, and when we advance, we're cooked because we know the bottom of the deck has no way of taking the Power Stone off because none of these cards deal 4 damage. So like, we just lose because we're going to be adding to their return with no way to interact with it. Like, our deck is not very good if we can't do more than 3 damage in a single hit, and we just can't. We specifically cannot in Justice do that. I don't know if there's a lot of Justice cards that do 3 damage. Actually, there is. There's 1 card, which is Turn the Tide, but I think we've seen both of them. Yeah, Turn the Tide's the only way we can do 3 damage. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. Photon Blasters does 1 damage. Doesn't matter too much. We have to play Professor here for sure. So we will do Stroke of Genius. Playing Grant Ward, he can't block, so we'll do 1, 2, 3 for Prof. So we play Stroke of Genius, so we get a card and a resource. That's perfect. That's exactly what we needed there. And so we're going to play the Professor. When Professor comes into play, we'll confuse Ronan, who does not have Stalwart at the moment. We could also stun one of these characters, but I don't think it's that important. We will thwart for 3. Okay, so even if we jump down, we still advance, which means we're in a bad spot. We definitely have to play the Photon Blasters because there's nothing else to do. This gives us +2 health, which is nice, and we can exhaust this to deal 1 damage. Doesn't hit any meaningful breakpoints. Technically 4 is a breakpoint once we have to cycle through our whole deck. And then we can do Hyper Thrusters to remove the last threat off of this. That's it. We could jump down and draw 6, but again, this goes to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a card. So advances, we go to the next stage. At least we'll draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. Maybe we get through the deck fast enough because we're going to find a one way or another. I mean, like, I think we do still just play it out and see what happens. But I think here legally we have to jump down because with the Overkill and Piercing, and there's no way to get rid of this card, which is absurd. We just have to have more health. So we will jump down and we'll pass. We can't get rid of this because drawing near forces you to discard a card from your hand. So we're going to also have our Nemesis next turn. I mean, it's not the worst with Hyper Thrusters. Oh my god, it's pouring rain. 1 second. Yeah, it's storming outside right now. Just good enough. Okay. We will draw 6 first. Ingenuity and Face the Past. So that's something. What happens with Face the Past if your person's in play already? So search and counter deck, discard pile, and set aside area for your Nemesis minion. So if it's already in play, you can't play it because it's a cost, but that's kind of fun. One way or another. 2 of them. Chance encounter. There's no allies left in our deck. Oh, it's deck or discard pile. Actually could be interesting. And a strength. So weird hand, but we have a lot of ways to draw cards. The issue is we have to knock out our Nemesis twice, which maybe we're able to do. It sucks that we can't use Professor X for a block here, but like with the Overkill, it's not very good. I guess we could have blocked the Badoon Headhunter with Prof X. Yeah, maybe we weren't meant to jump down here. Were we meant to jump down here? Do I keep jumping down at the wrong time? What happens if we don't jump down here? Ronan attacks us, we block. Creed takes 1 damage. Creed takes 1 damage. Badoon Hunter blocks for 2. We draw 1 fewer card. We're not getting rid of this anyways. I don't think we're recovering. Yeah, we probably don't jump down because if this goes through, we lose. Yeah, why do we keep doing this? Let's believe in ourselves. Let's not jump down. So I'm going to get one of these cards back into our deck randomly. I guess we'll roll a die. We have 5 hand sides. 3. So we're going to put that back in our deck. That's fine. Yeah, second time stone use. But yeah, with Prof X on the table, I think we need to be able to do something. Okay, so this goes to 2. Ronan is attacking us for 4 in a card. We will just defend ourselves. 4. No boost, surprisingly. So we're going to take 3 damage. We might as well just use the armor plating. We'll take nothing. Creed Lieutenants attack us for 1 each. So we go down to 4. And Badoon Headhunter attacks for 1 in a card. We'll block with Prof. Boost is attached to Power Stone to Ronan. That doesn't do anything. Prof X is still alive, technically, because that's only 1 damage. 2 encounter cards. Oh, sorry. We block all the damage because Fanaticism fires. That's really good because we did block for enough. So Fanaticism does do enough here. Yeah, because that was 3, 4, 5. No boost. We block for 3 plus plating is 5. Okay, cool. 2 encounter cards. We can always cancel 1 with the Milano. Did we put 2 threat here? Yeah, we did. We do cancel this one. So we're going to spend the Milano and 1 resource to cancel this. We don't need 2 one way or another. So Stand Accused is discarded. So we have to resolve a minor setback. That's not good, right? So remove 1 progress counter from your identity, then discard this card. Okay. If no progress counters were removed this way. Okay, so that's it. Drawing near fires. So this is going to discard something random. It discards Skilled Investigator. So this hits 4, which means we also get our Nemesis set. So we got a lot of work to do this turn, but at least we have some good AoE. I mean, maybe we can do this. But you notice like we have to take every single correct action and still our margins are so narrow. So Lucia's in. She's going to get a toughness, which we can knock out fast, which is nice. A Rule by Force is on the table. Rule by Force is a 4 threat and either has a hazard or a crisis. Sorry, acceleration. And we shuffle 3 pretty meaningless cards as much as 2 of them have surge. It's thundering outside. I do want to say really quickly, if the stream cuts off, funny enough, there's a card in the counter set that talks about that, but we just lost power, which we do sometimes do in storms, so can't really do much about that. Jesus, this is the most minions I've had engaged with me in a long time without playing Tigra. Hey, Nanico. Okay, so start of turn, Prof X is temporary. So we're not going to be putting another minion into play unless it's face the past. We know that we're going to be drawing into the rest of our deck, which is a new and improved, which is not great because it searches your deck. Wasp, Endurance, and Chance Encounter. So drawing the Chance Encounter and attaching it to Rule by Force would be quite nice. And we can draw 3 cards here, and we can remove a fair bit of threat off of the table. We have Guard, Guard, a lot of damage, a lot of damage. So I don't think there's any reason why we shouldn't just do Heavy Cannon here, which is really quite nice. It does 1 damage to everything on the table. I mean, we're chipping these things down, and then 2 damage to Ronan, which is good. Okay, we are exhausted. I think we start with one way or another and see how things go. We have more damage here. This is a 2 damage ping, but we'll just try and grab something and make the board more complicated one way or another. So we'll search. Nana's coming up. Hello, little friend. We can do Cannonade. I think that's the only other side scheme in the deck at this point. Yeah, so it's Cannonade. Amplify Icon is not our favorite because Ronan can double attack, but we've seen a whole bunch of the use stand Accusers, so maybe we're going to be okay. Comes in with 4 threat. We shuffle this, draw most of our deck minus 1 card. Does Lucia have a tough? Isn't drawing near at the start of your turn? Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah. Because Lucia's at the end of the enemy phase. And drawing near is when your turn starts. That's a really, subtle interaction. I'm so used to being like, if she's on the table when your turn starts, gives her a toughness. But yeah, very good catch. Okay. So we now draw 3 cards. 1, new and improved, whatever. 2, Wasp, fine. 3, Chance Encounter, that's great. Because with Chance and Encounter, we might be able to go get... we don't have that many mentals. Yeah, so probably not. But we might be able to go get... Who are we going to get? Like, this is the thing. I think we definitely should be playing Nick. Because Nick Fury is obviously like one of the best cards in the game, and we need it. There are some AoE Justice cards, I think. So Hyper Thrusters does 1/1/2, which is good. That's obviously very good. We have no other threat removal in our hand. Can we knock out Lucia von Bardas? I don't even know if we can knock out Lucia. It's not very easy. This does 2 damage, and this removes threat. That's all we have here. We technically can do 2 damage, and then we can do, like, Wasp can attack for 1. That knocks out Lucia von Bardas. And then we can do Face the Past to bring her back, which draws 3 cards, which decks out, and we draw an Endurance. Endurance is definitely worth playing, because health matters. But I don't know if we're going to be able to clear the side scheme. So we're just going to have an Amplify, and we're just going to have an Acceleration, which is maybe acceptable. So I think that's what we have to do here. We'll put the double back in their deck and play Wasp. We're allowed to play her because we're a champion. And she's going to just attack this for 1. Exhausts. She does ignore Crisis, which is kind of cool. Then we will simply fire our Photon Blasters. Oh god, our health is only going down. And we'll knock out Lucia von Bardas, but she's going to be coming back. Because we're just going to go ahead and play Face the Past. We're going to ready ourselves. We're going to draw 3 cards, and she's going to return. So I don't think we want any of these cards in the discard pile, so we'll just keep drawing. So we'll do 1, get another encounter card, which is pretty bad into this Amplify, but we are ready. Yeah, what's one more encounter card? Exactly. Like, our margins are like so narrow anyways. Who cares? The issue is, well, now we have a Wasp for a blocker. The best card we could draw here is, I think, the 4 damage Photon Beam. We're owed 2 more cards because Photon Beam will knock out Lucia, put us at 3 counters, which, like, that's close enough to mattering. So we need a really good draw here. 2 more cards. I don't think there's any way to clear this unless we get a... Yeah, we actually could clear this also with a flyby or flyover, whatever it's called. All right, 2 more cards. Turn the Tide. Could matter. Not likely. Stroke of Genius. That could draw us into anything. That could be anything. Okay, so that's an encounter card. That's here. That's here. That's here. We have still a fair few problems. Okay, so what are we playing for 1? I think the only card here that does something is we actually could play New and Improved and ready ourselves and... Or actually, like, giving ourselves a toughness doesn't matter because Fanaticism gives piercing and overkill. But we can ready ourselves, which means we can attack for 2. Which actually does matter here. And we can search our deck for one of the cards that clears Lucia and gives us 2 counters. That will put us on 4 counters. So maybe we get lucky here and draw into another card. But I think we actually do the New Improved here. So I'm going to do 1. Wait, what about if we have to do something cool with Chance Encounter? I just can't see it. We have too few resources at this point. Yeah. We could also use New and Improved to go get the card, the 2-cost card that removes 2 threat a turn. Like, there's some, validity to that. But, like, it's very hard for us to survive this round unless we knock out Badoon Headhunter. And, of course, we need to knock out Lucia. We don't want to have another hazard, so we need to knock her out for this not to have a hazard. But I think playing the New Improved correctly is going to be the most important thing. If we get flyover, we can do 3 damage instead of 4 damage and still get 2 counters because we have a turn the tide, and that will be us thwarting. And this is going to lose threat for sure. So before we make any decisions, we'll just remember to do the hyper thrusters, and hyper thrusters will remove 1, 1, 2. So like that's pretty okay. But now the question is, what are we getting with this? We have a couple options. The good thing is actually we can see what we draw with Stroke of Genius first before we decide what we get with New and Improved. So I think there's no chance we'll play Ingenuity or Stroke of Genius unless we want to keep Mentals. Now, I don't think it's worth it. So we'll pay these 2 plus cost 3. We'll do a chance encounter to play New and Improved, but first Stroke of Genius fires. So we'll get a counter and draw a card. That's interesting. So now we can do 2 of these because we're on version 2. Oh, actually, we should have used our own text first because we're probably going to ready ourselves. Because, yeah, we definitely are going to ready ourselves. So we can attack for 2 into Lucia, attack for 2 into Lucia. We can get the thing that clears 3 threat from here, does 3 damage to the Badoon Headhunter. Oh, man. Margins are thin. We could thwart 2 off of this. I think this one's probably worse. We could thwart 2 off of this and then clear the area that draws a card. We could turn the tide one of these and then wake up. He only attacks for 1, so actually I don't think we care about her if we clear this. Oof, we have to make the right play here. Yeah, we have to do something first before New Improved fires because we're definitely going to get the ready in the search. The search is either going to be a 2 cost, remove 3 threat for 2 counters, or 4 damage. And I think with the turn the tide, it's better to do the 3 threat, which can clear this, which does 3 damage. We do 2 damage. I think that's better. So we're going to attack into the Badoon Headhunter. Okay, now New and Improved fires. We'll ready ourselves, and we'll search our deck for a flyover. Okay. This is absurd. Okay, these are out. Okay, so we're ready. We're ready. So we'll spend 2 on the flyover. I think this is not as important because I think we're not going to defeat Lucia Bardas. I think we have to clear this because if we don't defeat Lucia Bardas, this one's a hazard. If we clear this, this is an amplify. Oh, sorry. If we defeat Lucia von Bardas, but I think we're going to do 3 on this. I think we're going to have an errant activation that's useless. Yeah, I think we have an activation that we're not going to use well. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. So we'll do a flyover. I think we'll clear rule by force. We have technically thwarted. We get 2 counters, which means we can now play Turn the Tide. So we did finally use all our hand, which is nice. And because we thwarted the last threat, we can deal 3 damage to an enemy. So we'll knock out the Badoon Headhunter. That's good. It goes into the victory display. It doesn't matter, but I mean, good, I guess. Now we have an extra action here. We have an extra activation here. The thing is, like, it doesn't hit any good breakpoints. We could jump down, but we know this is going to advance. This is going to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we can knock out 1 more of these, we actually could safely jump down, safely in quotes. The issues we're short just a bit. We're short just a bit. But like, we're almost on stage 3. Like, we just need to draw a photon beam and knock out Lucia, and we're on stage 3. We could hit a Kree Lieutenant for 3. That's probably it. And just get it low enough that we knock it out next turn with that cannon. I would love to be able to recover here, but that's a really scary thing is Ronan's going to attack for 4 and an amplify is 5. And this is 6 with overkill piercing. Like, we probably just die this round because we get attacked for 3. We're on 1 health. It's really raining outside. Yeah, it's the best we have. Actually, attacking into her is good. We're going to be exhausted. So we're going to take off the toughness and then we have to figure out how to do 2 damage with her, which is a good break point here. So we'll just do 2 into her. We'll pass. I actually really don't mind allies like this, or sorry, minions like this. Like, I like minions that are on the table that you don't have to defeat right away. Just getting attacked for 1 a turn is okay, but like, we don't often see minions like that are like, have more health than they are scary, because it just allows you to play more of the cards that interact with minions, because usually minions just die the turn they show up. It's cool when minions don't have to die the turn they show up. Again, we're probably going to lose this turn. Nana is watching the rain outside. Draw 5. Not jumping down. Hold on, wait, we could jump down. This is doing my head in. We could legally jump down here because we know we're going to advance anyways, and we have the damage in the deck for the Power Stone. This will advance perfectly, and Ronan won't activate. We'll draw 3 encounter cards. We can get rid of drawing near, which is not that important. but we can recover for 3. What's the chance we die here? Ronan's going to attack for 3, 4, 5, 6. Say we have 3 boosts, that's 8. We block for 5, we die. Yeah, we have to... Basically, if Ronan gets a big boost, we die no matter what. Because say Ronan even gets a 0 boost, that's 3, 4, 5, 6. We block for 3, we're down to 1, then we do 1, 1, 1. We can't block with Wasp into the Fanaticism because we have Overkill, but we could block into Lucia for Wasp, which feels bad. I think we have to jump down because now our deck has all our big damage cards in it, so we can take the Power Stone back. We'll jump down. Our alter ego is just spend a mental or 2 to get a counter, but yeah, that's it. We'll drop 6 now. We have undone every single alter ego jump down we've done so far. Let's see if that changes here. Sonic Rifle, Champions Mobile, Tony Stark AI would have been good by now. Turn the Tide, and our 6th card is a Photon Beam, so that will help us knock out and get us up to our last level. The problem is like we're gonna get the toughness when the Fanaticism is here, which is not a good line for us. So Face the Past is gone. This goes to 2. Ronan is going to scheme for not scheme because they're confused, of course. Unfortunately, the Kree Lieutenant, which if we could knock out the Kree Lieutenant, we would have been able to survive one more round here on this stage. That sucks because we got 2, 4, 6, which brings us to 8. Yeah, if we could knock out one ally, we might have another turn. So we get another face down boost card because we already have the Power Stone. We reveal Take What Is Mine. Only comes in with 1 threat. And it says when the Power Stone is attached to Ronan, threat cannot be removed from this scheme. So we cannot remove threat. We're going to draw 1 encounter card plus 2 more. We can cancel one of these. Hey, Nan. Sinister Strike. Okay. This just gets Surge and it adds a counter. So Sinister Strike, Surge is in hero mode. So we probably would have died. We will not cancel the When Revealed. Kree Physiology. What's this? Surge. When revealed, give Ronan the Accuser tough status. If he already has a tough status, take 1 damage. Okay, that's fine. We're not going to cancel that. We have to hold the cancel for basically a status. Oh, that's really bad for Confuse. So Fanaticism, the second one. So you can have 2. Nice. So now for the next 3 attacks, sorry, only 2 attacks, we have Overkill and Piercing, which like, I just don't know how, what are you meant to do when the villain has Overkill and Piercing? It's like just stun, I guess. Rogue Vessel, this is an environment. As we have surged so many cards this round. So this is in play. We're going to have to take a damage, which that sucks. It has Surge. Political. Oh, actually, this has text. When revealed, if Lucia von Bardis is in play, she schemes. So she schemes for 2. We've never seen that lineup. We're not going to cancel that. Oh, we can no longer move threat off of this, mind you, with Milano, which is interesting. Cool. And the weapon is back. So gains Stalwart, gains +1/+1, and then it's hard to get rid of this. I think we went pretty far without getting the weapon back, which is pretty good. I had to go away and come back holding on so far. Is this a new game? No, this is the same game. We are barely holding on, but it does not feel good. Lucia von Bardis gets a toughness. We have to discard the top card of our deck. Like, I don't know if we can do this. We have to discard Ronnie. That's fine. Pursued goes to 2. More like pursued, right, Nana? Because you're a cat. Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll play this turn. Nana will get her food. A Rogue Vessel has to fire here. This says when the villain phase ends, deal 1 damage to each player. Now, unfortunately, our armor is a hero activation, so we just have to take a damage here. We're down to 3. Okay, thanks, Nan. Okay. So, like, this has to be our last turn. Because Ronan's going to attack us for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8, 2 boost cards with Overkill, and Piercing. What are you meant to do when Ronan attacks you for 8 and Overkill Piercing? Like, I just don't understand what the counterplay is here. The counterplay is win faster. Because there is nothing in the game that stops you here. Like, we should have modified our deck. I think this is a scenario where we should have put Go for Champions in our deck and just said, like, I don't care. We can't take damage. Like, this card's really, really good. But yeah, like, being attacked for 8 with Overkill Piercing is just not a thing we can interact with in any smart way. So we have to basically win this turn. No joke. I think we have to win this turn. We have only 4 damage in our hand. Ronan has only 10 health and a toughness. We can take the stone off, but if we take the stone off, it honestly does more to us, which is not great. If we want to get rid of the Rogue Vessel, which is, you know, slowly killing us, we have to exhaust the Milano and spend 2 resources, which I don't think we can spend 3 resources to prevent 1 damage at this point in the game. What's Ronan 3 do? Ronan 3 says retaliate 1 toughness when revealed, search and counter deck for the superior tactics side scheme, which means he gets the Power Stone back and cannot lose it or take damage or something. While Ronan the Accuser activates against you, give him an additional, and we have to do 25 more damage. So if we can do 35 damage and deal with 2 toughnesses, we could win this turn. Unfortunately, that isn't it. And these have piercing, which sucks. Why do they have overkill and piercing? Okay, so we can do a lot of damage to the table. These have guard, so we can't even attack Ronan the old school way. We probably have to recover for 3. So we will. We'll recover for 3. We don't need to give ourselves another counter because ultimately we're going to get 2 from our photon beam. And playing new and improved also doesn't matter because the toughness is redundant and I don't know what we want to get. So we could get rid of drawing near. Like maybe we should. We could discard a card from our hand. But again, I think our... Do you hear the thunder? It's really loud. I don't think you hear the thunder. It's really going outside. Yeah, Retaliate as well. Yeah, Retaliate's also really goofy. Just get Retaliate 1 for no reason. So I think we're going to flip over. We're in hero mode, so we're just going to start smashing our buttons. Like, we're literally going to button mash here. The only thing that we could do, potentially, is, like, play Tony Stark AI and see deeper in our deck, which we probably should, because these cards are not useful. He has Stalwart again. No, I think we need the resources. Okay, so we will do Heavy Cannon, which does hit Ronan's toughness. I don't think it hits him again, because I think it increases the damage. Yeah, deal 1 additional damage doesn't mean deal 1 damage again. It means deal 2 damage, so toughness eats it. We do 1, 1, 1. So that's a good board. We can photon beam one of these, which is a bit wasted. She technically is the most annoying because she gets a toughness over and over again. We can remove 2 threat from here, 1 threat from here, but actually we can't remove threat here unless we take the thing off of it. But we can't take the thing off of it legally because we have guard, which means we can't attack it, which means we can't do 3 damage. Yeah, I don't get this. This is absurd. We have a 2 damage photon blaster, so I guess we'll photon blast. So we'll just knock out Lucia. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So I guess we have to blast one of these guys. So if we do this, at least with this hand and the Milano, this hand, the Milano can play new and improved or can play Tony Stark AI. I think we actually do play the Tony Stark AI. I just don't know what we can draw that gets us out of this hole. Like, we're getting attacked for so much damage. Turn the Tide could knock out one of these guys. That's probably worth something, but this is the only thing we can clear. We can clear this with the Milano, but Turn the Tide needs our hero to thwart to clear it, and we can't really thwart to clear it. When we upgrade ourselves, we will have 3 thwart, but I think we have to do attack into attack. Like photon and then attack this one. Yeah, we only have 2 attacks, so we can't remove the Power Stone. Okay, so I think we're just gonna do some weird stuff. We'll play Tony Stark AI and we'll fire it. So we can draw either clear the area, could fire, or clear the area. I think we'll pick clear the area. We'll just do hyper thrusters, which only removes 1 threat here because we cannot remove threat here while the Power Stone is attached. So that's our lose condition. And we only have 2 more photon beams, which is the only way we can take this thing off. So if that's the case, we can clear this with this, which draws a card. And I think that's the most efficient way to do it. So we'll fire clear the area to clear the cannonade, which draws a card. We still have the Milano, which we might spend a different way. I'm not sure actually how we'll spend the Milano. Yeah, I don't know how we spend the Milano here. So we wasted the Milano. Because this is exhaust and spend too. There's no way to use the Milano on this turn. So we'll spend... No, that's not true. We can play Turn the Tide. So we may have done this in the wrong order, but we'll Turn the Tide to knock out the Creed Lieutenant. Then... Oh, I forgot we had Wasp. I don't think it matters. We'll do the Milano. Do the chance encounter to do Photon Beam. So it does 4 damage, and we finally cleared the board, which, like, it's pretty good. And then we get to put 2 counters on here, which means we can do our Ironheart text. And this has been the slowest. Okay, the last 2 scenarios have actually been way slower to get to our Ironheart level, and I think that's hurting us, but I think it's just there's more stuff to do on the table. So we'll clear this, we'll remove our counters, we'll get to toughness, and we'll get ready. And now the only difference is we have 3 health, and every counter can be used to, as much as the toughness doesn't matter here, I think we still do it though. But the toughness is unfortunate because he has piercing for the next 2 attacks. So I wonder if we don't flip. I don't know, because Fanaticism is going to be around forever. It is very much storming. 1 second. Yeah, you can see that a fair bit. Yeah, the trees are going out there. Okay, so what can we do here? We can clear this, but we actually can't take threat off of that, so we can't. We can attack for 2, which I mean, I guess we have to do damage. So we'll attack for 2 into the villain. Okay, that doesn't take anything off. We can't take 2 damage off. We can't remove the weapon anymore because toughness prevents it, let alone armor plating prevents it. Wasp can and will just attack for 1 to the villain. I won't pass. It feels like there should be a corner we're turning, but I don't think there is a corner we're turning. We draw 6 hand size now, which is good. Mind you, we're on the last Ironheart, which if we get enough counters really quickly, like maybe we can do something. We definitely need to draw into a photon beam like that one, because that's the only way we can take the thing off of him. Moon Girl, nice. Skilled, okay. One way, I think there's no more side schemes. We can check first. Brawn is big, and we have another photon beam. So like we have damage. We do have damage. This goes up to 5. It's getting 2 a turn. The villain is attacking us, and this is probably where the game is over. Because Ronan's attacking us for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with overkill piercing. And 2 boosts. So we defend for 3, but like this just one shot probably attacks us. So again, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Give the villain an additional boost card. 9, 10 has piercing. 11. We block 5, take 6 and die. That unfortunately is going to do it for us. That is it. That was 1 boost too many. We drew 3 boost cards there. Again, it was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 adds piercing. Already had it. 11. We block for 5 with this plus armor plating, and that is it. That is just 11 damage one shot. Say that we survive this on 1 health. Like we're still going to die to Rogue Vessel anyways, which is the problem. Like Rogue Vessel is going to get us no matter what, because this does 1 damage, and we have to still survive 2 encounter cards. But yeah, Rogue Vessel will still defeat us. If this was only for 9 damage, we'd be okay. Nowhere safe is fine. We have to discard a card we control, and so we would discard. No, we can't discard this. We'd die. So what do we discard? I think we discard Hyper Thrusters. It doesn't actually do anything on this board state. And then we would draw Blindside, which we can get rid of by just exhausting the Milano. So if we exhaust the Milano, we can deal with Blindside. Then we have to take 1 damage from Rogue Vessel. So imagine that didn't go through. And then this is our board state. We discard this, which spawns our Nemesis again. First time I watch a full stream and the result, I must go into exile. I mean, this was an uphill fight and a half. The issue, so like, if we even got to this point, I think there's a small chance that from here we might be able to close the game off. Our margins are obviously so narrow. I think our setup was not as good as it could have been. But like from this point, Lucia's back. We can photon beam Lucia. We can photon beam Ronan. We take the Power Stone. But we still have the issue where Ronan's next attack is going to have 2 boost cards and it has overkill and piercing. Like I don't understand what you're meant to do about this card. Like giving both overkill and piercing means that in terms of this game, there is no way to deal with it. Like, unless you're a protection deck, what are you meant to do? You can't beat overkill and piercing. You can beat one of those. You can't beat both. So yeah, I don't know. I think this card is absurd. Unfortunately, that is going to be it for this. I do not think we're going to spend the time running this back. I think we can definitely have, okay, I think we can beat Ronan, Expert Ronan, outside of the campaign mode for sure. In the campaign mode, I'm not convinced, but if we're not in the campaign mode, we don't have, unfortunately, our best cards, which is a second Milano. Parts of this are an interesting scenario, but the parts that are like, are really the most difficult parts are the parts that are like very frustrating. Like, I don't know what you're meant to do about this. You can't put allies in the way. You can't put toughness. So he's just going to hit you a lot. And again, there's a lot of encounter cards. I think we saw most of them that just say like attack over and over again. That was going to come up. That's not good. This deck is really sick though. We had a good time coming up to this point. Like we did one shot everything to this point. Obviously this is meant to be the most difficult, but like against Ronan, play more allies and just rush down. I don't know if you want to play a full setup deck into Ronan, which is kind of what we're doing. I do think we could get out of stage 1 on round 1, which is very difficult because there was like 3 side schemes. So we have other things to do. We have a chance of getting there because I think we just need to get to Ironheart 3 as soon as possible, because then every card we play just does 2 extra damage. And Ronan only has 32 damage left, which sounds like a lot. And it kind of is a lot, but I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe just drawing 2 fanaticisms on the board at the same spot would be bad, because at this point we would have no fanaticism and we could block with Wasp, I guess. Just be kidding and take no damage. Yeah, exactly. There's very few ways you can deal with it, and being Kitty Pride is one of them for sure. Just take no damage, like just backflip or phase away. Anywho, thanks so much for watching. I think the stream we're gonna have on Sunday is gonna be really exciting. Apologies for like reheating something we've done before on our last Sunday stream, but I wanted to see the rest of this campaign out, as much as like I don't have the best ending to this. I do think it's possible. I just think it's going to take us a fair bit more time than I think we are able to spend on this. We're gonna be back on Sunday. It's gonna be really exciting because again, if you did not see earlier, we just got a nice care package from Boomguy from the Winning Hand that has a bunch of the custom content that Boomguy made for Kana Heroes, which has 2 new villains, 2 leaders. So we're gonna play against Quicksilver and Valkyrie, which will be this Sunday. So I'm really excited for that. And of course, we got some really nice mutant alt arts that will be sleeping up for that as well. So all of that will be on Sunday at our normal time in the morning. Hopefully you can tune in for that. It is 5 o'clock, so we've been streaming for about, almost 5 hours. So thanks so much for hanging out. Again, we'll be streaming more often. It looks like we are now twice a week, so that's good. We're probably going to be doing Fridays, but there's a small chance we'll move it to a different day of the week once I get a more lockdown schedule. The only way you can know is by watching, but if you want to subscribe to the channel and hit the notify button, that's another nice way you'll know as soon as we're live. Stay tuned to next week on June 2nd, I believe the date is. A bunch of content creators will be dropping more cards, spoiled cards from the upcoming box, which at this point is only a couple weeks away. I guess July, so we're almost in June, so a couple weeks away. Let's say that's accurate. But that's it. If you appreciate content like this, you want to take a second to leave a like on the VOD, that helps a heck of a lot. Subscribe to the channel, share it to a friend, leave a comment. I promise those are like the easiest ways to help the channel out. I think we'll be setting up some sort of channel membership or something in the future. We're also going to be doing more other content, that like more video content. I think the next thing I'm going to be working on personally is like how to do deck building and explaining deck building when it comes to just having a core set and then playing through on standard or expert. Actually, I do want to ask a question really quickly, and whether you want to answer this in chat or answer this in the comments. I want to build a set where we just look at all the cards in the core set, and we're going to build a good leadership deck. Say that leadership deck should be able to knock out every villain in the core box. The thing is, I think the leadership deck that we're going to be building, I have tested this, will knock out every expert villain in the core box. So I don't know what I should do. Like, showing the expert villains is not adding a lot of complexity, but it's just making everything harder when it comes to the new player experience. Obviously, new players shouldn't play on expert. So I'm not sure whether I should show the decks beating standard or whether I should show the decks being like, hey, it's the same strategy against standard as it is an expert, but I can show you, you can beat on expert. Like, I don't know what to be doing. Like, I feel like just playing on standard is probably better because that's what people are going to be doing. But I wonder if just showing you can do it on expert will encourage people to be like, oh, I should be able to do this on standard as well. I'm not 100% sure, but let me know what you think about that, because the philosophy, I'm not very clear what it would be. But if you're a newer player, would you want to see it beating the hardest difficulty and then knowing that you could do that for the standard difficulty? Or should you just see it on the standard difficulty because that's what you're going to be playing? That's a tough one. Yeah, Lucy, I'm not 100%. I don't know. I don't know which way we should go on that one, because you definitely can beat everything on expert with just the core box. And I think that's a nice thing to understand. And at the end of the day, it's just about making good decisions, right? Well done surviving this long. Thank you. We did survive for a long time. That was actually not too bad. Let me know what you think. Hit me up in the comments. You can find me on Discord. I'm in the people's Discord channel as well. But let me know about that. And we'll catch you in the next one. We'll see you on Sunday. Hopefully you have a good weekend or the rest of the week, or if you're watching this VOD. Hopefully things are well. We'll see you in the next one.